The final part is finally here. I won't say much. Just want to thank you all and wish you a great time watching.
Time flew by swiftly. The day when the Lin family hosted a grand banquet for guests from all corners quietly arrived. With a month of preparation, an unprecedented number of guests gathered this time. Whether powerful individuals or influential groups, they came uninvited, simply drawn by the event. This once quiet and remote area suddenly became a hotspot for the powerful, its prosperity multiplying beyond measure. The cost of entertaining so many people, especially in food and drink, was enormous, though this was but a small concern compared to the terrifyingly valuable gifts they brought. A newly risen minor family throws a banquet, and so many people shamelessly come running. Small minds from a small world, they have no pride befitting true martial artists. They are utterly beneath notice. As the banquet was in full swing, two young men appeared at its edge. One, with thin lips, sneered at the lively scene before them. Indeed. The other youth nodded in agreement, glancing at the disc in his hand. But we're here under orders to find any traces of imperial bloodlines. We can't afford to be careless, as this world is more complicated than it seems. You're too cautious, said the thin-lipped youth dismissively. The chaotic rules of this place prevent anyone from advancing beyond the meridian opening stage. And those who've reached it are nothing more than weak ants to us, who've achieved the ascension stage. We wouldn't even need to lift a finger, a mere breath would be enough to blow them away. The other young man didn't argue, as the truth was undeniable. In this sealed world, the meridian opening stage equivalent to the martial saint realm was the highest possible level of cultivation. Beyond that, the path was completely blocked. No one could progress any further unless, like them, they came from an outside world. For the people of this world, the meridian opening stage was the limit, a boundary they could never cross. Yet to those in the ascension stage, that limit was nothing more than a joke. Unless one reached this stage, they could never comprehend the vast difference between the two. Let's go! This is one of the locations pointed out by the spirit-seeking disc. If we truly find a descendant of the imperial bloodline, we'll be handsomely rewarded. The young man spoke, and they blended into the bustling crowd at the banquet. Inside the Lin family estate. As the head of the family and the most powerful person in the world, Lin Fan didn't need to engage in pleasantries with the guests. Simply making an appearance and offering brief thanks was enough to leave the guests feeling honored. The responsibility of hosting fell to the old steward, Fu Bo, and his capable assistant, Wang Erxiao. They handled the logistics smoothly. Su Erhu, the captain of the guards, was in charge of maintaining order. After dining with his family, Lin Fan retreated to the quiet pavilion in the rear courtyard. This was his personal sanctuary, a place where he could find peace of mind. Unless there was an emergency, no one would disturb him here. Sovereign Ascension Stage, also known as the Ladder Stage. With 9 unlocked shackles as the foundation, it creates a ladder to the heavens. From this point onward, one steps away from the mortal body and toward divine power, entering the realm of high-level martial arts. Seated on a stone bench in the pavilion, Lin Fan gazed at the jade slip containing the Yaoshi ancient scripture. Previously, apart from the texts on the martial saint realm, everything else had been shrouded in mystery, obscured by the chaotic rules of this world. But after his recent breakthrough, the scripture for the next realm became visible. Now, he truly understood the realm beyond martial saint. The Ascension Stage. Also known as the Ladder Stage. It was a new realm of cultivation reached after breaking through the martial saint realm. Using the unlocked shackles as a foundation, one builds a ladder to the heavens, shedding the mortal body and stepping toward divinity. There are a total of 9 steps. Each step leads to a new level, and like the martial saint realm, every additional step opens up an entirely new world. If one could successfully complete the 9 steps, they would reach an unimaginable supreme state. Though briefly described, the mere mention of this stage was enough to inspire boundless ambition. However, progressing through this stage was fraught with difficulties. The greatest challenge lay in the foundation of the ladder, which was built upon the strength accumulated during the meridian opening stage. Those who relied on external forces to hasten their progress might reach this stage, but they would never advance beyond the first step. They would be stuck, forever unable to glimpse the path to the heavens. It was harsh, but ultimately fair. Only through constant accumulation could one make a great leap forward, harsh, but fair. Lin Fan agreed with this principle and had always imposed it upon himself. He constantly accumulated strength, only breaking through when he could advance no further, never recklessly pursuing rapid gains. Looking back now, he realized that his approach had been flawless. With his martial eye activated, Lin Fan examined his body. After breaking through to the ascension stage, the 9 unlocked shackles had connected, forming a cohesive whole, the ladder to the heavens. This ladder radiated a mysterious energy, aligning with the laws of the world, allowing him to channel those laws into himself, greatly enhancing his power. Even the simplest martial arts would become terrifyingly powerful under this influence. The higher the ladder, the more law power he could draw upon, making his strength even more fearsome. Before this stage, cultivation was about shaping one's foundation and unlocking potential. But now he had entered a new realm. Every step forward brought an entirely new world of power. This was why reaching this stage meant transcending the mortal body. Why do I have two ladders? This realization didn't take long to grasp. Lin Fan quickly figured out most of it. Yet he was puzzled to discover that, unlike the norm, he had two ladders within him. One ladder was clear and visible, while the other was hidden in the shadows, almost undetectable yet undeniably present. The two ladders resonated with each other, drawing upon even more of the laws of the world. Together, they formed a structure that was stronger and more complete, giving off a sense of unbreakable perfection. What the? Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter. However, he wasn't too surprised. This likely stemmed from his breakthrough of the hidden shackle, triggering this unexpected change. His only uncertainty was whether this development was good or bad. If only I could find someone at the same stage to spar with. Then I'd have a comparison. Exiting his inner focus, Lin Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, feeling a tinge of anticipation. Unfortunately, due to the world's chaotic laws, there was no one left in this world to challenge him other than the so-called gods, of course. As for the Qin Emperor or the Imperial Teacher, they were anomalies, their power not derived from pure martial cultivation. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Fan temporarily set the thought aside and summoned the void dragon ship that was integrated into his body. This ancient divine weapon was deeply connected to him. He had a feeling there was still much more to uncover about it. At the entrance of the Lin family manor, a guard raised his hand to block an approaching visitor who was trying to enter without an invitation. Stop. No one is allowed into the manor without an official invitation. The visitor chuckled mockingly. What arrogance for a mere local tyrant. Anyone who didn't know better might think this place belonged to some supreme imperial family. The guard had been courteous, without the oppressive air of a major family, but the visitor simply laughed at him. How insolent! The Lin family guards had all been trained with great care, each fiercely loyal to the Lin family, especially to Lin Fan, their master, whom they regarded as a living deity. Now, hearing such disrespect, their anger ignited instantly. If you don't provide an explanation today, you too won't be leaving here at all. The captain of the guards spoke coldly, his presence intense as he locked eyes on the two unruly guests. Ha ha ha! The visitors burst into laughter, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. An explanation? You want us to explain ourselves to a few gatekeepers at the mere pulse opening stage? Now that's a real joke. These two weren't just any visitors, they were outsiders, searching for bloodlines. In their eyes, the martial saints of this land were no better than ants. After all, to them, martial saints here had only unlocked their meridians, the most basic level of unlocking one's potential. To put it simply, one was still circling at the entrance while the other had already entered the hall, a vast and insurmountable gap. Not to mention, the martial arts of this land had been castrated. Even at the same level, they could easily overpower these incomplete practitioners. Enough talk, let's focus on our mission. There's no need to waste words with these insignificant people. The more composed of the two young men said, waving his hand dismissively. Though acting superior was satisfying, he had no real interest in showing off to a group of ignorant ants. The thinner man with sharp lips, whose demeanor was equally cold, nodded in agreement. True, trying to impress a bunch of frogs in a well isn't all that exciting. Turning back to the guards, he sneered. Didn't you want an explanation? Fine, here's one for you. With that, he raised a finger and pointed lightly at the captain. 7 mystical finger. His cold voice echoed, and a terrifying force shot toward the captain. What started as a weak gesture rapidly gained the momentum of heaven and earth, its power skyrocketing within moments. By the time it reached the captain, it had transformed into an overwhelming, godlike force. To these outsiders, the martial artists of this land were mere ants. If displeased, they would crush them without hesitation. Boom! The captain had sensed the threat and was ready. He was a martial saint of the 7th transformation, baptized by divine blood, with a solid foundation far beyond others at his level. With the top-tier techniques collected by Lin Fan, he even had the confidence to fight an 8th transformation saint and, though he might not be able to defeat a 9th transformation saint, he could hold his ground for a while. If the battle dragged on, with his team's help, he could even force a 9th transformation saint to retreat. Though he was merely a gatekeeper, In any major power, he could be an independent force. Yet now, facing this outsider's casual finger point, he was completely suppressed, unable to move even a single finger. But surrendering without a fight was not the Lin family's way. Even if he couldn't win, he would make sure to spill blood on the invader. Roar. Drawing upon his latent strength, the captain broke free at the last moment. Rather than retreat, he infused his spear with his peak energy, spirit, and strength, and charged toward the incoming force. Admirable courage, but in the face of real power, courage is just a joke. The thin man sneered, increasing the force slightly. Courage? In the face of true strength, such blind bravery was nothing more than a farce. Boom! In an instant, their clash erupted. The captain's strongest attack was unleashed, but against the thin man's casual finger, it was effortlessly shattered. The spear snapped in two, his arms twisted unnaturally, and blood spewed from his mouth. In just one encounter, the captain, who could contend with a ninth transformation saint, had been gravely wounded. And this was only because the manor's defensive array had been triggered at the last moment, absorbing most of the impact. Otherwise, the captain would have been obliterated entirely, not even leaving bones behind. Oh? You're tougher than I thought. And this place's array able to block most of my 7 mystical fingers' power suggests that the master of this house isn't entirely without merit. The thin man remarked, surprised that the captain hadn't been completely destroyed. But soon his lips curled into a mocking smile. Not entirely without merit. But that was the extent of it. Captain, the other guards rushed to their fallen leader, panic on their faces. Cough, don't mind me. The captain wheezed, blood spilling from his mouth. An enemy has breached the manor. Initiate the highest level of defense. The other guards, trained for moments like this, quickly sprang into action. The manor's arrays, which had been partially deactivated for the celebration, were rapidly reactivated, and layers of translucent light shrouded the Lin family estate. Guards moved swiftly into position, and the hidden dark sentinels emerged, ready to strike. What's happening? The guests, who had come to celebrate, were shocked and confused by the sudden escalation. No need to worry, just a minor issue. It'll be resolved shortly, said Fubo and Wang Erxiao, the hosts in charge of the event, trying to calm the crowd. The reputation of the Lin family was at stake, and they couldn't afford to cause panic. Resolved soon. The ignorance is almost admirable. After today, this backwater family won't exist anymore, sneered the thin man. By now he was hovering above the manor, and even through the layers of protective arrays, the immense pressure emanating from him was palpable. The guests, many of whom were themselves powerful figures, including several ninth transformation saints, could barely breathe under the weight of his presence. A being beyond the martial saint realm. In an instant, the gathered saints realized the nature of the enemy they were facing. Above the Lin family estate, the thin man smirked, watching the fear spread across their faces. Ants were always amusing. Little did he know that, within the manor, another figure had begun to smile as well. He had been waiting for this moment. It was as if someone had just delivered a pillow right when he felt like sleeping. Breaking through to a realm beyond the martial saint stage, Lin Fan had finally begun to understand what it meant to ascend to the heavens. What he needed most now was a target at this level for comparison. And now, here was someone delivering themselves right to his doorstep, just like a pillow offered to someone on the verge of falling asleep. And this pillow seemed to carry quite a bit of valuable information. This is getting interesting, Lin Fan mused. Because of this, he didn't rush into action to test himself. Instead, he sat calmly under the pavilion, watching the arrogant figure in the sky put on a show. The sharp-featured young man was unaware of this, and was still reveling in the thrill of showing off before the crowd. Today, I'll show you all what the power of a true martial master looks like. His condescending voice echoed as he raised his finger once more. 7 mystical finger. It was the same technique, but this time, it carried his full intent. Buzz. The power of an ascendant realm master burst forth in that moment, a force so overwhelming that even a martial saint could only gaze up in awe. The rules of heaven themselves seemed to respond, channeling their power into his mystical finger, which now radiated a profound aura. In an instant, a massive finger, as if descending from the heavens, appeared and pressed down on the protective shield covering the Lin family manor. Boom! The terrifying force far exceeded what this world could handle. Thunder roared, space cracked like shattered glass, and the scene resembled the end of the world, filling everyone with despair and fear. The 7 mystical finger of Xuansong is becoming more and more formidable. The sacred art of Xuansong City has truly reached its peak. At this rate, it won't be long before he steps onto the 3rd ladder of power, remarked the young man's companion, his expression becoming serious as he watched his comrade's power unfold. Though this world's rules are incomplete, they allow us to experience greater strength earlier. I need to seize this opportunity too, or one day he might surpass me. Though they came from the same level of power and were technically allies, they were also competitors, each striving not to fall behind the other. The pressure of competition was undeniable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the sharp-featured young man finished charging his 7 mystical finger, directing its boundless power toward the Lin family manor's protective array. Crack, crack. The sound of space fracturing filled the air as the massive finger had not yet fully descended, but the outer layer of the protective shield was already rippling like water. Will it hold? The guests, now holding their breath, were no fools. They could see clearly that the attacker regarded them as mere ants. If the protective barrier failed, they would surely be crushed along with it. Their anger was palpable, but even more so was their despair, and a deep sense of helplessness. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The Lin family has invited you here, and no matter what happens, we will ensure your safety, said Ye Xiaoru, stepping forward. As the lady of the Lin family, she was fully authorized to speak on behalf of the family. Standing behind her were the other mistresses of the Lin family, each showing the same calm composure. The guests, feeling powerless moments before, now clung to this reassurance like a lifeline. Seeing the composed expressions of the Lin family mistresses, who showed no signs of panic, calmed their nerves slightly. The Lin family's rise to power hadn't come from mere bluster but from hard-earned victories. While the attacker was fearsome and likely a master beyond the martial saint level, the Lin family was no easy target. The calm reaction of the Lin family's women was proof of that. Ha ha ha. Such big words. Do you really think these turtle shells can withstand the power of Xuansong City's sacred art? The sharp-featured young man burst into laughter at the scene unfolding below, but as he laughed, his expression turned cold and menacing, chilling to the bone. Boom! As if in response to his change in demeanor, the massive finger pressed down on the first layer of the protective array. With just a touch, countless cracks spread across the barrier. Bang! It didn't take long for the first layer of the shield to shatter like broken glass, scattering shards of light in all directions. The massive finger continued its descent, crashing into the second layer of the barrier. These protective arrays had already been weakened by the attacks of the gods that had come before, and now their defenses were being swiftly breached. These invaders' energy signatures aren't like those of the so-called gods. Their power is incredibly high. Yet it shares the same origin as ours. Could they be martial masters beyond the martial saint level? But how is that possible in this world? And where do they come from if such powerful figures would never remain unknown? The Lin family mistresses, all seasoned and knowledgeable, could sense that the intruders were something different, martial masters beyond the known limits of this world. But this realm wasn't supposed to allow for such beings. Their existence raised many questions. Xiao King, can you handle these arrogant fools? Dao Miao, the hot-tempered lady of the family, asked, her main concern being whether they could deal with the enemy immediately. As the eldest daughter of a prominent family, she had tempered her personality somewhat since becoming a mother, but she couldn't stand anyone showing off in front of her, especially not intruders. Don't worry, Sister Dao Miao. Xiao King won't let you down. And even if I can't handle them, we still have brother-in-law. Don't we? Xiao King replied with a grin, her heart completely at ease. Her serenity came from knowing that, standing behind them all, was Lin Fan, a pillar of strength that no one could threaten. In her mind, as long as Lin Fan was present, there was no one who could harm them. Her confidence was blind, yet unshakable. Hearing Xiao King's words, Dao Miao smiled too, sharing the same blind faith. As the two of them laughed, the other mistresses couldn't help but smile as well. Their faces showed no signs of tension, only light-hearted ease. The barrier was crumbling, and danger loomed ever closer, yet their reactions couldn't have been more relaxed. People from small places really are ignorant. The sharp-featured young man sneered, amused by what he saw below. At the same time, the last layer of the protective array shattered. Without the barrier, the overwhelming force of the Ascendant Realm Master descended like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire manor. The sharp-featured young man took a step forward, ready to deliver his final boast. But in the next moment, an indescribable pressure suddenly crashed down upon him. Kneel. It was the same familiar shout, the same familiar force, and the same familiar scene. Before the eyes of everyone present, the arrogant invader, who had shattered layer after layer of defenses, fell to his knees with a thud. Shit. Faced with this sudden situation, the sharp-featured young man cursed out loud. He had planned to show off, to demonstrate his power in front of everyone, but with just one shout, he had been forced to kneel in public. Seeing the confused, mocking gazes around him, His face turned red with embarrassment. This was humiliating. Absolutely disgraceful. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and cursed as he stood up. That overwhelming pressure from earlier seemed like an illusion, because now he could stand without any resistance. He had been prepared to force his way through the oppressive force. But now that it was gone, he started to question whether the whole thing had been a figment of his imagination. But his answer came quickly. Kneel. The voice rang out again, and just as before, he dropped to his knees without any ability to resist. Grandpa, that guy has no backbone. They told him to kneel, and he just knelt. He's bringing shame to all men. A young boy standing nearby spoke innocently to his grandfather, his little face filled with anger. Being so young, the boy didn't understand good or evil, he only saw the situation plainly. The sharp-featured young man had no dignity, kneeling just because he was told to. It was a disgrace to all men. In the silent crowd, the boy's words rang out clearly. Not only did everyone in the manor hear it, but the sharp-featured young man, kneeling once more in the sky, also heard the child's blunt comment. The most hurtful words are always the innocent, honest ones. Roar. The young man's eyes turned red with rage as he let out a beast-like howl. You're all going to die. His cold, bone-chilling voice cut through the air, and a towering projection of his martial spirit appeared behind him, glowing with mystical light. Above the projection's head, 2 stairways stretched into the heavens, drawing down the power of the world's laws. This was the hallmark of an ascendant realm master, the ability to harness the power of rules and elevate their strength to terrifying heights. It's because of this ability that those at this level view anyone below them as mere ants. It was the difference between mortals and gods. Boom! With the power of the world's rules backing him, the sharp-featured young man's strength multiplied several times over, and in an instant, he broke free of the oppressive force. At the same time, his godlike aura crushed down upon the Lin family manor. The guests who had come for the banquet were immediately forced to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Even the strongest martial saints were helpless against it. The buildings in the manor groaned under the immense pressure, creaking as if they might collapse at any moment. These people are done for. Yu Xuansong is completely enraged now. Their fate is sealed. The more composed young man shook his head as he watched, knowing his companion had been thoroughly provoked. The people here were bound to meet a tragic end. However, remembering the shout that had forced his companion to kneel, his brow furrowed in thought. That kind of ability. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. In a sealed and exiled place like this, it's almost impossible for anyone to reach our level, let alone surpass it. The impression flickered in his mind for a moment, but he soon dismissed it, returning to his calm, unbothered demeanor. After all, this was just a backwater. In their world, places like this were less than a remote countryside. If even he thought so little of this place, the arrogant, sharp-featured young man held it in even greater disdain. Losing face here was something he absolutely couldn't accept. He had to wipe out everything here to regain some of the dignity he had lost. Swanking seal. Summoning all his might, and with the power of the rules resonating with him, the sharp-featured young man unleashed his ultimate move. The air trembled with the force of his voice, as if heaven and earth themselves were responding. This strongest attack not only carried immense power but also drew down even more of the world's rules to augment it. It was as if this terrifying move had become the perfect vessel for the rules of the universe. You should feel honored to witness such forbidden martial arts. You can die without regret now. The sharp-featured young man, appearing like a god of martial arts high above, unleashed a massive finger strike, infused with the power of the rules, to obliterate everything that had caused him to lose face. Forbidden martial arts powered by the rules. Lin Fan had yet to intervene, but he had been watching the battle closely. Hearing the young man's words, his eyes flashed with sharp interest. His earlier intuition had been right. These intruders were indeed going to provide him with something valuable. How will my wives deal with such a strong opponent? And Xiao Qing, with her special ability, will it still work against them? Lin Fan smiled, eager to see how his wives would respond to this powerful invader. The last time the gods had attacked, he hadn't been home, so this time, he was filled with anticipation. As his excitement grew, the sharp-featured young man's forbidden martial arts move descended. The overwhelming pressure, coupled with the power of the rules, completely enveloped the Lin family manor. It was as if the entire area had been cut off from the world. There was no escape. A land without rule suppression, where I can endlessly draw on the power of the rules. This place is paradise. The young man was exceedingly pleased with his forbidden martial arts, laughing maniacally. In his mind he had already envisioned the complete destruction of everything within the manor. He had long since forgotten the purpose of his mission, consumed by rage. His more composed companion, seeing this, wanted to intervene but knew that against a forbidden martial art, there was nothing he could do. He could only shake his head and pretend not to see. However, just because he didn't act didn't mean the situation couldn't change. In fact, something far more shocking was about to happen. Your move is weak and powerless. Your martial art can't draw on the rules. You yourself have no strength. You're just an ordinary person. The voice echoed once more, like a schoolchild reciting lines ridiculous and laughable. But those words caused both the sharp-featured young man and his composed companion to change their expressions in shock. Especially the sharp-featured young man, who nearly lost his ability to stay afloat in the air, almost plummeting to the ground like someone falling from a building. Because under the weight of those words, his power seemed to drain away, leaving him weak and helpless, like an ordinary person. Words of law. It's the Emperor. The Emperor. The composed young man, now recalling the memory that had flickered through his mind earlier, was utterly terrified. The realization shattered his martial will, and his body trembled uncontrollably, affected even more than his companion. Since the last attack by the gods, yet again someone has been frightened by Xiao Qing's power. The Emperor. It was as though a forbidden word had been spoken, terrifying a being beyond the martial saint level. His face drained of color, and he stammered incoherently, trembling as if he'd seen an unimaginable horror. The sharp-featured young man who had made his move was also terrified, but because he was directly involved, he felt it even more acutely. Not the Emperor. It's just a power similar to the Emperor's. This person is very likely the descendant of the imperial bloodline our master is searching for. Although the young man acted arrogant and reckless, he wasn't a fool. If he were, he wouldn't have reached his current level of strength. His previous behavior stemmed from seeing the people of this world as insignificant, treating them as ants. Now, in this situation, his instincts kicked in, and he quickly grasped the key point. The Emperor. Such a lofty existence. If a true emperor were here, he wouldn't even think of challenging him. For just harboring that thought would be enough to crush him instantly. The Emperor of martial arts is not to be defied. Even their name must not be spoken lightly, lest the very laws of nature tear you apart. Imperial bloodline. Hearing his companion's guess, the more composed young man, who had been shaking with fear, quickly pulled out a mystical artifact, a spirit-seeking disc. This was a tool designed to detect powerful bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the disc's reaction. As he activated the disc, a brilliant light flashed from it, and a needle in the center pointed directly at the manor before them. According to legend, those with the imperial bloodline possess incredible, mysterious powers beyond human understanding, even defying the laws of the universe. This woman's abilities seemed to match that description perfectly. The young man murmured to himself, his eyes gradually lighting up until they shone with a blinding brightness. The imperial bloodline. Whether they used it to complete their mission or found a way to convert it for their own use through secret techniques, it was an unimaginable opportunity. Compared to their painstaking cultivation, this bloodline was beyond anything they could achieve, possibly unattainable in their lifetime. At their current level, cultivation alone wasn't enough. Only fortuitous encounters or extraordinary mystical artifacts could advance their power. And this imperial bloodline was the perfect combination of both. Use the forbidden artifact the master gave us. This woman is the target we've been searching for. Without hesitation, the composed young man urged his companion to use their strongest trump card. Xiao Qing's power, which resembled the ability to alter reality with mere words, had already caused the sharp-featured young man considerable suffering. He had barely been able to remain airborne, and his ultimate move, the Xuanqing seal, had dissipated under her relentless critique. This bizarre power, which seemed to follow the rules of language, continued to erode him, threatening to strip him of his strength and reduce him to an ordinary person. If he truly lost his power, he would indeed become a mere mortal, a terrifying thought. Upon hearing his companion's suggestion, he agreed without a second thought. From his sleeve, he carefully pulled out a damaged jade ruyi scepter. Though it appeared worn, like an abandoned trinket from a junk heap, he handled it with extreme care, treating it as a priceless treasure. The way he treated this broken object made it clear how valuable it was. A forbidden artifact. Lin Fan, still watching from the shadows, narrowed his eyes slightly, ready to intervene at any moment. Jade Spirit Pearl. The sharp-featured young man shouted as he threw the jade scepter into the air. It's time. His companion quickly responded, throwing another broken jade orb into the air. But as the two objects neared each other, they seemed to be magnetically attracted. The jade orb fit perfectly into a slot at the top of the jade scepter. Buzz. Once the two items merged, a terrifying aura exploded from the scepter. Xiaoqing's word-altering power was immediately dispelled, unable to affect the two men any longer. At the same time, beams of jade light fell upon the two men, forming jade marks on their foreheads and causing their energy levels to soar. Not only did the artifact dispel negative effects, but it also granted them additional strength. This is a replica of the Supreme Being's weapon. Its power is terrifying. If the original were here, I can't imagine how much stronger it would be. The sharp-featured young man clenched his fists, feeling his power surge, doubling under the artifact's influence. His eyes burned with newfound confidence. His companion, while also empowered, remained more composed, though his eyes gleamed with desire. Let's wipe them out. The imperial bloodline is too important to leave anything to chance. He looked at Xiaoqing with a gaze full of greed, as if eyeing a priceless treasure. Don't worry. Without that strange power suppressing us, these people are nothing more than weak ants. The sharp-featured young man sneered coldly. The face he had lost, he now intended to reclaim tenfold by annihilating everything in his path. Unchosen seal. Once again, the powerful move was unleashed, and a palm print radiating a kingly aura descended. With the jade scepter's power protecting him, Xiaoqing's abilities could no longer affect the young man. The only option left was to rely on brute strength. But could anyone here match them in raw power? No chance. Apart from the imperial bloodline, no one else was going to survive this day. That was the only way to ensure nothing went wrong. Ordinarily, the sheer gap between realms would be impossible to overcome. The difference between the two levels of power was simply too vast. But was this an ordinary situation? Although Xiaoqing's unique power was nullified by the jade scepter, rendering her unable to affect the two men directly, her power to enhance others was still intact. She could still buff her allies. Are you all ready, sisters? Xiaoqing turned to the women standing beside her. Always ready. The wives of the Lin family responded in unison. Clearly this wasn't their first time facing such a situation. And me too, auntie. Lin Shi, now a tall young woman, stepped forward. Born with the natural physique of a martial god, she had reached the 9th transformation of the martial saint level, despite being deliberately restrained. And me, added Lin Hao, the eldest son. With his perfectly matched divine body, he had also attained the 9th transformation of a martial saint. And us too. The other brothers and sisters stepped forward, eager to join the fight. With their father supporting them, they had no fear. All that was left to do was act. Good. Let's go, the whole family together. Xiaoqing's lively spirit shone through, like a child at heart. With Lin Fan as their unshakable support, she welcomed the chance to fight. Opportunities like this didn't come often. My companions are favored by the heavens and can draw upon the power of the rules. They'll only grow stronger as the battle goes on. Xiaoqing's serious tone echoed as mysterious power fell upon the Lin family members. Boom! With a surge of energy, the Lin family's warriors, now buffed by Xiaoqing, also began to manifest stairways behind them, drawing down the infinite power of the rules. Xiaoqing's power, which had originally seemed to alter reality, now elevated her allies to a new level, temporarily boosting their strength to the ascended realm. The two invaders, brimming with confidence, were instantly dumbfounded. Even Lin Fan, the head of the family, wore an expression of astonishment. This was like cheating. This can't be real. How can they be this powerful? Even cheating wouldn't make sense here. Most people who push their limits pay a steep price, burning through their life force and blood essence to temporarily boost their power. But with Xiaoqing? She just utters a few words of encouragement, and a massive power surge happens not for one person, but for a whole group. Even cheating doesn't seem this absurd. Damn it! The sharp-featured young man cursed again as he watched the scene unfold. But the worst was yet to come. Rogue. Face my sword. Lin Shi, who had inherited her mother's fiery temperament, charged forward. She held a divine sword, specially forged by her father, Lin Fan, and her red outfit made her look like a fiery goddess, as if she commanded the very laws of fire itself. With Yao Qing's buff, Lin Shi's strength surged to a whole new realm, and the divine power of her martial god body began to manifest. In this world governed by martial law, martial strength always reigned supreme. Now it was as though Lin Shi was wielding a trump card. With a sharp clang, Lin Shi unsheathed her sword, slicing through the very fabric of space. The sharp-featured young man's powerful Zhuangqing seal crashed down, colliding with the torn space, and an explosion of blinding light followed. There was no sound, yet everyone present seemed to go deaf. Even the most powerful saints of the 9th transformation were momentarily stunned. Hiss. The older guests, witnessing this, felt their skin crawl and gasped in shock. This was terrifying. She was just a young girl, yet she had unleashed such overwhelming power. How strong was Yao King's buff, and how deep was this girl's own hidden potential? As the light faded, the fearsome Zhuangking seal was shattered, unable to wreak the destruction it promised. How many monsters does the Lin family have? This question appeared in everyone's minds simultaneously. The two invaders also felt their scalps tingle. Things had completely spiraled out of control. What they had thought would be a simple mission was now turning into a nightmare. I am the Green Emperor. The first will crush all my enemies. Green Lotus Reversal Annihilation. After Lin Shi's display, Lin Hao, the eldest son, no longer held back. Standing atop a massive green lotus, his expression was solemn, radiating an air of divine majesty, like the legendary Green Emperor descending to the mortal world. Nearing adulthood, Lin Hao had already grown as tall as a man, perfectly inheriting his father Lin Fan's handsome and refined appearance. With his calm demeanor, he could easily win the hearts of countless girls. As he invoked his power, a giant green lotus projection appeared, enveloping the sharp-featured young man. The lotus slowly reversed its rotation, stirring up immense power from the heavens and earth. Within it, faint streams of gray air swirled, a substance so heavy and dense that even a small wisp seemed enough to tear the world apart. It was like the fabled chaos energy, said to have formed when the world was first created. Lin Hao had the perfect divine body, and only now, at the stage where he could harness the laws of nature, was his full potential revealed. Di Kong, save me! The sharp-featured young man, still reeling from Lin Shi's destruction of his Zhuangking seal, was suddenly trapped by Lin Hao's ultimate move. Fear gripped him. With each rotation of the lotus, it felt as if his body was being torn apart. The gray chaotic air terrified him instinctively. He couldn't let even a trace of it touch him. Just moments ago, he would have laughed at the idea that anyone in this world could pose a threat to him. But now, that arrogance was gone. Facing imminent destruction, he no longer cared about pride. He cried out for help from his companion. Are they really this strong? The composed young man, watching the scene, felt his scalp tingle in fear. In just a blink, his companion, armed with the power of the second tier of the Ascendant Realm and bolstered by a forbidden artifact, was forced to call for help. The battle had turned so quickly that even he couldn't suppress a growing sense of dread. But with the imperial bloodline at stake, a fortune beyond imagination, he couldn't walk away. Just as he was about to make his move, a towering, hulking figure crashed through the air and appeared before him. You're with them, huh? Let me show you my Titan fist. This large boy, though still young in the face and voice, stood a full head taller than the grown man in front of him. His muscles bulged, stretching his clothes to the point of tearing, like a living mountain of muscle. He wasted no time with fancy techniques. Charging forward with raw, brute strength, he hurled a punch the size of a boulder straight at his opponent. Boom! The air shattered, and a vortex of destructive energy spun out from the punch, almost resembling a black hole. At first, the composed young man didn't take it seriously. In their realm of strength, size alone meant nothing. What harm could a muscle-bound brute do? But as the punch landed, his whole body went numb. Titan fist. It was absurdly powerful. This oversized kid was another monster. Earth shield. The young man, not wanting to meet the attack head-on, used a defensive technique, summoning the power of the earth to form a sturdy shield. It was reinforced with the laws of nature, comparable to the strongest divine shields. Yet, the vortex of energy from the punch tore through it in an instant. Monster. Monster. The young man had braced himself, but even he couldn't stay calm after seeing this. The boy's sheer physical power had a quality of invincibility to it. Nothing seemed capable of standing against it, not even the laws of nature. I can't hold back anymore. He quickly distanced himself, taking a deep breath as his gaze turned sharp. These outsiders had always seen the people of this land as ants. But it wasn't because of blind arrogance. They had a real advantage. That advantage was their superior martial arts, powerful techniques from a higher realm, forbidden arts that went beyond the normal scope of martial ability. Earth King armor. With a swift hand gesture, the young man summoned the power of the earth, forming a set of brown armor covered in glowing runes. In an instant, his strength surged again, his body gaining the weight and might of the earth itself. Earth King seal. Reinforced by his rune-covered armor, he didn't retreat. Instead, he prepared for close combat, sending out powerful palm strikes, each infused with the force of the earth and shattering the air around him. Good. Seeing that his opponent wanted to fight hand-to-hand, the large boy grinned, accelerating as he crashed forward. He didn't rely on any fancy moves, just pure, raw power. He hammered his fists into his opponent like a storm. No matter what martial techniques or defenses his opponent tried, the boy simply pounded away at whatever seemed weakest. It was a brutal, relentless assault, leaving the young man questioning everything. Was this really just a wild brute beating a master to death? Even Lin Fan, watching from the sidelines, was a bit dumbfounded. His third son, who had inherited his own physique, seemed to have gone down a very peculiar path. That third son, Lin Long, was none other than the child of Lin Fan and his wife Long Kiwi, possessing the divine dragon body. From a young age, he stood out from his peers in terms of physical strength, towering above them all. Now, in battle, his large and muscular physique was even more impressive. If he were in the modern world, he'd be an unstoppable force on the basketball court, even stronger than the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Though his combat style might have developed in a bit of a strange direction, it perfectly suited him. With his divine dragon body, Lin Long was showing his true potential, his raw power even more formidable than his father Lin Fan's. No flashy tricks, just pure, raw power. Every punch was meant to land, and force was his guiding principle. Roar. Just as Lin Long was getting into the heat of the fight, a baby dragon, half beast and half divine, merged with him, further boosting his strength, making him even more unstoppable as the battle raged on. My children are all naturally blessed by the heavens. Their abilities are strengthened by the very laws of nature, and they won't suffer any losses in battle, said Xiao King, the children's aunt, casting yet another buff to aid the three siblings. This time, it enhanced their ability to recover from battle fatigue. The stronger the martial arts or divine powers, the greater the energy drain. But with Xiao King's buff, they no longer had to worry about that. It was like they'd gained a blue mana buff, massively increasing their endurance. No need to conserve energy, they could just keep hammering away at their opponents. Lin Fan, watching all this, was stunned for a moment. Then, a smile spread across his face. He realized he wouldn't need to step in at all. His family had grown strong enough to handle things on their own. Especially with Xiao King's absurd healing and support powers, it was like having a built-in special effects battery. The Emperor. Is that the next realm? How strong could it be? Lin Fan mused, turning his thoughts elsewhere, no longer concerned with the battle. But the enemies weren't as relaxed. This isn't working. The two invaders struggled to fend off the three young Lin family members. They knew continuing like this would be a disaster. They were completely outmatched. Not only could their opponents boost their strength, but they also had endless stamina, making them fight like unstoppable machines. And what about the invaders? Not only were they under constant mental pressure, but the toll of battle was wearing them down. If they continued, they wouldn't need to be defeated, they'd simply be exhausted to death. How can we win like this? Xuansong, hold them off. I'll cut off that support, or we're not getting out of here alive. The composed young man took a deep breath, realizing that to turn the tide, they had to eliminate the healer, Xiao King. The main reason for their current predicament was the overwhelming power of Xiao King's support. Without dealing with her, there was no way to win. Damn it! The sharp-featured young man, known as Xuansong, wanted to curse out loud. He was already struggling under the joint assault of Lin Fan's eldest son and daughter. Now, he was supposed to hold them off alone while his companion took out Xiao King? Was this a death sentence? But in their situation, it was the only option. Xiao King's buffs were just too terrifying. If they didn't neutralize her, winning wasn't even a possibility. Escaping in one piece would be hard enough. So, with no other choice, Xuansong gritted his teeth. Black blood ignition. He activated his most desperate move, igniting a black flame within himself. His blood boiled, and his martial will shone brightly, adding power to the shadow of the heavenly ladder behind him. Boom! Energy surged wildly as a third step on the heavenly ladder began to faintly emerge. This desperate technique temporarily boosted his strength to the next level. The Ascendant Realm is divided into steps, each one representing a significant gap in power. The further one ascends, the greater the difference between each level. Even a small increase, like a half step, could double one's strength, allowing them to channel even more of the world's laws. But the cost was steep. Yuan-song was burning through his blood essence, and once it was gone, he'd be nothing but a shell of a man. You've pushed me to this, now all of you are going to die. With his newly enhanced power, he broke free from the restraints of Lin Hao's Green Lotus projection. His aura expanded, enveloping Lin Hao, Lin Shi, and even Lin Long, who was about to pursue, forcing them all within his reach. The young man, seeing this turn of events, was filled with joy and charged forward, using his own desperate move. But as he moved, something felt off. Instead of heading directly for Xiao King, he swerved, drifting into a 180-degree turn. Rather than closing the distance with Xiao King, he was getting farther away, heading toward the outskirts of the Lin family manor. He wasn't targeting the healer, he was running away. Having tricked his companion into risking his life, the young man made a break for it, casting speed-boosting spells as he fled without looking back. Swan Song. You shameless coward. Swan Song, who had just sacrificed his life force for a chance to win, was driven mad when he saw his companion's betrayal. His eyes turned red with rage, and he was like a man possessed. But the young man running away felt no remorse. They could barely handle 3 of Lin Fan's children. If he went after Xiao King, who was surrounded by even more powerful warriors, wouldn't that be suicide? At first he had intended to rush at her, take down Xiao King, and seize the opportunity of a lifetime. But as he neared, a deadly sense of foreboding crept over him. His instincts, honed through years of life and death experiences, screamed that if he went any further, he would die. And his instincts had saved his life countless times. In the face of such danger, there was no hesitation. Why throw his life away? He ran. Man! In the face of death, everything else became trivial. And it was the right choice. The women of the Lin family, trained under Lin Fan, were no ordinary flowers to be admired. With Xiao King's buffs, charging into them would have been a suicide mission. Running away was the smartest thing he could do. But that didn't mean he'd get away. The true trump card of the Lin family wasn't the powerful women, it was Lin Fan, standing quietly in the background. If the young man had fought bravely, Lin Fan wouldn't have intervened. But trying to flee was a different matter. From his seat in the pavilion, Lin Fan raised his hand, and 2 dark steps appeared behind him, drawing on the laws of the universe. Far in the distance, a massive golden hand broke through the clouds and descended toward the fleeing young man. The hand moved so fast that the friction ignited the air, surrounding it in flames. The oppressive force bore down on the young man, and his sharp instincts warned him again, urging him to flee faster. But no matter how he ran, the enormous hand covered the sky like Mount Tai, inescapable. As the hand descended, the young man's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Lin family manor. The guests present had witnessed a truly high-level battle. Those who surpassed the martial saint realm were terrifyingly powerful. Anyone below their level was nothing more than an ant, utterly powerless in their presence. Even a 9th transformation saint couldn't escape this reality. But what shocked the guests most wasn't the power displayed by those above the martial saint level, it was the terrifying foundation of the Lin family. This trip was worth it. Many couldn't help but express their thoughts. They had definitely come to the right place. They had witnessed beings beyond the martial saint level and seen the hidden depths of the Lin family's strength. It broadened their horizons and reignited their fighting spirit. The future was still within reach. If they worked hard, they too might climb the ladder. And the most direct path? Joining the ranks of the Lin family's influence. A banquet and a battle had sparked admiration among countless powerful individuals, all eager to join the Lin family and seek a path forward. In this moment, it seemed as if the Lin family was on the verge of becoming a sacred place for martial arts. Unaware of this growing reverence, the Lin family continued their business. Xuansong, the sharp-featured man who had been abandoned by his companion, was finally captured after burning through almost all of his life force. Bound by iron chains forged from divine metal, he looked like a defeated dog, his hair disheveled and his once proud demeanor completely gone. Well, where's all that bravado now? Come on, show off some more. Lin Long, with a gleeful smile, carried him with one hand like he was dragging a dead dog. His steps were cocky, walking in an exaggerated swagger. But he hadn't gone far before his mother, Long Kui, grabbed his ear. Who taught you to speak so rudely? If you keep behaving like this, I'll have you copy the Book of Discipline 100 times. Long Kiwi twisted his ear, scolding him with a stern face. Lin Long, who had been so full of himself just a moment ago, immediately shrank back, his shoulders hunched. Mom, I won't do it again. He quickly dropped his captive and stood straight, apologizing like a well-behaved child, his eyes fixed on the ground. The Book of Discipline was a famous work that taught proper behavior. Though not difficult, it contained 10,000 characters. Copying it 100 times meant writing 1,000,000 characters, an absolute nightmare for Lin Long, who hated reading. No exaggeration, he'd rather be beaten by his father than suffer through that. Faced with this punishment, how could he not behave? After all, his mother, who had once been an empress, wasn't one to make empty threats. If he didn't apologize, he knew he'd be stuck copying the book for sure. As for resisting, Lin Fan, his father, would teach him what it meant to be loved like a son. Why can't you be more refined? Like your father? Long Kiwi sighed, looking up at her son, who was a head taller than her. She knew him well, though he apologized quickly now. He'd likely go back to his usual ways soon enough. Dad, refined Lin Long muttered under his breath. His dad cursed at his mom more than he did, and yet he was the one being lectured. In his eyes, he was already doing pretty well. Love truly was blind. What did you say? Long Kiwi glared at him. Nothing, nothing. Lin Long quickly shook his head, grabbed his prisoner from the ground, and dashed off. Sigh. Long Kiwi could only sigh helplessly. Raising kids was harder than ruling a kingdom. There's no need to worry, Auntie. Third brother is still young. He'll grow out of it. Lin Hao, standing nearby with a gentle smile, offered words of comfort, his manner calm and polite. Long Kiwi appreciated Lin Hao, the eldest son of the family. Smiling, she patted his head. Ah, Hao, you're so thoughtful. You should go too. Your third brother is probably off looking to impress your father. You played a big role in today's battle as well. All right, I'll go. Normally Lin Hao, as the eldest brother, would give way to his siblings. But when it came to earning their father's approval, he wouldn't back down. His greatest desire was to gain recognition from Lin Fan. I'm going too, Lin Shi chimed in. Being her father's beloved daughter, she wouldn't miss the chance either. The three children hurried off. This battle had been a real test of their recent training, and they couldn't wait to show off their progress to their father. Lin Long, the most eager of the three, dashed ahead, eager to impress. But when he reached the pavilion in the rear courtyard, where his father was sitting, he froze in his tracks. His confident grin vanished, replaced with surprise. Before his father knelt a trembling figure, shaking uncontrollably. Even from behind, Lin Long recognized him immediately, his opponent from earlier, the one who had tricked his teammate and fled mid-fight. Though the man had run, Lin Long hadn't forgotten how powerful he was. Without Xiao Qing's help, Lin Long would have been crushed by a single blow from him. That same man, who had escaped from them so easily, was now kneeling before Lin Fan. There were no visible restraints. His aura was still intact, yet he trembled as if facing divine judgment, unable to even lift his head. In that moment, Lin Long understood the difference in power between his father and his opponents. He looked down at the prisoner he was carrying and suddenly felt less proud. Dad is still dad. Even when showing off, he did it on a whole other level. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Fan's voice snapped Lin Long back to reality. Dad. Lin Long responded, still feeling a bit down. Lin Fan chuckled, understanding his son's thoughts. You did well. When I was your age, I couldn't even catch fish properly. Really? Lin Long's eyes brightened instantly. Really? Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Hey he! Hearing this, Lin Long's mood lifted, and his smug expression returned. You little rascal. Lin Fan teased, but he was pleased with his son. Though Lin Long's personality might lead him to be taken advantage of, it also gave him a fearless determination in martial arts. Combined with his powerful divine dragon body, he had great potential. Though his father had scolded him, Lin Long was happy. Tossing his prisoner onto the ground, he joined his father under the pavilion, staring down at the kneeling invader. This felt even better. Dad! Lin Shi and Lin Hao soon arrived. When Lin Shi saw the trembling figure before Lin Fan, she couldn't help but make a fuss, her lively personality on full display. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, ever the steady eldest son, looked at his father with even more admiration. His resolve deepened. He would not disappoint his father, and he would bring honor to his mother's name. Well done. After settling his daughter, Lin Fan placed a hand on Lin Hao's shoulder, giving him a simple but deeply appreciated word of praise. It was just a few words, with no physical reward, but it made Lin Hao's determination even stronger, more meaningful than any gift. Lin Fan understood his son's thoughts, but he said no more. As the eldest, Lin Hao indeed had greater responsibilities. After encouraging his children, Lin Fan turned his attention to the two captured invaders. Now, tell me, who are you? Where are you from? And what's your purpose here? There was no small talk, just 3 direct questions. Faced with Lin Fan's 3 piercing questions, the once composed young man found himself unable to maintain his calm. Up until this moment, he still couldn't quite believe that such a terrifying existence could come from this world. It wasn't one of the sealed gods or any of the outsiders like them. It was a martial master born and raised on this very land. There was no mistaking the unique aura of this place. But that was impossible. In this sealed world, there shouldn't be any way for such a powerful being to emerge. This place lacked the resources to nurture someone of such terrifying strength. It was a simple concept. A small pond, no matter how rich in resources, could never raise a sea monster that ruled the deep oceans. Because of this, the young man felt not just fear, but disbelief, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Are you trying to die? Lin Fan's voice cut through the silence again, calm as ever, yet to the young man, it felt like the gaze of an abyss. There was no physical torture or forceful interrogation, just a simple question. And yet, the young man's willpower crumbled, like a dam bursting under pressure. No, I want to live. His spirit had broken, and his only thought was survival. Everything else faded into the background in the face of death. Under normal circumstances, even if he sought survival, he wouldn't have been reduced to this state. As a member of a great power, he had pride. But right now, his mind was entirely consumed by Lin Fan's overwhelming presence. He was begging for his life, reduced to a state worse than that of an ordinary person. Lin Hao, who had been observing his father closely, felt a surge of admiration. With just a simple gaze, his father had crushed the spirit of a powerful enemy. His respect for Lin Fan soared to new heights. Whatever achievements Lin Hao had made so far felt insignificant, like child's play in comparison to his father's strength. There was still a long road ahead. Lin Fan, however, wasn't focused on his son's thoughts. He was more interested in the background and purpose of the invaders before him. He had a feeling these people held the answers he was seeking. We come from the outside, the young man finally said, breaking the silence with a bombshell revelation. The outside. Such a simple phrase, yet it caused Lin Fan's eyes to narrow sharply. From various incidents, Lin Fan already knew that this world was sealed, a portion of land cut off from the rest to imprison and suppress the so-called gods. This explained the chaotic laws and the broken path of martial cultivation here. Yet, while Lin Fan was aware of these things, he knew very little about what lay beyond. He only had fragments of knowledge, vague ideas at best. From the moment he saw these two men, he had suspected as much, but now his suspicions were confirmed. They were indeed from the outside. What is the outside like? And how does our world appear to you? Lin Fan asked, pausing his interrogation. His curiosity about the outside world had been growing for some time. Having revealed the greatest secret, the young man saw no reason to hold back now. The outside world is vast and boundless. Even someone who reaches the 9th transformation of the Ascendant Realm would never cross it in a lifetime. It's made up of countless domains. The region we come from is called the Tianqing domain. And it's just one among many. There are countless powerful beings there. The Ascendant Realm is only considered the entry level. Compared to the outside, this world of yours is a tiny pond. No, not even a pond, just a small puddle. The young man explained without holding back. A vast world, countless domains, and the Ascendant Realm is only considered entry level. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed. He had suspected the outside world would be vast, but it was even more immense than he had imagined. The level of power there, if the young man wasn't exaggerating, was truly beyond belief. Suddenly, he remembered the strange world he had glimpsed while Xiaoqing was in her deep sleep, the terrifying battles and powerful beings in that distant place. At the time, he wasn't sure if it was real or just a vision. But now, he had a strong feeling that what he saw might be the outside world this young man spoke of. You're lying. Our world is massive. How could it just be a puddle? Lin Shi interjected, unable to believe the young man's words. Even without counting the lands beyond the Qin Empire, the empire's territory alone was vast beyond measure. At her current level, it would take her years just to travel across it. How could this expansive world be reduced to nothing more than a puddle in the eyes of this outsider? Hearing Lin Shi's words, the young man gave a small smile out of habit, but when he felt Lin Fan's gaze growing colder, he quickly restrained himself. Mocking Lin Fan's beloved daughter was a surefire way to invite death. Realizing this, the young man resumed his respectful demeanor. The world you live in was created in ancient times as a prison to seal away the chaotic gods of that era. Compared to the outside, this place is indeed small. I didn't mean to insult you. To the outside world, beyond the purpose of its seal, this place really is just a minor, forgotten corner. The young man no longer dared to act flippantly, giving an honest explanation. Lin Shi found herself at a loss for words. She could sense that he wasn't lying, and he had no reason to lie. But if that were true, how terrifying must the outside world be? For a moment she felt incredibly small. Even Lin Long, who usually preferred to let his fists do the talking, was left speechless. He too shared the same realization. He had thought he was nearly invincible, that aside from his family, no one was worth his attention. But now, he realized he had only been splashing around in a small puddle. How can the people of our world reach the outside? Lin Fan, still calm, asked the crucial question. The young man shook his head. What do you mean? Lin Fan frowned slightly. People from this world can't leave. It's a sealed land, a prison meant to contain the ancient evil gods. Even those gods couldn't escape, so how could anyone else? It's an impenetrable cage. The young man explained. That's true only in theory. But for people like you, that's clearly not the case. Lin Hao cut in, his sharp gaze fixed on the young man as if he could see right through him. The young man's eyes widened in shock. For a mere youth, Lin Hao seemed capable of piercing his very soul. How could such a small, isolated place produce so many monstrous talents? The old, the young, it didn't matter. Not a single one of them was ordinary. They had rushed in, thinking they were stepping into an easy conquest, but now it felt like they had walked straight into a trap. At this moment, a strong premonition hit the young man. Even if his powerful allies arrived, they would simply be walking into the Lin family's jaws. We can indeed leave this place, the young man finally admitted, lowering his head once more, completely abandoning any remaining resistance. Of course they could leave. If they couldn't, why would they have foolishly entered this world, seeking what they were looking for? If that were the case, they wouldn't be here on a mission, they'd be exiled, serving a lifelong prison sentence. How do you leave? Lin Hao stepped in for his father, becoming the interrogator. His gaze, sharp enough to pierce through someone's heart, was deeply intimidating. To leave, you need. Di Kong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Before the young man could finish, Yi Xuansong, who lay on the ground, bound by divine chains, suddenly shouted, cutting him off. His outburst seemed to carry some hidden meaning, known only to the invaders. Startled, the young man froze mid-sentence, hesitating. This unexpected interruption frustrated Lin Hao. He had been so close to getting the most crucial information. No need to get upset. Loyalty is expected, after all, Lin Fan said with a light-hearted smile, calming his son. But the next moment, with a simple wave of his hand, Yi Xuansong, the loyal one who had interrupted, began to disintegrate inch by inch into dust. There was no blood, no gore. Just a quiet transformation into nothingness, a fate far more chilling than any bloody death. The young man watched the entire scene, trembling uncontrollably. What nonsense about dying if he spoke. If he didn't speak now, he'd die even faster. His only thought now was survival. As long as he could live, he'd have a chance. If he died here, any hope would be gone forever. In this situation, what else could matter? Loyalty? Let it rot in hell. Staying alive was the only thing that mattered. A void shuttle. Only by obtaining the void shuttle can one temporarily open a passage through the seal at certain weak points. He confessed, revealing the most critical piece of information. The void shuttle. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, the name suggesting something straightforward. Sensing a slim chance at survival, the young man hurried to explain further. Yes, it's a forbidden artifact, a replica of an ancient divine weapon. While it's not particularly powerful in battle, it has the unique ability to tear through space. It's said that the original, the divine weapon it's based on, could break through the barriers of worlds and travel to other realms. Of course, that's just a legend. But the replica can indeed open a passage through weak points in the seal. Where is this void shuttle? Lin Fan, never one for unnecessary chatter, asked directly for the artifact's location. The young man hesitated, torn between his instinct for self-preservation and fear of betraying too much. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he gave in and revealed everything, not only the location of the void shuttle but also the details of their mission. He laid out who they were, how many had come, and their exact purpose for being here. At this point, there was no reason to hold anything back. The most critical information had already been revealed, and there was no escaping the consequences. Under these circumstances, it made more sense to confess everything, hoping to earn some goodwill and increase his chances of survival. Lin Fan wasn't a bloodthirsty man. Seeing the young man cooperate in exchange for his life, he decided to grant him his wish. However, that only meant the young man would live. Lin Fan personally sealed away all his cultivation, reducing him to an ordinary person and imprisoning him in a designated area. From now on, his role would be to serve as a guide and informant about the outside world, teaching the Lin family about the vast unknown beyond their land. This sealed world, designed in ancient times to imprison the chaotic gods, had been the limit for the Lin family's growth. They had reached the peak of what this land could offer. But if they wanted to truly ascend to greater heights and see the broader world, they would have to leave this small, confined realm. With that goal in mind, a knowledgeable outsider like the young man had earned his place, serving as a valuable asset. Father, these outsiders, since they've sent scouts, they won't stop here. What should we do next? Lin Hao, having secured the young man in his new role as a guide, approached his father with a serious expression. He had been present during the entire confession and understood the underlying dangers. These two scouts were already terrifyingly powerful. If they had more elite forces, along with their two leaders, how much more powerful would they be? And what about the heir to that vast force from the Tianqing domain? What unimaginable cards might he be hiding? The Lin family was strong now, having grown significantly. Especially with Lin Fan as their unshakable pillar of strength, they could face most threats. Yet the sheer magnitude of the enemies they now faced brought an unprecedented sense of pressure. "What do you think we should do?" Lin Fan didn't give an answer immediately. Instead, he looked at his eldest son, whose height now nearly matched his own, and asked. Lin Hao took a deep breath, realizing that his father was testing him. Though the weight of the situation pressed on him, he also felt a hint of pride. His father was treating him as an adult now, no longer just a child. Form alliances. Lin Hao replied after a moment of careful thought. This idea had come to him even before this conversation. These outsiders see us as nothing more than ants. They are true invaders. We should unite the strongest forces in this world and deal with them together. The strategy of forming alliances uniting against a common enemy was the best approach when facing such a powerful foe. Who do you plan to ally with? Lin Fan continued, not commenting on the suggestion. It was a solid idea, but making alliances wasn't something that could be done lightly. Lin Hao understood this too and replied seriously. There's no doubt that conflict with the QN Empire is inevitable for these outsiders. Given your relationship with the QN royal family, I'm confident that an alliance between us and them would be easy to arrange. Not to mention what Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing that his son had something up his sleeve. Lin Hao grinned. Not to mention two of the Qian princesses. Oh wait, I mean, Auntie Xiao King and Auntie Long Qi would be more than happy to form an alliance with you. Smack. Lin Fan playfully smacked his son's head, chuckling. You cheeky brat, daring to tease your own father. Hee. Lin Hao laughed, knowing that his comment was true. He wasn't afraid of a light tap from his father. Indeed, the Q royal family would make for a good ally. Your analysis is spot on. But do you only have one target for an alliance? Lin Fan, though amused, continued to probe. He appreciated his son's growing maturity and wanted to guide him further. Of course not. I have more than one target. Who else? The ancient gods. Lin Hao answered, his tone suddenly serious. The ancient gods. Lin Fan looked at his eldest son in surprise. This was indeed an unexpected suggestion. Lin Hao's suggestion surprised Lin Fan more than he had expected. When it came to grudges, the Lin family's enmity with the ancient gods ran far deeper than with these outsiders. After all, thanks to Lin Fan's intervention, the ancient gods' long-planned schemes had not only failed but resulted in heavy casualties. Many of them had died or been severely injured. Up until now, because of Lin Fan, at least 7 or 8 gods had been killed, if not more. At the heart of the reincarnation array, one goddess was still being held in a state between life and death. The enmity between the Lin family and the ancient gods had long reached an irreconcilable point. Lin Fan had considered forming alliances to fight against the invaders, but the idea of joining forces with the ancient gods hadn't even crossed his mind. Yet Lin Hao had thought of it, and his stance was firm. It clearly wasn't just a fleeting thought. A bold idea. But if we could really form such an alliance, it would indeed be quite beneficial. Lin Fan nodded in approval. If they could truly unite with the ancient gods, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact. Despite how poorly the ancient gods had fared against him, much of their struggle was due to external factors. The golden eye of the seal was their greatest weakness. If they could somehow align forces and use humanity's collective power to help shield the gods from the golden eye's suppression, their full strength could be unleashed, making them formidable allies in the fight against the invaders. But that was the optimistic view. The more likely scenario was that once freed from the seal's suppression, the ancient gods would turn on the Lin family the first chance they got. This wasn't some unlikely possibility, it was almost a certainty. Do you really think this is a good idea, father? Lin Hao's face lit up. Receiving his father's approval again only fueled his enthusiasm, and he hadn't given much thought to the risks. Indeed. Lin Fan nodded again. It was heartening to see his son's growth, and he wanted to encourage it. But then Lin Hao said something that made Lin Fan's excitement fade. Well, since you think it's a good idea, father, you should be the one to handle the negotiations with the ancient gods. After all, you always tell us, those with the ability should do more work. Lin Hao grinned cheekily. We already have that goddess you captured and brought back. Starting with her seems like the perfect place to begin. I'm sure you can handle it wonderfully. Before he even finished speaking, Lin Hao turned and sprinted off, leaving only the sight of his back for his father. Lin Fan had already raised his hand, ready to give his eldest son a good smack. But his son had anticipated this and escaped before the reprimand could land. Cheeky brat. Lin Fan muttered. In the end, he could only smile and grumble at his son's mischievousness. Still, joke or not, Lin Fan knew this matter had to be dealt with. The invaders had come to stir up trouble. Even if it was impossible to form an alliance with the ancient gods, it was crucial to at least eliminate any hostilities so they wouldn't be stabbed in the back later. But knowing what needed to be done and actually achieving it were two entirely different things. Lin Hao was well aware of that too. He knew he couldn't handle it himself, which is why, after proposing the solution, he passed the responsibility onto his father. Those with ability should do more work, indeed. Now it was up to Lin Fan to figure out how exactly to do all that work. At the core of the reincarnation array. This space had been specially created to house the array's operations. Though not large, it was imbued with the power of reincarnation, a meticulously crafted divine formation. The goddess of destruction had been imprisoned here. In her severely weakened state, there was no chance she could escape. When Lin Fan arrived, she had already regained consciousness, but her aura remained incredibly feeble, like that of an ordinary woman. "What are you planning?" she asked coldly, her eyes fixed on him with an icy gaze the moment he entered the space. "Aha, so cold and proud. If I weren't the one who captured you, I might have forgotten you're now nothing more than a prisoner." Lin Fan chuckled, walking slowly toward her. Even in her weakened state, the goddess of destruction still maintained a divine demeanor, exuding an air of superiority fitting for a deity. But as soon as she heard Lin Fan's words, her proud facade crumbled. "You deserve to die," she snarled, wanting to leap forward in a fit of rage, but she could do nothing but seethe helplessly. Apart from seething, she could do nothing. This only deepened her frustration, and the hatred in her eyes burned so intensely that she looked as though she wanted to devour Lin Fan whole. "As a goddess, do you think it's meaningful to say such things?" Lin Fan asked calmly as he stepped closer to her. The core of the reincarnation array was an isolated space, enveloped by reincarnation sigils that exerted immense suppressive power. Especially now that Lin Fan had returned the reincarnation board to its central position, the array was stronger than ever. The goddess of destruction had already suffered unimaginable injuries, and now, confined in this space, she couldn't even move a finger. To put it bluntly, if Lin Fan had any indecent thoughts, there was nothing she could do to resist him. The phrase "like a fish on a chopping board" perfectly described her current situation. Although furious, the goddess knew her current predicament, so she swallowed her rage. "Just tell me what you want. Don't pretend you have nothing better to do," she said coldly, cutting straight to the point. She knew full well that Lin Fan, a human of his strength, wouldn't waste his time unless he had a purpose. There was no way he would have gone through all this trouble to capture her without an ulterior motive. It wasn't as if he were some pervert who captured goddesses to take them home as trophies. Had that been the case, Lin Fan wouldn't have risen to the level he had reached. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. He wanted to joke that, in fact, he was just bored and had captured her to see what it felt like to bring home a goddess. Just like an ancient emperor who collected women everywhere he went. But he did have a purpose here, so he restrained the urge to make jokes. Instead, he looked at her seriously and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" It was a simple question, but the atmosphere immediately became tense. Yet this time, the classic question received an unprecedented response. "I don't want to live," the goddess of destruction replied with a faint smile, delivering the most unexpected answer possible. Lin Fan's expression froze. This goddess is truly unlike any other woman. But then he grinned. So what if she's different? If she didn't want to live, he'd just have to find another use for her. "What are you planning to do?" The goddess of destruction's expression changed dramatically, her composure completely shattered. "Planning to handle you," Lin Fan responded calmly, a statement that only made the goddess's face falter further. What kind of indecent words were those? "You, a dignified powerhouse, would stoop so low," she exclaimed, trying to regain her composure and dissuade him with words. But with her powers sealed and her divine body weakened from burning her essence, she was as defenseless as a fragile woman. There was no stopping him. In fact, the more she tried to resist, the more her vulnerable state seemed to provoke a predatory instinct in him. Her once radiant divine glow had faded, revealing her full beauty. She wore a simple black dress with no adornments, just a violet ribbon accentuating her slender waist and drawing attention to her ample chest. Her pale porcelain skin, made even paler by her injuries, only highlighted her exquisite features, while her forced calmness gave her a defiant and noble air that made her seem even more desirable. A faint, intoxicating fragrance, like the scent of a forbidden flower, surrounded her, dangerous yet alluring. The title goddess was no misnomer. she was perfect in every way. As Lin Fan took in her full appearance, only one word remained in his mind: perfection. To completely conquer such a goddess would be the ultimate triumph for any man. And another thought crossed his mind: what kind of reward would my system give me for conquering a goddess like her? The idea alone filled him with anticipation. This thought made Lin Fan's gaze grow even more intense and aggressive. As his eyes bore into her, the goddess of destruction found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. The calm facade she had desperately tried to hold onto was cracking. She could feel the danger growing, threatening to overwhelm her long-held willpower. "Fine. What do you want from me? I will cooperate with you to the best of my ability," she finally admitted defeat, her voice trembling slightly. For the first time, she felt truly frightened by this man. Before now, if anyone had told her that she would fear a mere human, she would have laughed in their face. But now, facing Lin Fan, she couldn't deny it: she was afraid, deep down afraid of this man. Lin Fan smiled softly, watching her carefully. "Can't I just want you? You despicable human. All this intimidation just to make me give in? It's truly pathetic, such underhanded tactics," she sneered, trying to mask her fear with contempt. Though terrified, she saw through his game, understanding that this was all meant to pressure her into submission. But still, if she didn't yield, she knew he wouldn't hesitate to act on his threats, and she feared what would happen next. "As long as it works." Lin Fan shrugged off her insult, unfazed. The goddess didn't reply. Clearly, Lin Fan's actions had thoroughly shaken her. She was afraid of pushing him too far, knowing full well he could act on his threats. "Help me contact your fellow gods. I want to have a little chat with them," Lin Fan said, now revealing his true intention. "You want to talk to them?" The goddess of destruction raised an eyebrow, before quickly smirking coldly. "You plan to lure them here, and then wipe them all out, don't you?" With the seal suppression in place, Lin Fan had a distinct advantage over the gods. Even if they fought with all their might, they would likely end up like her, defeated and imprisoned. A mere human who had been recognized by two ancient divine weapons. His power was terrifying. And within this sealed world, that terror was magnified tenfold. While she didn't care much about the fate of her temporary allies, helping Lin Fan entrap them would mean he'd have no reservations left. After that, her own future would be entirely in his hands. There was no way she would foolishly assist him in such a scheme. "Are you refusing me?" Lin Fan asked, still smiling warmly. But that gentle smile sent a chill down the goddess's spine. Her instincts were right. Lin Fan stepped forward, his hand reaching out to gently grip her delicate chin, lifting her face toward his. He moved closer, and suddenly the space between them shrank until they could feel each other's breath. The warmth of his proximity overwhelmed her, and her calm facade crumbled further. "Let go of me," she protested, trying to pull back, but in her weakened state, she couldn't break free. She slapped at Lin Fan's hand, but to him, it was nothing more than a slight tickle. In fact, her struggle only brought them closer. In the midst of her futile resistance, their lips accidentally brushed against each other. That brief touch sent a shockwave through her mind, like thunder crashing down, leaving her completely dazed. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in amusement. For a goddess who had lived for countless ages, her reaction was unexpectedly innocent. "This will make things much easier," he thought. With a playful smile, he tightened his grip on her chin, pulling her even closer. His other hand wrapped around her slender waist, gently encircling her. In an instant, they were embracing, like lovers locked in a tender moment. The whole scene unfolded effortlessly, as if he had done this countless times before. The goddess of destruction finally snapped out of her stupor, her heart racing as she realized the intimate position they were in, with his warm breath on her skin. "You scoundrel," she shouted, her face turning bright red. Summoning strength from somewhere deep within, she pushed herself free from his embrace. The rise and fall of her chest betrayed her agitation. For a goddess of her stature to be driven to curse like this, it was unimaginable. "Thanks for the compliment," Lin Fan replied with a laugh, unbothered by her outburst. The fact that he wasn't angered, but instead seemed to enjoy her insult, only infuriated her further. "I have lived for eons, and never have I met someone as shameless as you," she seethed, her gaze burning with fury as if she wanted to devour him whole. "Well, now you've met one," Lin Fan said with a grin, nonchalantly raising his hand to his nose, as if to savor the lingering scent of their encounter. "I'll kill you," the goddess screamed, lunging forward in a fit of rage, determined to make him bleed even if it cost her life. But Lin Fan's next words stopped her in her tracks. "If you take another step, it won't just be a warm hug I give you next." That thinly veiled threat sent a shiver down her spine. "Fine. I accept your terms," she finally conceded, her defiant spirit broken. The emergency communication token has been activated. It's coming from the goddess of destruction's side. In a hidden location, several gods who had retreated from the Lin family estate were lying low, trying to minimize their presence. Thor, still shaken, was even preparing to go into hibernation to wait for things to blow over. If I can't fight, I'll just outlast you. A slow and clumsy approach, but effective. However, before they could fully hide away, the communication token linking the gods suddenly lit up. This token, formed through divine rules, could only be used once, and only in the most critical situations. When they saw it had been activated, the gods exchanged glances. Using their unique means, they quickly confirmed that it was the token from the goddess of destruction. Should we connect? Thor hesitated, still visibly nervous and jumpy after their last encounter. We left her to fight alone. She's likely been captured by now. If we connect, won't we risk being exposed? The Lord of the Undead was cautious, immediately worried about being discovered. While he wasn't as terrified as Thor, he was equally wary of the human anomaly that had appeared in this world. Laying low seemed like the best strategy for now. You cowards. Afraid of some humans? We're ancient gods. This is disgraceful. The Lord of the Bloodplains mocked them without holding back, his blood-red eyes full of contempt. The other two gods rolled their eyes in response to his insults. Always the show-off. If you're so tough, why did you run off so quickly before? They thought. If you're so capable, why didn't you step in when the goddess of destruction was being captured? They didn't bother responding to his taunts and instead turned their attention to the one god who hadn't spoken yet, the demon god. Unlike the boastful Lord of the Bloodplains, the demon god was pragmatic and reliable. Though both were powerful, the demon god never flaunted his strength, making him the more respected figure among them. Feeling the weight of his companions' gazes, the demon god took a moment to consider before speaking. A short communication poses little risk of exposing us. The goddess of destruction is a key ally in our group. Any information she has is too valuable to ignore. He had a point. They had already suffered significant losses. Losing the goddess of destruction could shift the balance within their group, making the unpredictable Bloodplains Lord even more dangerous. After hearing his reasoning, the others quickly agreed and activated their communication token, establishing the connection. The token shimmered slightly, and an image of the goddess of destruction appeared, projected in a radiant light. Despite being a prisoner, her presence was still imposing, her gaze cold enough to make even other gods hesitate. So much for solidarity. You all fled so quickly, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The gods glanced at each other awkwardly. Even the Lord of the Bloodplains seemed too embarrassed to gloat now. Sure, their retreat had strategic value, but they all understood the unspoken truth. Admittedly, we could have handled things better, Thor said with a nervous laugh, trying to ease the tension. But given the circumstances, our decision was the best option. While that was true, the goddess of destruction's next words hit them even harder. And what was the result of your best option? She asked coolly, staring them down. The conversation died instantly. This was our mistake, but that human anomaly is beyond anything we've faced. It's not just him, even his family is full of freaks. We tried our best, but they were just unstoppable, Thor admitted, sounding defeated. They had given it everything they had, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't overcome those monsters. Enough with the excuses. From what I see, all of you have lost your nerve. The goddess of destruction scoffed, waving dismissively. The gods, already feeling defeated, were now on edge. They felt humiliated, but her claim that they were truly scared hit a nerve. How could ancient gods, feared and revered for millennia, ever fear a mere human? Almost instinctively, they began to voice their objections. Fine. If you're not scared, come to this human's estate. She interrupted their protests, issuing a bold challenge. The gods froze, realizing too late that they had been baited. What? Are you afraid now? She taunted openly, making no effort to hide her intent. Thor went silent. The Lord of the Undead hesitated, and even the usually brash Lord of the Bloodplains stayed quiet, his eyes flickering uncertainly. I'll go. A calm voice finally answered. It was the demon god who had spoken. His words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone, both his fellow gods and the goddess of destruction. Demon god. You. Thor and the Lord of the Undead were immediately concerned. Without the demon god, they would lose their main ally in keeping the Lord of the Bloodplains in check. The demon god raised a hand, cutting them off. If the goddess of destruction is reaching out, she wouldn't call us just to send us to our deaths. She knows that we're more valuable alive. Thor and the Lord of the Undead considered this, then slowly nodded in agreement. The Lord of the Bloodplains said nothing, merely watching the situation unfold with a slight smile. The goddess of destruction's eyes gleamed as she studied the demon god's response. He was right. Under normal circumstances, their survival was crucial. She would not intentionally lead them into a trap. But unfortunately, these weren't normal circumstances. The heat of Lin Fan's presence was overwhelming. It could melt her resolve at any moment, forcing her to make compromises she'd never imagined. Still, if her comrades could cooperate, there was a slim chance that this could be the opportunity they needed to turn the tables and escape their predicament. Inwardly, she was composed, despite the pressure she was under. This could be her all-or-nothing gamble to break free. That damned man, she thought bitterly. We'll see who ends up on top. At the Lin family estate, within the space opened up by the Samsara formation, Lin Fan stood before the goddess of destruction, arching his eyebrow slightly. He had expected some resistance, yet the goddess, even reduced to the state of an ordinary person, had carried out his task with surprising ease. Throughout the process, her composure had been flawless, her timing perfect. It wasn't something that could be faked. It came from a deep inner strength and unshakable conviction. They will come. But convincing them, that's on you. The goddess of destruction said calmly as the emergency communication token dissolved into ashes before her. With a simple wave of her hand, she scattered the last bit of it into the air, her gaze returning to Lin Fan. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Fan responded, his tone as pleasant as a gentle breeze, as if there had been no tension between them just moments before. Polite, are we? I thought you only knew how to bully those weaker than you. The goddess retorted coldly, clearly still harboring anger from earlier. Since her creation, no one, especially not a mortal, had ever dared to treat her so disrespectfully. Lin Fan, a mere human, had crossed boundaries she couldn't ignore, and despite the current imbalance in power, her fury was barely contained. The black mark of destruction on Lin Fan's hand was proof of her lingering wrath. Lin Fan noticed it but didn't seem to care. He had gotten the better of her once, and he knew she wouldn't escape his grasp in the future. As long as she behaved, things would be fine. But if she tried anything reckless, he had no issue reminding her who held the upper hand. Don't worry, you'll see my manners improve the more time we spend together. Lin Fan teased, his tone light and almost friendly. The goddess responded with a sarcastic laugh. She felt like she had seen through this man completely. And with that, their conversation ended surprisingly, on relatively peaceful terms. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the world, the gods had already made their decision. And when they set their minds to something, they acted with impressive speed. By dusk of the same day, the four gods who had previously failed at the Lin family estate once again arrived, their forms glowing brightly as they hovered above the estate. They still carried themselves with divine authority, surrounded by the power of the world's rules, their presence intimidating. However, unlike their first visit, there was an air of unease about them now, as if their confidence had been shaken. Their regal bearing seemed dimmed, and none of them felt quite as invincible as before. Especially as their eyes landed on the ground near the estate's entrance, where several deep pits remained the marks of their previous defeat. Even the ever-proud Lord of the Bloodplains, normally the epitome of arrogance, appeared more cautious this time, his body surrounded by an aura of killing intent as he remained on high alert. The estate, which they could have effortlessly destroyed before, now seemed daunting. They couldn't afford to let their guard down. The Lin family's guards saw the gods approach but didn't react with the alarm they had shown during the first encounter. A few glanced upward before returning to their duties, as if nothing had happened. The gods' faces darkened with displeasure. Being ignored like this by mortals was an insult, but they knew better than to lash out in anger. It was an unprecedented feeling, one of stifling restraint. Is this how a powerful family greets guests? The demon god asked, stepping forward. His voice, though not loud, was enhanced by the rules of the world, echoing across the estate like a divine proclamation. They had come at Lin Fan's invitation, which made them guests. To be treated so indifferently was a slap in the face. Do you want another beating? Came a loud voice from within the estate. Lin Long, the third son of the Lin family, stepped forward into the air. His massive frame and confident grin made him seem unafraid, as he clenched his enormous fist and cracked his knuckles. At the sight of him, Thor's eyes narrowed with unease, and even the other gods didn't dare underestimate him. They had seen firsthand how deadly that massive fist could be, especially under the influence of Xiao Qing's mysterious abilities. Thor, once renowned for his own brute strength, had nearly met his end from that very fist. Don't be rude. These are our guests. Escort them inside. Lin Fan's calm voice sounded, and the four gods immediately tensed at the sound. They quickly shifted their focus from Lin Long to Lin Fan with newfound seriousness. It was humiliating for them to react this way to someone they had once dismissed as insignificant. but their bodies betrayed their instincts. This man commanded respect. Come on then. Don't just stand there, making me look bad in front of my father. Lin Long grumbled, turning his frustration on the gods. Though they felt humiliated, the gods had no choice but to follow him. Their resentment simmered beneath the surface, but they kept it contained for now. As they entered the estate, it became clear just how dangerous their situation was. Especially when they saw the goddess of destruction, fully restrained and powerless, appearing no more threatening than a normal woman. Even the Lord of the Blood Plains, with his ferocious nature, couldn't help but feel tense. They had come to a banquet, but it was clear this was no ordinary feast. It was a Hongmin banquet, a deadly trap disguised as hospitality. Human, we've come as requested. Tell us, what is it that you want? The demon god spoke up, now evidently their spokesperson. I want to work with you to accomplish something rather interesting. Lin Fan replied smoothly, gesturing for them to take seats at a pavilion, not wasting time on pleasantries. You want to work with us? The gods exchanged glances, confused and skeptical. Given their history, wasn't it more likely they'd fight to the death than sit and cooperate? Even the demon god, normally composed, seemed momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he looked at the imprisoned goddess of destruction before asking again, "Are you sure you're not just playing with us, human?" "What do you think?" Lin Fan asked, smiling in return. It was a simple response, yet it unsettled the gods. They couldn't quite tell if he was serious or not. Slowly but surely their sense of control was slipping, as if Lin Fan's presence alone was enough to influence their every move. When one's strength was absolute, even the gods could be swayed. The silent, watchful goddess of destruction could only observe with quiet astonishment. This was absolute power, paired with absolute confidence, forming an undeniable presence. Even the ancient gods, once towering figures, couldn't withstand such a force in this environment. I don't see how we have anything to unite over. The demon god finally broke the oppressive silence, trying to push back against the overwhelming pressure. If they had been in their prime, these gods could have erased this human with a mere gesture. But now, despite their diminished state, they still couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Fan saw them as nothing special, like he was casually dismissing their former glory. Where did this human's confidence come from? What could give someone such audacity? They had no answers. Even as gods, they couldn't comprehend the reality of someone like Lin Fan, someone who defied all logic, someone whose mere existence baffled them. And what happened next left them even more at a loss. Why not? I say there's a reason to unite, so there is. Lin Fan said casually, sitting as though he were a gentleman from a noble family, but his words carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. No room for debate. If Lin Fan said there was a reason to unite, then there was one. It wasn't up to them to decide. Boom! That arrogant statement caused an immediate uproar among the gods. Despite their recent setbacks, they still retained their pride as divine beings. Human, I'll admit you have strength that makes us wary, but that doesn't mean you can look down on us. Gods cannot be insulted without a price to be paid in blood. Even the usually composed demon god found it hard to remain calm. His tone, which had been steady moments before, now turned cold and sharp. The other gods couldn't hold back either. Dangerous energy began to leak from them, indicating they were ready to strike at any moment. I agree, insults deserve consequences. But whether it's you who'll pay the price, or me, is yet to be seen. Lin Fan responded with a smile, slowly standing up from the stone bench in the pavilion. He didn't release any intimidating aura like the gods were doing. He simply stood. Yet it was as if the entire estate came alive. The stars above began to reverse their course, and the world itself seemed to hum. A shadowy image of a massive wheel appeared in the sky above them, a manifestation of the Samsara wheel. In an instant, the four gods were forcibly pulled into a different space. This new space was a gray void, lacking any concept of time or dimension. Even with their divine powers, they couldn't see beyond it. The only light came from the ghostly glow of the Samsara wheel, slowly pressing down from above. It was the shadow of the Samsara wheel, but more solid and oppressive than before. At its core, a stone chessboard radiated a powerful aura of reincarnation, merging perfectly with the wheel. This added a terrifying intensity to the pressure. Damn it. That's the Six Paths reincarnation chessboard of the Lord of Samsara. He's using this ancient divine weapon as the core of his formation, the gods shouted in shock. But none of them had anticipated that Lin Fan would act so decisively, or that he would wield such a powerful ancient divine weapon to strengthen his formation. Moreover, he used it flawlessly, merging it with the formation to create a deadly trap. To do this required a formation that perfectly matched the ancient weapon, as well as an almost unimaginable mastery of formation arts. Lin Fan had both. And without hesitation, he had used them to subdue the gods. You said the goddess of destruction wouldn't lead us into a trap. Was that a joke? The Lord of the Blood Plains spat angrily at the demon god, his blood-red sword now halfway out of its sheath. This blood sword was also an ancient divine weapon, though he hadn't fully activated it before. Doing so would require burning his essence, making recovery difficult, a risk he hadn't wanted to take until now. The state of the goddess of destruction, after her own desperate struggle, was proof of what could happen when one recklessly burned their own power. But now, the Blood Plains Lord was prepared to unleash the sword's full might. Under the combined pressure of both the demon god's reproach and the impending threat of the blood sword, the demon god's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the goddess to deceive them so blatantly. But the situation was already unfolding, and nothing could change that now. There's no point in arguing. Let's focus on getting out of here. The Thunder God and the Lord of the Undead stepped forward. Regardless of fault, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. They were part of a small alliance, and they needed to stand together. Fine. Open a breach, and I'll force the Samsara wheel back to create an escape route. The Blood Plains Lord said with a slight smirk, slowly sheathing his blood sword as he stepped aside. It was clear he had already planned for this moment. There wasn't much left to say. What could they say now? This is my fault. I'll take the lead. You two, back me up. The demon god gritted his teeth, knowing that they had no choice. Whether Lin Fan intended to kill them or not, they had to resist first. Only by shifting from a passive to an active stance would they have any hope of escaping. Demon Flame. The demon god acted first, burning his own essence to unleash his most powerful attack. He had no ancient weapon, but his demonic flames were no less deadly. They were his unique form of a divine weapon. The Thunder God and the Lord of the Undead, seeing their companion risk everything, had no choice but to follow suit. One swung his divine hammer, the other drew a bone sword, both burning their essence as they pushed their powers to their limits. The Lord of the Blood Plains, watching from the sidelines, smiled darkly, not bothering to join them. He was clearly waiting for an opportunity. Whether to break free or stab his companions in the back was unclear. Boom! The battle raged fiercely within the enclosed space, which resembled the depths of the underworld. Despite the gods' full power, the space remained intact, unaffected by their destruction. The Samsara wheel, empowered by the reincarnation chessboard, continued to press down relentlessly, clashing with the gods' desperate attacks and creating waves of terrifying energy. Do you really plan to kill them? The goddess of destruction, standing beside Lin Fan and watching the scene unfold, frowned as she asked him. She knew that Lin Fan's proposal of an alliance was meant to target the outsiders, not lure the gods to their deaths. Her question reflected her confusion. Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged, as if this sudden turn of events wasn't unexpected at all. Of course, I want an alliance. But not a partnership. An alliance where they're completely subdued and under my control. He replied with an unwavering smile. You intend to enslave us? The goddess of destruction's eyes widened as she finally understood his plan. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Lin Fan admitted without hesitation, nodding with a grin. The goddess scoffed, ready to mock Lin Fan for his impossible ambition. Gods could never be enslaved by mortals. But as she looked at the calm and smiling man before her, for the first time in her life, she began to doubt her own certainty. The goddess of destruction was momentarily lost in thought, but soon, she began to smile. Gods could never be enslaved. If they could be, why would they have been sealed away in the first place, instead of being subjugated? Even now, though weakened by the seals over the ages, they weren't beings that could simply be enslaved. It wasn't just a matter of power, it was the very nature of gods that made them impossible to dominate. You don't really believe I can do it, do you? Lin Fan smiled as he watched her reaction. The goddess of destruction responded with a cold, silent smile. Her meaning was clear. Care to make a bet? Lin Fan continued without a hint of anger, his tone calm. What kind of bet? She asked, regaining her composure. It's simple. We'll bet on whether I can take control of your companions. Lin Fan explained, laying out his terms. Control, in this context, meant nothing short of enslavement. Fine. And the stakes? The goddess nodded slightly, not particularly concerned. No matter the outcome, it wouldn't really change anything for her current situation. At most, it would just be a way to pass the time. But when Lin Fan named his stake, her calm facade shattered instantly. Your freedom. Lin Fan said casually. If I can't succeed, you'll go free. You're not serious. The goddess of destruction's breath quickened. Freedom was the one thing she desired most in her current state. A gentleman never breaks his word. I swear on my martial path. Lin Fan assured her. At their level of cultivation, such oaths, tied to the core of their martial arts, were binding. Breaking this vow would lead to self-destruction, and future progress would be impossible. The goddess knew this well. Her breathing grew more labored as she realized that freedom was suddenly within reach. If she could escape Lin Fan's control, even after losing part of her strength, her remaining power would allow her to recover quickly. She would finally have a chance to reverse her current predicament. And if I lose? She asked cautiously, forcing herself to calm down. Lin Fan wasn't foolish, there had to be a catch. Lin Fan's next words made her flare with anger. Simple. If you lose, you'll become my woman. You'll fulfill the duties of a wife, including bearing my children. Impossible, the goddess snapped, rejecting his proposal without hesitation. Afraid, are we? Lin Fan chuckled. Where's all that confidence now? Don't you want your freedom? This is your only chance. His words were filled with temptation, like a cunning trickster leading someone into a trap, trying to make her fall into a dangerous game. And the temptation worked. The goddess's expression wavered. It wasn't that she was a naive girl falling for such tricks, but the allure of freedom was too strong. In Lin Fan's control, she constantly faced the risk of violation, and there was always the looming threat that he might act against her at any moment. Though she had a final line of defense, the cost was too great, which is why she had been forced to endure her captivity for so long. Now, this opportunity for escape was too good to pass up. Fine. I'll take the bet. She finally gritted her teeth and agreed to the gamble. Since you've accepted, swear upon the laws of destruction you control. Lin Fan said. Very well. I swear upon the laws of destruction. If I break this oath, I will. With her oath completed, the bet was officially sealed. Neither party could go back on their word without paying a price they couldn't bear. A loud hum echoed through the air as the vow took hold in the fabric of reality. Lin Fan smiled, satisfied. This was clearly not something he had thought of on the spot. The goddess of destruction also smiled, a rare and confident expression on her face. Seems like you're pretty sure of yourself. You were just pretending to be uncertain earlier, weren't you? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The goddess smiled again, silently confirming his suspicion. She was indeed confident. She had been pretending earlier, letting him think he had the upper hand. Gods cannot be enslaved. It wasn't just about the rules and powers they commanded. The gods before Lin Fan weren't even truly present in their full forms, they were divine manifestations known as avatars. That's right, these gods weren't physically there. They were projections of their divine consciousness, manifestations of their true selves. And that made all the difference. These avatars were constructs of divine will, untethered from the physical world. They were outside the bounds of mortal existence, beyond the cycle of life and death. How could someone possibly enslave them? Even if Lin Fan could somehow take control of these avatars, it would only be surface-level control. The real gods, unaffected, could still turn on him at any moment. This was a gamble Lin Fan couldn't win. The goddess of destruction was sure of this. Without such certainty, she never would have agreed to the bet. I've already sworn on my power. You won't break your oath, will you? She asked, smiling knowingly. No need for more words. Since our bet is sealed, let's see your skills, the goddess said confidently, her smile growing. This, she believed, was the beginning of her first counterattack against Lin Fan. This was the start of her reclaiming control, and she would soon make him realize the price of daring to challenge a goddess. As you wish, Lin Fan replied, taking one last long look at her, as if to memorize her current expression. Then he summoned his blood-red spear, throwing it down into the shadow of the samsara wheel with full force. Boom! The demon god and his companions were still fiercely resisting the crushing force of the samsara wheel. Even with the terrifying power of the ancient divine weapon combined with the array, the gods held their ground, refusing to be fully subdued. Lin Fan's cultivation was strong, but even he had limits in how much power he could draw from both the array and the divine weapon. However, when Lin Fan, covered in dragon scales and wielding the blood-red spear, joined the battle, the situation shifted instantly. With the weight of the bet on his shoulders, Lin Fan unleashed his full potential. A golden dragon boat flickered around his chest, empowering him with the rules of the universe, almost as if he were a god himself. As he pressed his hand down on the shadow of the samsara wheel, the reincarnation board at its core lit up with a blinding glow. The entire wheel shone with unprecedented brilliance. The laws of reincarnation surged with terrifying intensity, and for the first time, they activated fully. In a distant, unknown realm, a massive wheel stirred ever so slightly. That slight movement sent waves of reincarnation energy spiraling down into the shadow of the samsara wheel. In an instant, the gods' resistance crumbled. The power they had been holding back, the balance they had fought so hard to maintain, was shattered. Everything changed in a heartbeat. Lin Fan's trump card wasn't just the array or the divine weapon. It was his mastery over both, and the perfect harmony he achieved when using them together. Within the Samsara formation, the Lord of the Scarlet Plains was poised to strike, his blood-red sword ready to be unleashed at any moment. He had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to deliver a devastating blow. But what he hadn't anticipated was that the trio of gods whom he had manipulated into leading the charge would be utterly defeated in an instant. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the seemingly balanced standoff was shattered. The shadow of the Samsara wheel materialized fully, transforming into a tangible force. The overwhelming power of reincarnation enveloped the entire space, turning it into the path of Samsara itself. For the gods trapped within, they felt like rootless souls, helplessly drawn into the cycle of reincarnation. Samsara, the supreme law that governs everything, even the universe itself. No one could escape its grasp, not even gods. In the face of this almighty power, they were as insignificant as any other beings. The crushing force of reincarnation reduced all resistance to futility. The three gods, led by the demon god, coughed up blood as their energy was drained to its lowest point. In a single strike, the gods, who had been burning their life essence and unleashing their strongest powers, were brought to the brink of defeat. The true power of the Samsara wheel. He can actually harness the real strength of this ancient divine weapon. Seeing this, the Lord of the Scarlet Plains gritted his teeth, his eyes finally revealing genuine fear. The Six Paths Samsara wheel, an ancient divine weapon of unparalleled might, bore the power of reincarnation itself. Even drawing a fraction of its power was beyond anything the gods could resist in their current state. Even in their prime, they would have had to tread carefully against such a force. From her vantage point above the wheel, the goddess of destruction watched in disbelief. As a god herself, she knew exactly what the Scarlet Plains Lord knew, and even more. That understanding made her face turn pale. Gods couldn't be enslaved because their true essence couldn't be grasped. They existed outside the confines of the material world, beyond the laws of life and death. But nothing in the world was absolute, not even this. For instance, the Lord of Samsara had a method to break this supposed rule and enslave even gods through something called the Samsara seal. Once the Samsara seal was placed, it would tap into the power of reincarnation to bind the essence of any being, even the gods. The Lord of Samsara had inscribed this seal onto the Samsara wheel itself. If Lin Fan could access the power of the Samsara wheel, he could also use the Samsara seal. Though the seal Lin Fan could summon wouldn't be as powerful as the original, it was more than enough for gods who had already been weakened. No wonder Lin Fan had been so confident. No wonder he had made that bet with her. It was all part of his plan to trap her. Realizing what she had bet on, the goddess of destruction turned even paler, her heart in turmoil. As for Lin Fan, he remained calm, as if everything was proceeding exactly as he had expected. After all, why would he gamble recklessly without being prepared? The goddess of destruction thought she had controlled the game, but in reality she had merely walked into a carefully laid trap. More power flowed from the golden dragon boat hovering in the void, fueling the ancient divine weapon with unmatched energy. Lin Fan's control over the Six Paths Samsara wheel was seamless, allowing him to channel its full might as if the power were his own. 3 miniature shadows of the Samsara wheel split off and branded themselves onto the foreheads of the 3 fallen gods. Crippled by the overwhelming force, they had no strength left to resist and were instantly marked by the Samsara seal. The Samsara seal. The Lord of the Scarlet Plains had been prepared to fight to the bitter end. He was a master of slaughter, and in his eyes, giving up without a fight was never an option. No matter the opponent, he was always willing to draw his sword and fight with everything he had. But when he saw the Samsara seal, his resolve crumbled in an instant. His fighting spirit vanished, replaced by a deep sense of dread. He sighed, slowly lowering his blood-red sword. To think that I, a god, would one day be brought so low by a mere human. But I will reclaim what I've lost, he muttered. His body dissolved into a mist of blood, leaving only the blood-red sword stuck in the ground. The Lord of the Scarlet Plains had come as an avatar, not in his true form. He had used his blood sword, an ancient divine weapon, and the power of slaughter to create this avatar. Still, abandoning his weapon meant his strength had been greatly diminished, leaving him with significant damage to his essence. Despite this, his situation was far better than that of the demon god and his 2 companions. The Samsara seal began to take root in the very essence of the trio, binding them completely. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't break free. Even their last resort self-destruction was rendered impossible by the power of the seal. The Lord of Samsara, who had created the six paths samsara and the underworld itself, had left behind a power too formidable to resist. And defeated. The demon god sighed in resignation. He knew there was no escaping now. The samsara seal took full effect, leaving a mark on his forehead that bound him to Lin Fan's will. With the samsara seal in place, the three gods were no longer able to defy Lin Fan or harm him in any way. If they tried, they would suffer the endless torment of reincarnation, trapped in a cycle of eternal suffering. Seeing the strongest among them surrender, the other two gods followed suit. They had no choice but to accept their fate, bitter expressions on their faces as they struggled to stand and bow before Lin Fan. "We are at your command, my lord," they said, their voices filled with defeat. The goddess of destruction, watching her former allies submit to Lin Fan, was seething with frustration. She wanted to scream, to curse them for giving in so easily. But the words caught in her throat. She had lost too. And her defeat was even more complete. Lin family estate. All the members of the Lin family were on edge, especially Lin Hao, the one who had suggested the plan. His anxiety was palpable. He had complete faith in his father's strength, but these gods, beings who had lived for countless ages, possessed unknown and potentially terrifying abilities. If pushed to their limits, who knew what desperate measures they might take? The previous confrontation with the gods had been brief. They had retreated after realizing they couldn't win in a short time, so no one knew what a true fight to the death might bring. But Lin Fan, his father, seemed intent on ensuring that this time, there would be no retreat. "Don't worry, your father has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. No one can make him suffer a loss." Lin Hao's mother, Lu Woyan, softly reassured her son. She knew Lin Fan's character all too well. Back when they had first met, they had battled each other fiercely. In every encounter, she had found herself outwitted, always the one left at a disadvantage. Though she rarely spoke of it, those memories remained vivid in her mind. At the time, they hadn't seemed like fond memories. But now, when she thought back to those moments, they felt like the beginnings of something beautiful. A small smile played on her lips as she recalled their past. Seeing this smile brought comfort to Lin Hao. The sight of his mother, smiling with such contentment, made him feel more at ease. "Mother, could you tell me more about your past with father?" Lin Hao asked with a smile. "Your father and I." Lu Woyan's eyes filled with nostalgia as she began to recount their history. When Lin Hao heard that his mother had been pregnant with him while still fighting his father, his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't help but think, "I'm lucky to be alive. If I hadn't been tough enough, who knows where I'd have ended up after all those fights between my parents?" "Mother, you and father certainly had an eventful past," he finally said, struggling to keep a smile on his face. Lu Woyan simply nodded, still smiling as though she hadn't noticed his reaction. Suddenly, a hum echoed through the air, and the space around the estate began to tremble. The figures that had disappeared earlier reappeared beneath the pavilion. But one was missing, and the expressions of the remaining gods had changed. They now looked both conflicted and respectful. They did it. The Lin family members knew immediately that the battle had been won. Lin Fan, the head of the family, hadn't disappointed. Even in the face of gods, he had emerged victorious, maintaining total control. No surprise there. "My father is unbeatable. One day I'll be just like him, invincible." Lin Long shouted excitedly, waving his fists in the air. His face was full of pride and joy. But in the next moment, his bravado vanished as his mother grabbed his ear and twisted it sharply. The previously unstoppable youth immediately began whining for mercy. The scene made everyone laugh. Lin Fan smiled as well. This was what home felt like, warm and peaceful. But such peace had to be fiercely protected, or it could easily be destroyed. The beings from beyond the heavens who had come here wouldn't let their defeat go unavenged. The young man and his companion were just the vanguard. The real danger was yet to come. If Lin Fan couldn't handle the threats to come, everything he had, everything he cherished could be ruthlessly taken from him. But now that he had a few gods under his command, and with the potential alliance of the Qini Emperor, Lin Fan was confident that he had a real chance of pushing back the invaders. With the advantage of fighting on home ground, all he needed to do was hold the line long enough. Victory would follow. However, Lin Fan's confidence was soon shattered. "What did you say?" "The Qian Emperor has mysteriously disappeared, and Zhao Gao has seized control of the court." Lin Fan leapt up from his seat, shocked at the news. The messenger who had brought this troubling information was none other than the young elder from the Qin Empire, the same man who had previously sought Lin Fan's help in subduing a god, and had paid handsomely for his services. But now, the elder looked nothing like the composed and powerful figure from before. His hair was disheveled, caked with dirt, and his clothes were tattered and torn. He looked like a beggar, and his energy was faint, barely enough to keep him standing. Had Lin Fan not known him personally, he never would have believed that this bedraggled figure was the youngest elder of the Qin Empire, a man of great renown. Yes, it's true. The elder replied bitterly, nodding his head. He explained that, had it not been for the loyalty of his guards, he would have already been killed in the imperial capital. Even so, he had been relentlessly hunted during his journey to the Lin estate. His last remaining guard had died just before reaching the estate, and he had only survived by sheer luck, stumbling into a Lin family patrol. Under such dire circumstances, it was no wonder the elder appeared so haggard. He had managed to hold himself together only through sheer willpower. What about the two princesses? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing across them. They vanished along with the emperor. If they were still around, there's no way Zhao Gao, that treacherous eunuch, would have seized control of the court. It's infuriating. Infuriating. The elder's face twisted in fury, his fists shaking as he spoke. Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression darkened even further. Everything had been going according to plan. He had only needed to form an alliance with the Qin Emperor, and success would have been guaranteed. But now, the emperor had disappeared, along with Princess Yang Yao and her sister. Zhao Gao had taken control of the court, turning everything upside down. Yet something didn't add up. Zhao Gao, an imperial favorite, would normally be a prime target for retribution in such a situation. Without his master's backing, he should have been swiftly dealt with. How could he have risen to such power? Not only would the royal family have opposed such a move, but the noble families with influence at court would never have allowed it either. How could a mere servant, even with imperial favor, rise to rule? How did Zhao Gao manage to seize power? Lin Fan asked directly, no longer willing to hold back his suspicions. He's backed by a mysterious force. The nobles have all been subdued by this power, and even the royal family has remained silent, allowing Zhao Gao to take control in the emperor's absence. My colleagues and I suspect that this same power is behind the disappearance of the emperor and the two princesses. The elder explained, his voice trembling with frustration. Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression grew even darker. A thought crossed his mind: could it be the outsiders? Just as he was preparing to form alliances, had they already made their move? If that was the case, then the situation had become far more dangerous than he had anticipated. An important part of the alliance plan had encountered some turbulence, which indeed made things more challenging. However, life is never perfect, and obstacles like this were not insurmountable. What truly worried Lin Fan were his two missing friends, the sisters Yang Yao and Yang Ying. Although Yang Ying, the younger sister, was lively and mischievous, often causing trouble, she had always treated Lin Fan as a true friend. On one occasion, when they had visited the royal treasury, she had practically tried to give him everything in it, a testament to her boundless enthusiasm. Their relationship had grown close and warm over time. Her elder sister, Ying Yao, had been more reserved at first. Initially there had been friction between them, but as they spent more time together, they eventually became close. In fact, Lin Hao, Lin Fan's eldest son, had been able to reshape his constitution thanks to her generosity. Now, hearing about their disappearance, Lin Fan couldn't remain indifferent. After briefly settling the young elder who had brought the troubling news, Lin Fan summoned Lin Xiaotong. Greetings, family head. Lin Xiaotong bowed respectfully. From childhood, he had always shown Lin Fan the utmost respect, never once allowing his achievements to make him arrogant. Yes. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his eyes softening as he looked at the young man whose hair had prematurely turned white. A flicker of pain crossed Lin Fan's heart. Lin Xiaotong had once burned his life force to protect Lin Jixi and her mischievous siblings. Even though Lin Fan had used his vast medical knowledge to help restore him, the damage had left lasting consequences. Lin Xiaotong's life expectancy had been significantly reduced. Because of his selfless sacrifice for the Lin family, his life would be far shorter than others of his cultivation level. He had given everything to protect the family, putting his life on the line. How could Lin Fan not feel deeply for such a loyal and devoted younger family member? You've worked hard, Lin Fan said softly, placing a hand on Lin Xiaotong's shoulder in a rare gesture of affection. It's no hardship. Serving the family head is the greatest honor of my life. Lin Xiaotong replied, his gaze resolute, his words filled with sincerity. Lin Fan said nothing more. There was no need for empty words between them. They understood each other's hearts without speaking. This is a weapon from the ancient times, a sword imbued with the essence of slaughter. It's a manifestation of the rules of killing. Try to see if you can make it recognize you as its master. Without further ado, Lin Fan handed Lin Xiaotong a blood-red sword he had taken from the Blood Plains Lord. The sword was an ancient divine weapon, similar to the blood blades forged by the blood god sect using blood refining techniques. In fact, the blood god sect's weapons were likely modeled after this very blade. An ancient divine weapon. Lin Xiaotong's eyes narrowed as he took the sword. Even without being familiar with it, he could sense its overwhelming power. The sword itself seemed to resonate with his own body, as though something inside him was being ignited. Slowly reaching out, he took the sword from Lin Fan. As soon as it touched his hand, the dormant blade began to hum, faint blood-red light seeping from the cracks between the hilt and scabbard. Seeing this, Lin Fan's eyebrows rose slightly. This was a promising sign. For the power of the reincarnation disc, Lin Fan had erased the imprint left by the Blood Plains Lord on the sword. With the reincarnation disc's unique properties, this hadn't been difficult. However, ancient divine weapons, as manifestations of the laws of the universe, could not be wielded by just anyone. Only those whom the weapon deemed worthy could unleash its true power. Otherwise it was just an ordinary blade. For example, before Lin Fan had bonded with the Void Dragon boat, it had been little more than a simple transport vessel, even though it possessed mystical qualities. But once the bond was formed, not only did it vastly increase Lin Fan's power, it also gave him the ability to manipulate the laws of space. Now, seeing that the blood sword showed signs of accepting Lin Xiaotong, Lin Fan was pleased. If Xiaotong could successfully claim the sword, it would bring immense benefits, potentially leading to great opportunities for him. Focus. Use your mind to connect with it, and try to make it a part of you. A divine weapon choosing its master is an extension of one's own will, Lin Fan advised gently. Thank you, family head. Lin Xiaotong respectfully held the sword, his aura of slaughter beginning to surge. He wasn't just any cultivator, he possessed the slaughter saint body, with the purest intent of killing. This made him a natural embodiment of the path of slaughter. His cultivation in this aspect had never been hindered, allowing him to make rapid progress without being consumed by the very intent he mastered. As an ancient divine weapon that embodied the laws of slaughter, the sword was a perfect match for Lin Xiaotong. It was as though they were made for each other. Lin Fan smiled, pleased with what he saw. Slaughter is not something you cultivate sitting idly at home. I have a task for you. While completing it, you can further your understanding of the weapon. If you grasp its essence, it will recognize you as its master. Please instruct me. Lin Xiaotong responded with determination. Without further delay, Lin Fan assigned Lin Xiaotong and the Lin family's shadow guards to investigate the disappearance of the two princesses. The shadow guard had long since become a formidable force, and with the assistance of Li Sandao and the Buddhist disciples they had recruited, the entire Qun Empire was now under their surveillance. Their ability to gather information was unmatched. With Lin Xiaotong personally leading the investigation, Lin Fan was confident that they would soon receive crucial information. Xiaotong accepts the mission, Lin Xiaotong declared solemnly. For him, the family head's orders were law. There was no hesitation as he took his leave to carry out the task. Lin Fan watched him go, knowing that this mission would be fraught with difficulties. But he had faith that Lin Xiaotong would not disappoint him. Soon after Xiaotong departed, Lin Hao, Lin Fan's eldest son, came to see him. Father, now that an important part of the alliance plan has hit a snag, how should we proceed? Should we adjust our strategy? Lin Hao respectfully bowed before asking. As the one who had originally proposed the alliance plan, he was deeply invested in its success. Learning of the complications, he couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. He wasn't the type to give up halfway. Face the challenges as they come. Adapt as needed. Lin Fan said with a smile, looking at his son, who now stood as tall as he did. Lin Hao was momentarily at a loss for words at his father's response. Lin Fan continued, no plan is without its setbacks. When problems arise, we deal with them. These outsiders may be formidable, but they don't warrant excessive fear. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded in agreement, finding his father's perspective reasonable. However, his father's next words left him blinking in surprise. The head of the Lin family was getting married again. As soon as this news spread, it stirred up the entire world. Even with the turmoil in the imperial court, the news caused a huge uproar. Zhao Gao, who had seized control of the court, kept inquiring about it repeatedly. The major families and powerful factions were even more anxious. Sensing an impending storm, they were all desperate for a solid backer. And who better to rely on than Lin Fan, the man who had led the Lin family to prominence. Despite the constant crises, Lin Fan had proven his strength time and again, making him an ideal ally. Yet those who knew him were puzzled. Why was the Lin family head thinking about marriage at such a critical time? Father, are you serious? Lin Hao asked, blinking in disbelief as he looked around the bustling household. He had thought it was a joke, or perhaps his father was just stirring up a little excitement. But seeing the lanterns hung everywhere and invitations being sent out, it was clear this wasn't a prank. His father was really preparing for a grand wedding. Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Didn't you say you wanted me to find you a new stepmother? Weren't you just asking me to take charge of forming alliances? What's the problem now? I've found one, and you're not happy about it." Lin Hao was at a loss for words. It wasn't that he was unhappy, but this didn't seem like the right time for a wedding. With powerful enemies looming, one misstep could lead to the downfall of the entire Lin family. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Besides, you're not getting any younger yourself. It's time you started thinking about finding someone suitable," Lin Fan said, patting his son on the shoulder with a smile. "Father, I'm still young," Lin Hao replied, embarrassed. He hadn't expected the conversation to turn to him. Even though he was as tall as his father, he was still underage. The thought of finding a partner hadn't even crossed his mind yet. His only goal in life was to reach the peak of martial arts and follow in his father's footsteps. He didn't want any distractions, especially not a romantic one. He wasn't as skilled as his father, who could manage everything so effortlessly. Lin Hao couldn't imagine how he would focus on his training if he were weighed down by relationships. "You're not that young. Your uncle Hugh's son is a few years younger than you, and he's already talking about finding a wife," Lin Fan teased. The uncle who Lin Fan mentioned was Su Hu, the captain of the Lin family guards. He had married early and now had a 10-year-old son, a mischievous, bold boy who was always running around, joking about finding a bride. The boy's antics often left everyone in stitches. Lin Fan's comparison left Lin Hao speechless. Compared to a 10-year-old kid, he wasn't that young anymore. "Actually, I just remembered something urgent I need to attend to. I won't keep you, father. Best wishes for a happy wedding." Lin Hao quickly excused himself, not wanting to stick around in case his father seriously started pushing him to find a match. Lin Fan didn't stop him, knowing full well his son's personality. He had always believed in letting his children make their own choices, whether it was about marriage or anything else. He trusted their judgment. As Lin Hao fled, Lin Fan shifted his focus and made his way to the core of the reincarnation formation. To maintain secrecy and preserve a hidden trump card, Lin Fan hadn't revealed that he had subdued several gods. The core of the formation had been divided into two spaces, one for the trio of gods, led by the demon god, and a private chamber for the goddess of destruction. There wasn't much to see in the small space where the demon god and his companions stayed, so Lin Fan headed straight for the private chamber of the goddess of destruction. The goddess of destruction no longer exuded the aloof and detached aura of someone who looked down upon the world. Though her demeanor was still cold, it was tinged with other emotions, as if a celestial being had fallen from the heavens and was gradually being enveloped by the dust of the mortal realm. When she saw Lin Fan approach, her expression grew complicated. But she didn't speak harshly as she had before. She had lost the bet, and having sworn on the rules, there was no way to go back on it. The only choice left was to accept the consequences. However, the thought of fulfilling the terms of that bet was something she found hard to contemplate, and her gaze at Lin Fan grew even more conflicted. She had never imagined that one day she would be married, much less to a human. "What's with that look? Are you so overwhelmed with joy at seeing your future husband come to visit that you can't contain yourself?" Lin Fan teased, grinning as he spoke. The goddess of destruction had been consumed by complicated emotions, but when she saw Lin Fan's teasing expression, a surge of anger flared within her. Her complex gaze quickly turned into a glare. How had she allowed herself to be tricked by a mere mortal? She, a goddess who had lived for countless eons, had been outwitted by a human who had only lived for a few decades. The thought made her both furious and deeply frustrated. "Has anyone ever told you how badly you need a beating right now?" She snarled through gritted teeth, her patience wearing thin. "Hey!" Lin Fan burst into laughter. There was something incredibly satisfying about bringing down a lofty goddess and forcing her into the messy, emotional world of mortals. Seeing him laugh so heartily only fueled her rage. At her level of cultivation, emotions like anger shouldn't have affected her so easily. Normally she could keep them in check. But ever since she had encountered Lin Fan, her emotions seemed to be constantly on the verge of boiling over. If she weren't so concerned about maintaining her dignity, she would have already struck him, or at least tried to. Lin Fan, of course, was well aware of what he was doing. In fact, he was doing it deliberately. The more emotional she became, the closer she came to fully embracing the mortal realm. Though his original motivation for marrying her was for the system's rewards, he didn't want her to be just another tool in his arsenal. If she was to be his wife, she should be more than just a figurehead. She should truly live as a woman, capable of feeling love, hate, joy, and sorrow. "Alright, stop grinding your teeth like that. You're going to break them. You're not just living for yourself anymore, you have responsibilities now, you know. Lin Fan said, chuckling as he stepped closer. The goddess of destruction had been seething, but when she saw Lin Fan approaching, his words, combined with the heat of his presence, threw her off balance. She instinctively retreated, but with her powers sealed, there was no escape. The more she backed away, the closer he got, until she could feel his breath against her skin. What? What are you doing? She stammered, her hands pressing against his chest in a futile attempt to push him away. Lin Fan caught her hands and, with a mischievous smile, said, "What else? I'm marrying you, of course." Marrying me. His words hit her like a bolt of lightning, and her mind went blank. In that moment, she was completely lost in confusion. The mysterious disappearance of the QN Emperor had left the court in the hands of a eunuch, and while the surface appeared calm, fear and uncertainty were spreading. Under normal circumstances, no one would be in the mood to celebrate, no matter how high profile the person getting married might be. However, the news of the Lin family head's wedding was an exception. It not only sparked widespread excitement, but also attracted many ancient and powerful figures who arrived uninvited. These visitors didn't just come to offer congratulations, they had other motives as well. Their gifts were lavish, and the entourages they brought with them were unprecedented in scale. Even some of the regional military governors made appearances without invitations. With such distinguished guests, the wedding banquet at the Lin family estate was quickly taking on a grand and extraordinary character. Despite all this, Lin Fan didn't let the commotion affect his plans. He left the hosting duties to He Mingyu's father, who was also a regional military governor, and remained focused on his own affairs. No matter what changed outside, it wouldn't disrupt his rhythm. Bound by the terms of the bet and her oath, the goddess of destruction finally donned the traditional wedding attire, an elaborate red dress and a phoenix coronet. "Welcome to the Lin family," said Lin Xiaoru, the eldest wife of the household, leading the other women in greeting the new bride. The children of the family also gathered around, smiling and introducing themselves to their new stepmother. Lin Feng, Xiaoru's cheeky son, was leading the younger kids, boldly asking the goddess of destruction for gifts. Faced with the lively Lin family, as well as the mischievous children demanding presents, the goddess of destruction wasn't sure how to feel. She was overwhelmed by a mix of emotions: confusion, bewilderment, and even a sense of helplessness. In the end, perhaps out of sheer instinct, she flipped her hand and handed out some ancient trinkets from her era to the eager children. Watching this unfold, Lin Fan smiled to himself. It seemed his efforts had paid off. The once proud and distant goddess had truly begun to lose her emotional armor. The auspicious hour has arrived. With the ceremonial announcement, the wedding began in earnest. Everything proceeded smoothly at first, with no guest daring to cause trouble in the Lin family estate. But just as they were about to bow to each other, a sharp, unpleasant voice rang out, disrupting the ceremony. "A royal decree is here." A pale-faced eunuch, dressed in the robes of the imperial household, marched into the hall with a scroll in hand. His haughty demeanor, half-closed eyes, and disdainful expression made it clear he had little respect for those present. A royal decree. The guests began whispering among themselves. Those who were in the know immediately sensed something was wrong. After all, the Qin Emperor had mysteriously vanished. Where would this so-called decree have come from? The core members of the Lin family were well aware of the situation, and their gazes grew sharp and dangerous as they stared at the eunuch. Yet Lin Fan, whose wedding was being interrupted, did not appear angry. He could tell at a glance that this eunuch was here to cause trouble. What amused him was how brazen the man was, strutting around like he was invincible, oblivious to the danger he was walking into. "Why aren't you kneeling to receive the decree?" The eunuch barked arrogantly, acting as though he hadn't noticed the hostility directed at him. "You're asking for it." Lin Long, Lin Fan's hot-headed son, couldn't hold back any longer. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to pummel the eunuch into the ground. A eunuch daring to ruin their happy day? If he didn't beat him senseless, Lin Long wouldn't be able to call it a good day. Even his mother, Long Kui, who normally chastised him for foul language, didn't stop him this time. This interruption had clearly infuriated her as well. Just as Lin Long was about to act, Lin Fan raised a hand to stop him. "A decree. Where is it from?" Lin Fan asked the eunuch calmly, a smile playing on his lips. "Of course it's from His Majesty." The eunuch replied smugly, puffing out his chest. Though his cultivation was barely at the level of a martial saint, his arrogance made him seem even bolder than those far stronger than him. He even seemed to think Lin Fan himself wasn't worth acknowledging. "The Emperor, you say? Fine, go ahead and read it," Lin Fan said, his voice still calm but carrying a subtle warning. "But I advise you to take a good, hard look at what's written." If you make a mistake, death might be the least of your worries. Though Lin Fan's tone remained gentle, the words carried a weight that struck fear into the eunuch's heart. This previously arrogant man began trembling uncontrollably, as if realizing for the first time that he was standing before a tiger, not a lamb. The smug look on the eunuch's face vanished, replaced by terror. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Of course, this so-called decree wasn't from the emperor at all. The Q emperor had been missing for some time. The decree was actually fabricated by Zhao Gao, the treacherous eunuch who now controlled the court. His motive was clear revenge against Lin Fan. However, before his plan could even take shape, Lin Fan had shattered it with a single calm sentence. The eunuch, supposedly chosen for his ability to carry out such a task, had crumbled in the face of Lin Fan's presence. Ignoring the trembling eunuch, Lin Fan raised his hand, and the decree was drawn into his grasp. Unfolding it, he saw exactly what he had expected: an insulting and inflammatory message. The most offensive part was a command for Lin Fan's new bride to be sent to the imperial palace as a concubine. Despite the smile that still played on Lin Fan's lips, a cold, murderous aura began to emanate from him. Typical eunuch trickery, vicious and cruel. If the decree had been read aloud, even if Lin Fan ignored it, the damage to his reputation in front of his guests would have been done. The goddess of destruction, standing beside Lin Fan in her red wedding dress, was the first to sense his change in mood. Curious, she glanced at the decree. When she saw the part that had enraged him, her own expression froze. "Mercy, my lord. Please spare me." The eunuch, overwhelmed by the aura of death that Lin Fan was exuding, fell into a panic, groveling and begging for his life. He had entered so proudly, but now his terror was almost pitiful. The guests couldn't help but sneer at the sight. A useless lackey from a backwater. Even with all his bluster, he's still worthless. I told you that there was no need to worry about Zhao Gao's little tricks. Now look how ridiculous he looks. He deserves to die. At one of the guest tables, two figures stood up. One had a sour expression, while the other wore a mocking grin. Lin Fan only needed one glance to recognize them. They were more of the foreign invaders here to make trouble. Bit by bit, these enemies kept coming forward, just like in every cliché villain's plan. Lin Fan's smile deepened. He appreciated the predictability of their approach and would ensure they wouldn't leave disappointed. Trash. A loud shout suddenly echoed from the depths of the grand and silent hall within the imperial palace of the Qing dynasty. The voice belonged to a young man dressed in golden armor, exuding an aura of invincibility. Engraved on the chest of his armor was a shining emblem of crossed swords, radiating with a flickering light. This man was no ordinary figure. He was the special presence among the foreign visitors, representing the most powerful faction. To satisfy his twisted desires, he had led the charge to massacre a border village shortly after entering this sealed world. No one was spared, not even the children. Now, he stood, cursing with disdain. Even the two leaders of the foreign delegation lowered their heads in submission. Yet despite their silence, the golden-armored young man showed no mercy, scolding them without holding back. "You let the descendants of the cursed blood escape again. The incompetence of the four king cities is truly staggering. Young Master Jin, please calm down. It was just an accident. This time it won't happen again." Although the two middle-aged leaders felt humiliated by such harsh criticism, they had no choice but to endure and apologize. There was no other way. It wasn't just about strength. His background alone was enough to make them tread carefully. Moreover, with his cruel personality, no one wanted to provoke him. 3 strikes, and you've already failed twice. I'm warning you, don't cross this line again. Remember your words, there won't be a next time. Even if you complete the mission, you'll still come away with nothing but failure. The golden-armored man extended 3 fingers and coldly gave his final ultimatum. Understood. The leading middle-aged man nodded, though internally he was far from confident. 2 failures. These were not accidents. The descendants of the cursed blood were simply too elusive. Having mastered the Emperor's path and controlling the fortune of humanity in this sealed land, they had too many ways to escape, and the world itself protected them. Even though they had installed a scheming eunuch with ambitions to disrupt things and spread despair, such plans were difficult to realize quickly. Unless they were willing to slaughter the land and sever its fortune at the roots, it was unlikely to succeed in the short term. But doing that would bring divine punishment, for such actions would disturb the natural order. Even if they completed their mission, they wouldn't live to enjoy the rewards. No one wanted to take that risk unless absolutely necessary. Failing to hunt down the descendants of the cursed blood is one thing. But what about those searching for the heirs of the imperial bloodline? I trust they won't fail as well. The golden-armored man's cold, cruel voice echoed again, his lips curling into a mocking smile. His eyes, though seemingly calm, gleamed with violence, and no one dared meet his gaze. Rest assured, young master. The middle-aged leader reassured him. This time, the team is led by a deacon from our Xuan King city. He has reached the 4th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm. Even in our queuing domain, he's a top-tier expert. Unless they encounter the sealed evil gods of this world, nothing can go wrong. He spoke with confidence. It had better be so. The golden-armored man sneered, falling silent afterward. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Lin family estate, the so-called top-tier expert stood up arrogantly from his seat, slowly approaching his target. How would you prefer to die? The young man, whose face resembled a long horse, contorted in cold fury, an icy aura surrounding him. As he spoke, a terrifying presence began to stir within him. His companion, who had been walking alongside him, stopped, crossing his arms with a mocking smile, clearly prepared to enjoy the show. Outwardly, the companion appeared no different from an ordinary person. But to the trained eye, he harbored a power as violent as a raging beast, lurking just beneath the surface. Such individuals, who concealed their true strength, were often far more dangerous than those who flaunted it. Indeed, this was the very deacon the middle-aged leader had spoken of. Though young, he had earned his position in a powerful faction, and his pride was well-founded. He had reached the 4th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, a major milestone that separated him from mere beginners. This made him exponentially stronger than the earlier wave of attackers, who were only at the 2nd stage. They were not even on the same level. The leaders had placed their confidence in him for this very reason. Yet he didn't act right away. Instead, he let his companion make the first move, eager to see what kind of abilities had caused the earlier advanced team to fail. In this world, a 2nd stage Heaven Ascension expert was considered invincible. If such a powerful person had fallen so easily, there had to be something more at play, perhaps even a rare treasure. This piqued his curiosity, which is why he wasn't in a hurry to strike. But Lin Fan, the target of their aggression, had no such complicated thoughts. As far as he was concerned, his enemies were marching to their deaths, and he would let them. How do you want me to die? Lin Fan asked, smiling lightly, showing no fear or concern. The horse-faced youth was taken aback by this unexpected reaction. But he quickly regained his composure, laughing coldly. You're an amusing fellow. I'll give you a chance and your own life. He looked down on Lin Fan with a smug superiority, as if granting him a favor. Lin Fan burst into laughter. Though he had trained himself not to laugh easily, he couldn't help it this time. Others around him also stifled their chuckles, looking at the horse-faced youth as though he were a clown. Realizing he had been mocked, the youth's face darkened. You're courting death. Not only you but your entire family will pay for your arrogance. His gaze turned murderous as he scanned the crowd, but when his eyes landed on the bride in her red wedding dress, he sneered cruelly. Your bride? I'll make sure to show her the satisfaction you never could. With that, he reached out toward the veiled bride, intent on violating her before Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan's expression turned icy. He never joked when it came to his family. But before he could act, someone else made the first move. It was none other than the bride. Bound by their oath, and soon to be united, Lin Fan had long since lifted the seal on the goddess of destruction. Not only had he removed her seal, but he had also used his powers as a divine healer to stabilize her injuries. Moreover, he spared no effort to help her recover, using rare treasures to restore some of her lost vitality. Though not as powerful as she had been at her peak, she was more than capable of dealing with these arrogant fools. Having endured untold humiliation, the goddess's strike was filled with fury. As her power surged, the ancient Godslayer wheel of destruction began to manifest. With a mere flick of her sleeve, the entire world seemed to reverse. In an instant, the horse-faced youth's claw was shattered, and he was sent flying like a dead dog, crashing into a mountain, his fate unknown. The deacon, who had been watching with his arms crossed, felt his heart skip a beat. The bride alone had just dispatched his companion in one move. How could he continue watching now? A growing sense of dread crept over him. The goddess was furious, and the consequences were severe. Being teased by the oddball Lin Fan was something she couldn't beat, so she tolerated it. Moreover, given the bet between them, she had lost fair and square, so she reluctantly accepted it. But when random nobodies dared to step forward and try to humiliate her, how could she endure that? Her fierce retaliation wasn't for Lin Fan's sake, it was because she was fed up. Unleashing the full force of her destruction powers, she instantly crippled the man who had dared to offend her. But that wasn't the end. Her sharp gaze then fell upon the young deacon. Despite the veil separating them, the young deacon could clearly feel her destructive will, like a blade aimed straight at him, sending his body's instincts into a frenzy of warnings. The power to control laws. Could she be the sealed deity of this land? Faced with the oppressive power of destruction, and the overwhelming force that had just sent his companion flying, the young deacon's heart trembled violently. Before they entered this sealed world, their leader had specifically warned them about a dangerous presence within. The leader had been so serious about it that he almost offended a high-ranking figure who accompanied them. That warning had left a deep impression on the young deacon, and now, in this moment, he immediately connected it to the being standing before him. This can't be. An evil god is a being on par with ancient emperors. Even after being worn down by the seal, such a deity should still be beyond the reach of any ordinary strongman, let alone bowing down to marry a human. The terrifying thought made his heart race, but he quickly shook his head. In the ancient era, gods were exalted beings, and no matter how far they might have fallen, there was no way one would lower themselves to marry a mere human. But if it wasn't what he feared, then what was it? He had no answer. What was supposed to be a simple mission had spiraled into something far beyond his control. He glanced at Lin Fan, the groom, who still wore a carefree smile. But the deacon no longer saw him as an ignorant fool. Instead, that smile felt like the grin of death itself. A human capable of marrying a suspected deity, how could anyone believe he was just an insignificant ant? Chills ran down his spine. The only thought in his mind now was to escape this horrifying situation. Forget the nonsense about treasures, this man was a monstrous force. They had walked right into their deaths, one after another. No one had told him, but he now understood that clearly. Unconsciously, his arms dropped from their previously crossed position, and the playful smirk vanished from his face. Even his feet began to shift backward without him realizing. Though he was a formidable fourth-stage heaven ascension expert, far stronger than the companion who had been thrown aside, his confidence was nowhere to be found in the face of this overwhelming power. He needed to leave, and he needed to leave now. But could he? The power of destruction surged once more. The bride was taking action again. She was truly enraged, and the consequences were as dire as they could be. She held nothing back. There were no fancy tricks. Circles of destructive energy formed from the laws of destruction, cutting through the void and raining down. Seeing this, the young deacon had no choice but to fight. He summoned a long spear into his hand, and behind him appeared the image of a massive celestial staircase, 4 rungs high, connecting him to the immense power of the laws. A brilliant glow enveloped him, transforming him into a war god. The terror of a mid-stage heaven ascension expert was now fully revealed, far beyond what the previous vanguard could hope to match. "Kill!" he shouted, wasting no time on fancy techniques, and swung his spear to meet the oncoming attack. Lin Fan didn't intervene in the battle, but that didn't mean he was doing nothing. As soon as the fight began, he activated the reincarnation array within the estate, isolating the combatants in a separate space. It looked as if they were still battling within the hall, but in reality, they had been transported elsewhere. No matter how fierce the fight became, it wouldn't affect the outside world. The guests were astounded by this display of power, and watching the battle inside made their scalps tingle. The terrifying aftermath of the fight sent shivers through them, even though the powerful array kept them safe from harm. Without Lin Fan's intervention, they would have surely been caught in the crossfire and become collateral damage. "Brother-in-law, should we help?" Xiao Qing stepped forward and asked, implying they could offer some support. "No rush. Your new sister-in-law has been holding in her anger for a while. Let her release it," Lin Fan said with a slight wave of his hand, not rushing to get involved. He was well aware that the goddess of destruction had been frustrated for some time. He understood this very well, as the one responsible for her plight. But he wasn't about to volunteer to be her punching bag. After all, he was a strong man, and there was no way he would bow down to a mere woman. But it wouldn't do to let her stew in anger forever. She was, after all, his woman, and he did care for her. Now, with these villains offering themselves up, it was the perfect opportunity to let her vent her frustrations. In the isolated battlefield, the young deacon had no idea of Lin Fan's thoughts. If he had known, he would have surely spat blood. Although he was still holding on, he was clearly being suppressed and pushed to the brink. In the Heaven Ascension realm, one could use the celestial staircase to draw upon the power of laws, which fueled one's immense vitality and allowed for an explosive surge of strength that could overwhelm opponents. But there was a key point: one had to be able to tap into the power of the laws. If the connection to the laws was cut off, the divine might of this realm would be severely diminished. The young deacon was experiencing this firsthand. Faced with true law-based power, his borrowed strength was no match. This was the suppression of laws, the difference between gods and humans. This was why, In the eyes of gods, humans were often seen as mere ants. As for why this suppression didn't work on Lin Fan, it was because Lin Fan didn't rely on borrowed power, he controlled his own immense strength. His power came from within. When faced with divine laws, he didn't just resist them, he could overwhelm and crush them with sheer force. No fancy tricks, just pure, overwhelming power. This was why gods found it so frustrating to fight Lin Fan. They couldn't exert their full might against him. But this time it wasn't Lin Fan who was fighting, others weren't so lucky. Standing still with her red veil covering her, the goddess of destruction felt exactly that. Being pushed around by Lin Fan was something she could tolerate. But these lowly creatures, did they think gods had no dignity? In just one clash of laws, the celestial staircase behind the young deacon crumbled, severing his connection to the power of the laws. From that point on, the battle was nothing short of a massacre. The suppression from the goddess was simply too overwhelming. That intense Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sheer force of the goddess's suppression. Or rather, perhaps he hadn't fully grasped just how terrifying his own accumulated power had become, leading him to believe that these sealed gods were weaker than they actually were. Now he realized it wasn't that the gods were weak, it was that he was too absurdly strong. But could he be blamed? After all, it wasn't a crime to be overpowered. How did I get so unlucky as to actually run into a god? After the intense clash, the young deacon was in a pitiful state. His greatest strength had been completely suppressed, leaving him unable to exhibit even half of his true power. Without the support of the law's forces, his heaven ascension realm status was reduced to nothing more than a single step, entirely stripped of its grandeur. The reality was harsh, but it was the truth. Gods wield the power of laws like the genuine article, while those who borrowed the laws in the heaven ascension realm were mere knockoffs. When the two collide, the outcome is clear. This left him deeply frustrated and bitter. He had thought he could show off, only to encounter the very god their own leader had feared in this sealed world. But frustration was useless. Under the god's crushing pressure, he found himself sinking deeper into despair, until he was completely overwhelmed by the endless laws of destruction. I've lost. Covered in blood, the young deacon had given it his all, but against a god's power, his struggle was nothing more than futile resistance. Defeat was inevitable. In his final moments, he looked through the isolated battlefield and saw the groom, who had effortlessly created a separate space for the fight. The man still seemed unremarkable, like any ordinary nobleman. Before, the deacon had thought him to be just another insignificant ant, an unworthy strongman in a small world. But now, all those thoughts had disappeared. How could someone who had a god marry into his household be ordinary? That was simply impossible. A god he had learned firsthand today was a being beyond comprehension, even after countless years of weakening under a seal. It was still beyond anything imaginable. With such a figure involved, how could we possibly complete our mission? The young deacon's eyes filled with confusion. Could their task, which had already entangled such a formidable existence, ever be successfully completed? He had no answer. But deep down, he sensed that their mission was as good as doomed. A wheel of destruction flashed past, and with that lingering thought, he fell into eternal silence. When the battle was over, the goddess of destruction, now a bride, hadn't moved a single inch. Her robes remained pristine, without a single wrinkle, and her red bridal veil was still perfectly in place. Such was the power of a god. Under the suppression of divine authority, so-called strongmen couldn't even bare their fangs. The fight ended. But the guests who had witnessed it all were left speechless for a long time. Their gazes at the goddess of destruction were filled with awe, and as for how they looked at Lin Fan, that was beyond words. Like the young deacon, they were left wondering what kind of person could marry such a woman. What kind of strength would he have to possess? No one could imagine it. But no one doubted that after today, the name of the Lin family patriarch would resound throughout the land. Lin Fan, however, paid little attention to this. The night of the wedding was too precious to waste. Instead of worrying about the trivial matters concerning irrelevant guests, he focused on cherishing his new bride. With his will firmly set, everything that followed went smoothly. When the moment for the couple to bow to the heavens and earth came, a timely notification rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife. You have received the reward insight into the ultimate realm of strength. High beauty detected in the bride. Special reward dragon blood pill. Ding. Perfect body detected in the bride. You have received the reward perfect combat form. Ding. Special constitution detected in the bride. You have been rewarded with one source god pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has detected that your bride is a god, unlocking a special achievement. Critical hit reward mechanism activated. Base rewards have all been enhanced by critical hits. Bzz. As the wedding rewards were distributed, something unusual happened. When the final notification about the special achievement triggered, the usual reward sound turned into a buzzing noise. It was as if a jackpot had been hit on a slot machine, with flashing lights and music announcing a grand prize. A critical hit. Hearing the buzzing in his mind, Lin Fan stood momentarily stunned. This had never happened before. Achieving a special milestone had triggered a critical hit on his rewards. Marrying a god. It didn't disappoint. Looking at his new bride, now so close that he could feel her very breath, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that this happiness was overwhelming. Ding, ning. Critical hit reward enhancements complete. The system will now announce the enhanced rewards. Ding. First wedding reward insight into the ultimate realm of strength has been enhanced to domain of the ultimate strength. Ding. Second wedding reward dragon blood pill has been upgraded to dragon god pill. Ding. Ding. Third wedding reward perfect combat form has been enhanced to embodiment of combat laws. Ding. Fourth wedding reward 1 source god pill has been multiplied to 10 source god pills. Ding. Ding. Achievement bonus reward 1 peak state god experience card. When the grand prize sound finally stopped, the system continued bombarding Lin Fan with notifications. His wedding rewards had truly undergone critical hits, either the quality skyrocketed or the quantity multiplied tenfold. And on top of that, there was the special achievement bonus reward, an unprecedented experience card for a god in their peak state. Just a glance at the enhanced rewards made Lin Fan's heart race. Even with his normally calm state of mind, it was hard to remain composed. You're truly my treasure. Lin Fan gently helped the goddess of destruction up, who had just completed their marital vows, looking at her with genuine affection. Though it was spoken from the heart, these simple words caused the goddess to tremble slightly, unable to maintain her composure. They had bowed to heaven and earth, and now they had completed their vows to each other. This meant, under the witness of the heavens, they were truly husband and wife. Even if she had been forced by the wager, the fact remained. The laws of the world had witnessed their marriage, and their bond was an unbreakable mark for life. Hearing Lin Fan's tender words, the goddess could no longer remain calm. Sensing this, Lin Fan laughed heartily. Even a high and mighty goddess, bound by the laws, was destined to descend to the mortal world. Two maids stepped forward respectfully, leading the goddess, who was still struggling with her emotions, to the bridal chamber. Lin Fan didn't linger much longer. After sharing a few polite drinks with the guests, he, slightly tipsy, also headed to the bridal chamber. The dragon and phoenix candles were already lit, and the finest incense filled the room, casting a soft, intoxicating fragrance that added an intimate, dreamlike atmosphere to the room. The goddess of destruction, now a bride, sat quietly at the edge of the bridal bed. Upon hearing Lin Fan push open the door, though her expression remained calm, her body visibly tensed. Noticing this, Lin Fan chuckled softly, closed the door behind him, and walked slowly toward her. In the bridal chamber, as Lin Fan's footsteps drew closer, the goddess of destruction's body grew even more tense. This was her first time. But having lived for countless ages, she wasn't entirely clueless about what was coming next. Even if she hadn't experienced it, she'd certainly seen it happen. Because of that, her heart raced faster and faster. She couldn't sit still, and the dominating aura she displayed while venting her fury on the intruders was nowhere to be found. At this moment, she resembled nothing more than a nervous young woman. Lin Fan's smile grew wider at the sight, but he didn't tease her immediately. Instead, he walked over to the round table in the center of the room, sat down, and poured himself a cup of wine from the jug. Taking a small sip, he glanced at the fidgeting bride, then calmly decided to claim his wedding rewards. Claim rewards. With that silent command, the system began dispensing the rewards. The first reward, the domain of ultimate strength. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Lin Fan's mind was overwhelmed as a new world appeared in his vision, or rather, it felt as though he had stepped into this new world himself. And in this world, Lin Fan shared the vision of a burly man, whose body rippled with explosive muscles. The man wielded a giant axe and was engaged in brutal combat with a group of terrifying figures, or more accurately, he was being surrounded and attacked. Each of these figures wielded unimaginable power, their movements shattering stars and tearing the heavens apart, causing chaos across the universe. But the burly man, with whom Lin Fan shared his vision, stood firm like a mountain, utterly unmoved. His giant axe swung with devastating force, smashing through everything in its path. No matter how complex or fancy the enemy's techniques were, they were all shattered mercilessly in the face of pure strength. The figures, realizing they couldn't break through, became more vicious, launching even deadlier attacks in a desperate attempt to claim victory. Domain of ultimate strength. At that moment, a burly man spoke for the first time, his deep voice reverberating with immense power, as if it had opened a mysterious gateway. With those words, an overwhelming force exploded from him, covering the entire starry sky. The vast void twisted as though an invisible hand was forcibly bending it. The figures trapped within this twisted space seemed to step into quicksand. The closer they got to the burly man, the harder it became to move. No matter how much power they unleashed, they couldn't escape like fish caught in a net. The more they struggled, the tighter it became. The domain of ultimate strength. It warped space with absolute power, shattering everything within, even laws themselves. With each swing of the axe, the terrifying figures fell one by one, their blood staining the sky. The burly man, using his domain of ultimate strength, single-handedly decimated his enemies, leaving only a few to escape. This display of raw, unrelenting strength made Lin Fan's blood boil. Now this was true power. This was the kind of strength men should aspire to. Who needed laws or external support when faced with such absolute power? All those gimmicks paled in comparison. Lin Fan had already been training in extreme power, and after witnessing this, his resolve grew even firmer, his path clearer than ever. The vision faded. Lin Fan's consciousness returned to his own body, and the domain of ultimate strength was now silently under his control. He clenched his hand. Though his base strength hadn't increased, his combat power had soared to new heights. Was that burly man with the giant axe the legendary Pengu? The ultimate power. What are the 3,000 gods or the great Tao compared to such raw force? It all looks like a joke next to this. Lin Fan's fighting spirit surged. He felt an urge to battle the 3,000 demon gods himself. Unfortunately, this wasn't the primordial world. Still, no 3,000 demon gods? No problem, there was a wild goddess right here. Glancing at the uneasy woman, Lin Fan's smile grew wider. As his gaze fell on her, the goddess of destruction tensed even more. Though Lin Fan had merely sat down and sipped his wine, the pressure she felt from him seemed to intensify. A subtle yet palpable force of dominance unsettled her even further. She couldn't understand it. How could just drinking a cup of wine change him so drastically? This shouldn't be happening. And worse, more surprises were on the way. Lin Fan shifted his gaze and claimed his second reward. Dragon God Pill. This was the reward after the Dragon Blood Pill had been enhanced by the critical hit. Just hearing the name alone was enough to know it was no ordinary item. And in truth, it wasn't. This divine pill contained a portion of a dragon's power. Once fully absorbed, it would grant the strength of a dragon's body. The dragon, a mythical creature, known for its unparalleled physical strength, had always been a symbol of invincibility. Since Lin Fan's path was all about extreme power, having the Dragon God Pill was like adding wings to a tiger. The system's rewards couldn't have been more perfect. Internally praising the system for its thoughtfulness, Lin Fan popped the Dragon God Pill into his mouth in one swift motion. The pill seemed ordinary, like a common strength booster. But as soon as it entered his stomach, it erupted into a terrifying force. This power felt infinite, and even though Lin Fan's body had already been refined to its peak, it still surged to new heights. Not only did his strength increase, but its quality also transcended, as if his body was being elevated from a mortal form to a sacred one. The entire process seemed to take an eternity, but in reality, it was brief, as though the power had always been within him, and the Dragon God Pill had merely unlocked it. The mystical nature of this critical hit reward was beyond common understanding. His cultivation realm remained the same still at the first step of the Heaven Ascension realm. But Lin Fan's strength? It had multiplied many times over. By his own estimation, it had increased by at least 100-fold. A 100-fold boost. That was an absolutely mind-boggling figure. Is this the reward for marrying a true goddess? If I marry a few more and keep triggering these critical hits, I'll have the entire world at my feet. Lin Fan's recently calmed blood surged once again. This reward was beyond explosive, it was terrifying, even to him. As for the goddess of destruction, seated beside him, when she felt the unrestrained aura Lin Fan had yet to fully control, she was completely thrown off. The man sitting before her had grown stronger yet again. Could merely sitting next to her make him stronger? That was impossible. Yet she couldn't stop the doubts forming in her mind. Lin Fan noticed her repeated reactions but had no intention of explaining. Rather than using words, he preferred to let his actions speak. And right now, he planned to do just that. Placing the cup down, Lin Fan stood up and slowly walked toward the bed, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Gently, he reached out and lifted the red veil covering the bride's face. In an instant, as Lin Fan absorbed the critical hit rewards, his aura became even more powerful and imposing, like that of a fearsome beast from ancient times. With just one glance, the goddess of destruction felt overwhelmed. She had never imagined that a human man could have such a profound effect on her. His strength was part of it, but it was his presence and the overwhelming vitality he radiated that truly stunned her. At that moment, Lin Fan didn't feel like a typical human, known for their frail bodies. Instead, he seemed more like one of the terrifying divine beasts from the ancient era, creatures that stood at the pinnacle of all life. Even though Lin Fan was deliberately suppressing his energy, the waves of vitality emanating from him still crashed over her like a tidal wave. "Are you really human?" After a long moment of staring at one another, that was the first thing the goddess of destruction asked. Even Lin Fan, a seasoned veteran of many situations, nearly lost his composure at the unexpected question. "Am I not human? What else could I be, an animal?" But he quickly recovered, his mouth curling into a mischievous grin. "With such a beautiful woman in front of me, becoming an animal might not be so bad. Everyone's heard the old saying about a man and woman sharing a bed, with a bowl of water placed between them, right? Well, Lin Fan certainly wasn't one to adhere to the bowl of water rule, so being an animal wasn't out of the question." While making this cheeky remark, he lowered the red veil from his hand and reached up to gently tuck a few stray strands of her hair behind her ear. This intimate gesture made the goddess of destruction snap out of her daze, her entire body jolting. She instinctively leaned back to create some distance between them. But perhaps out of nervousness, or because the bed was too soft and uneven, her sudden movement caused her to lose her balance and tumble backward onto the bed. She felt like a delicate woman who had tripped. Naturally, as a dependable man, Lin Fan instinctively reached out to catch her, except he conveniently forgot his incredible strength and let himself fall down with her. Because of their angle, Lin Fan's fall landed him directly on top of her, pressing against the softest part of her body. His first thought was how soft it felt, followed by the fragrant scent surrounding him, and finally, a sense of being completely enveloped. You could question the system about many things, but when it came to aesthetics, it was spot on, there was no doubt about it. Perfect body. That wasn't just an empty phrase. You. The sudden and unexpected contact left the goddess of destruction's mind blank for a moment, followed by a surge of embarrassment and anger. Her face flushed a deep red, visible to the naked eye. Clenching her teeth, she used all her strength to fling Lin Fan off her. She wasn't an idiot. With Lin Fan's unfathomable strength, how could he possibly lose his balance just because she did? If he were truly that weak, she would have crushed him beneath her feet long ago. He was clearly taking advantage of the situation. Biting down on her lip hard, she glared at Lin Fan, her eyes practically shooting flames. Though she tried to hide it, the blush on her face only deepened, spreading all the way to her ears. If looks could kill, Lin Fan would have died 1,000 times over by now. "Such a strong reaction. Are you trying to murder your husband on our wedding night?" Lin Fan landed smoothly on a stool by the table, then dramatically put on a hurt expression. "To think you'd try to murder your new husband on our wedding night. How heartless." The goddess of destruction almost spat out divine blood in frustration. She had encountered shameless people before, but never anyone as shameless as Lin Fan. No, calling him shameless wasn't enough, he had no shame at all. "What's with that reaction? Do you think I'm wrong?" Lin Fan continued his act of feigned hurt, but the smirk tugging at the corners of his lips was hard to hide. Seeing this only made the goddess of destruction even angrier. If Lin Fan hadn't suddenly become so intimidating, she would have probably fought him right there and then. It was truly infuriating. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. Once she had regained some composure, she finally spoke. "Let's talk. As long as you don't make things difficult, name your conditions." She had already been forced into marriage with Lin Fan, bound by both his strength and the wager oath. But that was her limit. The thought of truly becoming intimate with a human, or even bearing children, was something she simply couldn't accept or imagine. Sure. The goddess of destruction had expected Lin Fan to make things difficult for her, but to her surprise, he agreed right away. Her expression softened slightly, and she looked at Lin Fan with a bit more warmth. But his next words shattered her newfound calm. "Give me a child." That was the condition Lin Fan set, and it left her completely speechless. "What's wrong? Didn't you say I could ask for anything? I've only made a simple request, and you're reacting like this. Were you planning to deceive me? Or is this just a bit of playful flirting between husband and wife? Lin Fan laughed, pouring 2 cups of wine from the jug on the table. This was a special brew, rich and fragrant, perfect for a wedding night. Filling the 2 glasses, Lin Fan walked over to the bed and handed one to his bride. "Let's have a drink." His voice was calm as he offered the cup. The goddess of destruction hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the drink. In that moment, they shared their first drink as husband and wife. Whether it was the alcohol or her racing thoughts, a fresh blush crept back onto her face. Once again, Lin Fan had to admit she was a true goddess. No matter how closely he observed her, there wasn't a single flaw to be found. From every angle, at any distance, she was flawless, stunningly beautiful. You should know that we so-called gods are not truly present in our original forms. We are but the divine spirits, born from the remnants of our sealed bodies. The goddess of destruction said quietly, lowering her head to avoid Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan didn't respond immediately. He simply smiled, staring intently at her, his gaze so fiery that it could have scorched her. Feeling more and more uneasy under his piercing stare, she finally prepared to say something to break the tension. But before she could, Lin Fan spoke, laughing softly. "Were you planning to tell me that you're just a spirit, and that I should drop any bad intentions? Since you already know, then. If you really were just a spirit, I wouldn't even be thinking about it. But you're not, and you can't fool me." Lin Fan cut her off, waving a hand dismissively. His sharp eyes seemed to see through every layer of disguise. "You." The goddess of destruction was startled, her pupils shrinking slightly as her face reflected her shock. It was as though her greatest secret had just been exposed. "Are you curious how I saw through your disguise?" Lin Fan asked, still smiling. The goddess nodded slowly. She was indeed different from the other gods, but she had covered her tracks well, and no one had ever seen through her. "It's simple." Lin Fan leaned in close, his breath hot against her ear as he whispered, "Because I've tasted you, and my senses don't lie." Boom. Upon hearing his answer, and feeling the heat of his breath against her skin, the goddess of destruction's mind went completely blank. This time, their contact wasn't as intimate. Yet, this playful teasing and the subtle closeness between them struck even harder. The goddess of destruction had existed for countless eons, but being born with the power to control destruction meant she was either constantly in battle or preparing for one. Even when she had moments of peace, she spent them deepening her understanding of the rules of destruction. When it came to matters of emotion, she was as blank as a sheet of paper. Before meeting Lin Fan, she had been completely isolated from such feelings. Now, with Lin Fan, a seasoned expert in matters of the heart, making advances with full force, how could she possibly resist? The key factor here was that Lin Fan wasn't wrong, she was indeed different from the other gods. Divine spirit embodiments. These gods were typically the product of divine will, converted into tangible forms through the power of the laws. Though indistinguishable from normal beings in terms of appearance and sensation, their essence was that of a spiritual entity, a soul, not a body. This was the unique nature of divine spirit forms, and it was why the goddess had confidence in confronting Lin Fan earlier, believing she could stop him. After all, no matter how much of a scoundrel he was, he wouldn't actually go so far as to become a necromancer, right? What she hadn't expected was that Lin Fan had already seen through her. The truth was, she wasn't like the others. She wasn't just a spirit. This was her greatest secret, something she had hidden behind layers of protection. Even the other gods hadn't been able to see through her disguise. For Lin Fan to expose her so easily left her utterly shaken. Could a simple touch really reveal so much? Or was Lin Fan unique, possessing abilities far beyond normal comprehension? The goddess of destruction glanced at his face, now just inches away. No matter how strong her willpower was or how much she tried to suppress her emotions, she had completely lost her composure at this point. "You're lying." Lying. After what felt like an eternity, she bit her lip and retorted, refusing to believe Lin Fan's outrageous claim. How could such a ridiculous ability exist? Even in the ancient era of gods and beasts with bizarre powers, she had never heard of something so absurd. Lin Fan, of course, had been teasing. The real reason he had seen through her disguise was thanks to a previous reward from his system, Martial Eye of Insight. The Martial Eye of Insight. This ability allowed him to not only detect subtle fluctuations in the laws, but also perceive hidden connections within the physical and spiritual realms. It could see through all illusions and reveal the true essence of things. In front of this eye, no deception could hold up. No matter how much one tried to hide, their core nature would always be revealed. Naturally, Lin Fan wasn't about to tell her this. He preferred to leave her guessing. "You think I'm lying? How about we make another bet? If you win, the previous wager will be nullified. Lin Fan smiled, offering a challenge. It was a perfect opportunity for her to turn the tables. But the goddess of destruction hesitated. She couldn't afford to gamble again. Lin Fan may have been full of tricks, but he hadn't been wrong so far. If they made another bet, swearing on the rules of the universe again, she would likely lose. She had already lost herself to Lin Fan in their first bet. If she lost again, what could she possibly offer him? She was out of options. She couldn't afford to lose again. Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Fan teased, noticing her silence as they sat across from each other on the red-covered bed, their breaths intermingling. With the festive decorations of the wedding chamber, and the flickering dragon and phoenix candles, they truly looked like a newlywed couple deeply in love. I'm not a spirit. The goddess of destruction finally admitted after a long pause. But I'm not what you think either. Without Lin Fan pressing her, she began to explain her origins. Or rather, she confessed. It was true that she wasn't a spirit, but she wasn't an independent life form either. She was a secondary body and extension of her true self. Similar to a clone, but also an independent entity. She had her own consciousness and soul, and could cultivate on her own. The two of them, her main body and her secondary self, usually existed separately without interference, almost like two different people. However, when they reached a certain level of cultivation, they would merge once again. This fusion would combine the fruits of their respective efforts and elevate them to a level of unimaginable power. I may be able to control the laws of destruction, but the true master of these powers is my main body. She's already left this sealed world and reached heights you can't even imagine. I was left behind to complete a special cultivation. Once I finish, we will merge again. And if you force yourself on me, you'll be violating her as well. She won't forgive you. Her voice trembled slightly as she delivered this warning. This was her most guarded secret. If her enemies or those who sealed her found out, they would undoubtedly do everything in their power to stop her from succeeding. Because once she achieved her goal, she would surpass even the height of her original powers. This was why she had kept it hidden so tightly. But now she could no longer afford to keep it hidden. If she didn't reveal the truth, she risked losing everything, including herself. Even if she were to endure the humiliation, her main body would never tolerate such a desecration and would erase her entirely. While this would come at a great cost, the goddess knew her main body well enough to know that she would not hesitate to do it. Most people, upon hearing such a revelation, would be filled with fear. After all, if even a mere secondary body had such terrifying power, how much more powerful would the main body be? Yet Lin Fan's reaction was the opposite. He smiled. And not just any smile. He smiled with pure joy. Was this a threat? No, this was double the fun. Marrying one goddess had already given him rewards that turned his world upside down. But if there was another goddess, one even stronger, what then? Wouldn't that be double the pleasure? Lin Fan had never been more excited. At first he wasn't overly enthusiastic about the situation, even though the goddess of destruction was already his wife. But after hearing this revelation, his excitement soared. The goddess of destruction, having expected Lin Fan to be intimidated by the information, was completely unprepared for his reaction. Before she could process what was happening, his lips were suddenly on hers, and his fiery breath consumed her. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. What followed was inevitable. The once high and mighty goddess was dragged down to the mortal realm, forever marked by the world of human desires. The next day, it wasn't until midday that Lin Fan finally got out of bed, stretching lazily with a refreshed look on his face. A goddess was still a goddess. Her divine body was more than capable of enduring long and intense battles. The unique experience was something that only those who had been through it could truly understand. On the other side of the bed, as Lin Fan woke up, so did his goddess bride. Or rather, she hadn't slept at all. She had been staring at him the entire time, her gaze filled with complexity, confusion, and something else she couldn't quite identify. Of course, there was a trace of resentment too. After all, Lin Fan had been far too domineering, not bothering to seek her consent. If you're not tired, get up. I have something good for you, a token of my affection. Lin Fan said softly, smiling as he looked at her. The goddess of destruction didn't respond. She doubted Lin Fan had anything worthwhile to offer her. Even though she was at a low point in her power, her accumulated wealth and resources were still immense. What others might consider priceless treasures didn't hold much value to her. This wasn't an exaggeration. Previously, when they raided ancient ruins, the items they casually acquired would have driven others mad with envy. For example, the Nirvana divine fruit Lin Fan used to help his other wife, Wang Nanan, awaken. Its rarity was beyond imagination. And that was just one of the many treasures she kept in reserve for healing. Who knew how many other valuable items she had stored away? With such vast resources, what could Lin Fan possibly give her that would impress her? Lin Fan didn't bother explaining further. Silently, he retrieved the corresponding reward for his bride. The Source God Pill. A simple yet extraordinarily rare divine pill, its effects focused solely on one thing: restoring one's life essence. Most of the time, the loss of life essence was irreversible, even for gods. It was a fundamental loss, something that couldn't easily be restored. If this weren't the case, gods wouldn't be so cautious in battle, afraid to push themselves too far for fear of permanently depleting their essence. The Source God Pill was a divine item capable of achieving what even gods couldn't, making its value immeasurable. Even a single pill would cause a frenzy among gods, sending them into a desperate scramble. Lin Fan casually pulled out 10 of them, enough to drive any god mad with desire. And the goddess of destruction was no exception. As soon as the faint aura of the Source God Pill filled the air, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lin Fan's hand. What is that? She couldn't help but lick her lips, her eyes fixated on the pill, an almost instinctive reaction. Your token of affection, Lin Fan said with a playful smile, lightly tossing the delicate jade bottle in his hand. The cap was already slightly loosened, allowing the rich fragrance to fill the room even more. The goddess of destruction, whose life essence was currently depleted, couldn't resist the allure of such a pill. It was perfectly suited to her condition. A token of affection. Hearing this, she was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Fan's gift to be a divine treasure that even she couldn't help but desire. What else would it be? Lin Fan said, stopping his playful tossing of the bottle. The scent of the Source God Pill intensified under his control. The goddess of destruction, unable to hold back, once again licked her lips. The allure of the pill was far greater than Lin Fan had anticipated. It was the second time she had done this. While not as wild as the night before, it was still enough to stir emotions. Clearly, the system's rewards were well chosen, tailored perfectly to his wife's needs. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't. No matter how much she fought it, the temptation was too strong. For a powerful god to be reduced to such a state of desire showed just how priceless the pill truly was. The Source God Pill is specifically designed to restore lost life essence. It contains divine properties, making it highly effective for gods. In fact, it was created for gods in the first place. As Lin Fan explained, he finally uncorked the bottle and poured out a small, glowing pill, no larger than a fingertip. The moment it left the bottle, the entire bridal chamber was enveloped in a warm, life-giving energy. It felt like being back in the safety of a mother's womb. Source God Pill. The goddess of destruction had never heard of this particular pill before, but that didn't stop her from recognizing its immense value. Just by smelling it, she could discern its true nature. This wasn't Lin Fan bluffing. Are you really giving me such a precious thing as a token of affection? Now that she understood its value, disbelief crept into her voice. Why else would I bring it out? Lin Fan laughed. Or did you think I'd try to fob you off with something cheap? The goddess of destruction was at a loss for words. That had indeed been her assumption. She knew exactly why they were married. She assumed Lin Fan was equally aware. In this kind of situation, for Lin Fan to offer her something so priceless was beyond her expectations. Remember, you are my woman now. That's never going to change. Lin Fan declared in a slightly dramatic tone, all while handing the Source God Pill to her. The power of his words, coupled with the divine pill, had an irresistible effect. Especially for someone like the goddess of destruction, who was completely inexperienced in matters of the heart. Lin Fan's confident words hit her even harder. Much like how a naive schoolgirl might be swayed by a smooth-talking suitor. She stared at the radiant pill in her hand, her emotions frozen for a long time. At that moment, something inside her shifted. Fine. Finally, she exhaled deeply, her expression returning to its usual calm. Since you're being so sincere, I'll accept this little token of affection. Her response was firm, and her face revealed no emotion, once again assuming the high and mighty attitude of a goddess. But Lin Fan just smiled. As an experienced man, he knew perfectly well that this was just her pride talking, masking the fact that she had already accepted him. Of course, he didn't call her out on it. He enjoyed watching her pretend. Meanwhile, there were other matters beyond Lin Fan's control. Once again, the foreign forces had failed in their plans, causing the powerful figures behind them to grow even more violent. But ironically, the first ones to suffer weren't Lin Fan or his wives, it was the unlucky lackeys serving those very forces. The outsiders spent a great deal of effort to break into this sealed world, all in pursuit of the so-called descendants of the blood of sin to take something from them. And the descendants of this blood of sin were none other than the ruler of the Qin Empire, and his 2 daughters, Princess Ying Yao and her sister. However, in this world, the Qin ruler had already mastered the way of the human emperor. He could harness the fortune of the human race in this land, giving him extraordinary abilities. For example, while others would be suppressed by the divine power here, with the support of human fortune, the Qin ruler could completely ignore it, maintaining his formidable combat strength. Unlike the outsiders, who were bound by the rules imposed by the gods, leaving them unable to fully unleash their power. Additionally, using the human fortune for foresight, the Qin ruler could anticipate every attempt the outsiders made to hunt him down, allowing him to evade them time and time again. For the 3rd time, they failed. The furious man in golden armor, an important figure among the outsiders, was now completely consumed by rage. He gave the order to exterminate the entire human race in this land. Once the humans in this world were wiped out, the Qin ruler's source of fortune would disappear, and he would lose his power. Sir, humans are blessed by the fortune of this world. Killing them on a small scale might not matter, but if you attempt a large-scale extermination, it will certainly invite divine retribution, warned one of the middle-aged leaders, his scalp tingling with fear at the horrifying prospect. He knew they had to try to dissuade him. Another leader chimed in. What Feng Zun said is correct. Reckless extermination on such a scale will definitely bring divine punishment. Even the evil gods sealed in this world wouldn't dare to go that far. They spend a long time preparing just to harvest a little at a time. In a world like this, bound by martial power, the very heavens have a spirit of their own. They are impartial, but when someone threatens to disrupt the natural order, they intervene, sending down terrible punishment. Even the gods fear this. Every time they act, they spend a long time planning, harvesting only what they need. No one dares to exterminate everything, for it would surely lead to divine wrath. The high-ranking members of powerful outside forces were well aware of this. The golden armored man's plan was effective, destroying the foundation, but it had to be carried out carefully. Otherwise, they would be the first to fall under divine retribution. Do you take me for a fool? The golden armored man said coldly. You think I don't know this? The 2 leaders were left speechless by his response. If he already knew, then why bring it up? Was he just venting his anger at them? For a moment, silence filled the air. The golden armored man didn't seem to care and continued speaking to himself. Some things don't need to be done for real. As long as we show the resolve, someone will step forward to stop us. You mean the descendants of the blood of sin? The 2 leaders were momentarily stunned, then their eyes lit up with understanding. The Qin ruler, a descendant of the blood of sin, had truly mastered the way of the human emperor. He must have the virtues of an emperor, caring deeply for his people. Without this, the fortune of the human race wouldn't acknowledge him, nor would it become a source of power for him. If they made it look like they were about to carry out a full extermination, the Qin ruler, as a human emperor, couldn't just stand by and do nothing. If he did nothing, the fortune of the human race would abandon him, and his cultivation in the way of the human emperor would collapse, leaving him severely injured. It was a trap, an obvious one, but a trap nonetheless. Even if the Qin ruler knew they were trying to force him out, he would have no choice but to show himself, like a moth to a flame, making one final stand. When that time came, the pursuers could just wait for him to exhaust himself. Brilliant plan, sir. The 2 leaders bowed in admiration. The scheme was indeed clever. But one of them hesitated and said, This plan is excellent, but the descendants of the blood of sin have managed to escape every time. They're not fools. Will they easily fall into our trap? The golden armored man sneered. Of course he won't easily fall into our trap. That's why we'll do both, carry out the exterminations at the same time. For every day he doesn't show himself, we'll wipe out a city. 1 city per day, just enough to avoid triggering divine retribution, and we'll keep going until he appears. 1 city a day. Even though the 2 leaders knew how ruthless this man was, they couldn't help but shudder. It was just a simple phrase, but behind it lay the slaughter of tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of lives. To kill 1 is a crime, to kill 100 is to be a hero, and to kill 1,000,000 makes you a hero among heroes, they thought. The young man standing before them, who seemed harmless enough, was calmly speaking of wiping out entire cities, day after day. They began to wonder if this scheme was simply a way for him to satisfy his twisted desires. The golden armored man gave no further explanation and immediately summoned Zhao Gao, his representative, to issue the order for a city to be destroyed each day. Eunuchs were known for their cruelty, and Zhao Gao was no exception. To achieve his ambitions, he had no qualms about carrying out such an extermination. Upon receiving the order, he began gathering men for the task. Only by completely destroying his former master, the Qin ruler, Could Zhao Gao attain what he desired and rise to the top? His core followers, just as ruthless as he was, obeyed his commands without hesitation. The next day, a city near the capital was mercilessly wiped out. The official reason? The entire city was accused of worshipping a forbidden cult and plotting rebellion. The following day, another city suffered the same fate, under the same pretext. News of these events spread quickly, and the entire nation was in an uproar. No one was foolish enough to miss the true meaning behind these massacres. The whole land was cursing the eunuchs, their fury boundless. All eyes turned to the Qian ruler. What would he do in the face of this massacre? Would he continue to hide in the shadows, or would he rise for a final desperate battle? This scheme, barely set in motion, had already reached its climax. At the Lin family estate, the shocking news arrived quickly. Lin Fan, who had been in a good mood, frowned when he heard it. The news was a real buzzkill. His wife had come to him in concern. Their family was already at the center of attention, and there was no way they could stay uninvolved in this conflict. Lin Fan reassured his wife, but his eyes grew cold. If the enemy was so eager to die, it was time to end this once and for all. The sacred land of Yaoqi. Suspended in an unknown space, the entire formation here had been activated, concealing all traces and completely severing any connection to the outside world. The mysterious Qin emperor, who had gone missing, was now within this sacred land. Though he had faced adversity, as the ruler of the world, he still maintained control, and his channels of communication with the outside had not been cut off. He remained composed, far from the image of a desperate fugitive. Instead, his aura was calm, as though he was preparing for something. However, when he heard that the citizens of 2 cities had been massacred, for the first time, the previously unshaken Qin emperor showed signs of anger. Crack! The shadowy formation floating around him shattered, and the surrounding world seemed to collapse. Behind him, the illusion of countless corpses appeared, symbolizing the rage of an emperor whose wrath could leave millions dead. Only when a ruler is truly enraged does such a terrifying phenomenon manifest. Not even betrayal or pursuit had provoked this reaction from him. But now, it had. Father. Hua? Ying Yao and her sister, who had always stayed by their father's side, couldn't help but feel worried upon witnessing this scene. Especially Ying Yao, the elder sister. She understood that the massacres were the work of those hunting them, deliberately carried out to force them out, leading them to certain death. The plan wasn't particularly clever, anyone could see through it with a little thought. These people are truly despicable. Ying, the younger sister, though a bit naive, was not foolish. She too grasped the situation and began cursing in frustration. Slaughtering innocent people to achieve their goals, such actions, in her eyes, were worse than that of animals. While she was cursing, the Qin emperor gradually calmed down. It wasn't that his anger had dissipated, but he knew that useless rage would accomplish nothing. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Father, this is their trap. We must not fall for it. Ying Yao reminded her father, despite being furious herself. She knew him well enough to offer this warning. I know. The Qin emperor replied calmly, showing no sign of being stirred by her words. But the more composed he appeared, the more uneasy Ying Yao felt. She understood that this meant her father had already made up his mind. She wanted to say more, but in the end, she hesitated and fell silent. As members of the Qin royal family and rulers of the land, how could they turn a blind eye to the slaughter of their people? Especially when these massacres were a calamity brought upon the people because of them. If they ignored the slaughter, how could they live with themselves? Moreover, her father, who had cultivated the way of the human emperor, would see his path collapse, perhaps even face severe backlash. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. By cultivating the way of the human emperor and drawing strength from the fortune of the human race, one must also shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. If they failed to fulfill their duties, knowing their people were being massacred and doing nothing, the consequences would be unbearable. But if they stepped out now, they would fall right into their enemy's trap like moths to a flame. Knowing this truth only made her feel more frustrated, her anger simmering beneath the surface. She had even considered seeking Lin Fan's help, willing to offer anything necessary in return to convince him. But after witnessing the power of those hunting them, she quickly dismissed the thought. Lin Fan was indeed powerful, one of the strongest people she had ever met. Even her prideful nature couldn't help but admire him. Yet their enemies were even stronger, so strong that they exceeded the limits of this world. Even her father couldn't match them and was forced to retreat. If she sought Lin Fan's aid, wouldn't she be dragging him to his death? That's why, despite being on the run, they never thought to seek refuge at the Lin family estate. Not because they hadn't considered it, but because they couldn't. There's no need for despair. Though time is short, your father is not yet defeated. Seeing his daughter's distress, the Qin Emperor softened his tone to comfort them. Has the human emperor's sword accepted you as its master? Ying Yao's eyes lit up at her father's words, glancing toward the bronze cauldron before them. The cauldron was simple yet ancient, with engravings of plants, fish and beasts, representing all living things. Occasionally it emitted a faint glow, clearly no ordinary object. But what truly drew attention wasn't the cauldron itself, it was the bronze sword embedded at its center. The sword was old and dull, covered in rust-like brown spots that looked like oxidation. It had no shine, appearing like a deliberately aged relic you might find at a flea market. The kind of item where the vendor asks for 5 million, but you bargain it down to 500, and they immediately agree. Anyone who knows the game would understand the implication. This seemingly worthless bronze sword, embedded in the impressive cauldron, was impossible to ignore. Indeed, Ying Yao's gaze was fixed on the sword. The human emperor's sword. A legendary artifact of the human race, yet it looked nothing like one would expect. After Ying Yao spoke, the Qin emperor's gaze also fell upon the sword, and he slowly walked toward the cauldron. It hasn't fully accepted me as its master yet, but as the human emperor, even without a sharp blade, I will not allow villains to threaten my people with weapons at their throats. Nor will I tolerate their massacre. The Qin emperor's voice was calm, yet it resonated like thunder, his unwavering will inspiring everyone present. Buzz! The bronze sword in the cauldron began to tremble in response to his words, faint traces of light moving across its surface. The rust on the sword emitted an overwhelming aura, and distant roars from terrifying beings could be faintly heard. In an instant, everyone but the Qin emperor turned pale. Ying Yao and her younger sister, Yang Ying, were struck by an overwhelming force, as if facing a terrible onslaught. This wasn't rust, it was the bloodstains of supreme beings who had been slain by the sword, the residue of their essence clinging to the blade. Even after countless years, the aura it emanated was enough to crush them. The power of those beings in life was unimaginable. And this sword had cut down many such beings. Each stain represented a fallen foe. This was the human emperor's sword, the weapon with which the human emperor had led his people through their darkest days, carving a path to power. Though sacred, it was also a sword of unparalleled ferocity, forged in the blood of those who sought to oppress the human race. Clink! The Qin emperor reached out and firmly grasped the sword's hilt, just as the human emperor had done long ago. Boom! A surge of overwhelming bloodlust soared into the sky, awakening this once slumbering weapon of unimaginable power. The preparations are complete, my lord. We can begin the destruction of the city at any moment. Zhao Gao, now in a position of power, wagged his tail like a dog in front of a young man, devoid of his previous arrogance. The man who could make Zhao Gao act this way was naturally the one who had elevated him to this position. You've done well. The man in golden armor smiled slightly, never stingy with praise for obedient dogs. It's all thanks to your guidance, my lord. Zhao Gao's tail wagged even more eagerly at the compliment. His groveling was so shameless that even the other outsiders standing nearby found it hard to watch. But Zhao Gao didn't care. He knew perfectly well whom to serve, who truly held control, and who could provide him his sustenance like a master to a dog. As someone who had climbed from being a mere eunuch to the top of the hierarchy, Zhao Gao understood deeply that a loyal dog must only wag its tail for its master. As for the others, no matter how powerful they were, they did not deserve his servility, especially not in front of his master. Ha ha! The man in golden armor laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Zhao Gao stood respectfully, his submissive posture more fitting than that of any dog. Proceed. I can't wait to hear their screams. The man in golden armor, still smiling, gazed down at the city below. This was a famous city, home to over 1 million residents. In the past it had been bustling with life, the streets filled with noise and activity. But now, the citizens were gripped by panic and terror, a far cry from their former vibrancy. With the man's command, an endless blaze erupted, quickly engulfing the massive city. Screams soon echoed. Faced with the roaring flames, the people were consumed by despair. Even powerful warriors who tried to break through were swiftly killed by black-clad figures, exuding a chilling aura. No one could escape. The inhabitants were left to perish, their cries drowned in the flames. The man in golden armor watched the scene, his face filled with twisted delight. The sight of such devastation seemed to be a drug, feeding his cruel pleasure. Two middle-aged leaders among the outsiders frowned slightly at the senseless slaughter. Only someone with a deeply depraved soul could revel in such horror. Yet, they dared not intervene. Confronting the man in golden armor was not an option. They could only turn away and focus on their mission, vigilant for any unusual movement. Their task had failed 3 times already. A 4th failure would spell disaster for all of them. The other outsiders were equally tense, carefully monitoring their surroundings for the slightest disturbance. Inside the city, the fire raged on. Without intervention, the city's entire population of over 1 million would be reduced to ash, just like the previous 2 cities. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared across the sky. Dark clouds rapidly gathered over the city, and within moments, a torrential downpour began. The rain intensified, and the fierce flames were quickly subdued. The heavens have opened their eyes. The once hopeless citizens cried out in unison at the sight. Many of the more superstitious residents knelt down, murmuring prayers of gratitude. It's here. Unlike the clueless citizens, the ones behind the chaos instantly recognized that this sudden downpour was no divine intervention but a deliberate, controlled act of rain summoned to extinguish the fire. In the entire Qin Empire, the only one capable of such power was the emperor himself, who wielded control over the empire's fate. Others might attempt such a feat, but only with the emperor's direct approval. The outsiders had orchestrated all these events to force the emperor out. Now, their plan had finally succeeded, and their faces lit up with satisfaction. The emperor of Qin made no attempt to hide. As the flames died and the clouds dispersed, his figure appeared in the sky above the city. He had not brought the imperial army with him, only his 2 daughters accompanied him. It's the emperor. A sharp-eyed citizen immediately recognized the emperor. Upon hearing this cry, the entire population realized it wasn't divine intervention that had saved them, it was their emperor. "In your majesty." Understanding the situation, the citizens fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. There was gratitude in their hearts, mixed with the pain of surviving such a senseless disaster. These criminals set the city ablaze for no reason, intending to kill us all. "Please, your majesty, bring justice for us." Many people broke into sobs, crying out for justice for those who had lost their lives trying to escape the flames. Their loved ones now wept on their behalf. Before the emperor could speak, his kind-hearted and straightforward daughter, Ying Ying, was overcome with rage at the sight of the devastation. "Zhao Gao. You treacherous dog. You deserve to die 10 times over." She leapt forward, yelling in fury, wishing she could tear Zhao Gao apart. To aid such cruelty against his own people was a far greater evil than anything the outsiders had done. Zhao Gao merely sneered in response. The Zhao Gao who stood before them was no longer the same man he had once been. Ying Ying, this princess of a fallen dynasty, meant nothing to him. But the moment a particular gaze fell upon him, Zhao Gao's body trembled, and his sneer transformed into fear. That gaze belonged to none other than the emperor of Qin. Although the emperor was dressed in simple attire, not his usual royal robes, his presence was even more commanding than ever. Despite Zhao Gao's desperate efforts to reinvent himself, he could not erase the deep-seated fear within him when faced with his former master. Useless. The man in golden armor, seeing this, struck Zhao Gao with a powerful blow, sending him flying. It was clear that he felt humiliated by Zhao Gao's cowardice. How could a proud man tolerate his dog being afraid of someone else? Zhao Gao spat blood but didn't dare show any sign of resentment. He knelt in fear, utterly pathetic. The emperor of Qin remained indifferent. Such a worthless dog wasn't worth a second glance. His eyes turned to the outsiders, including the man in golden armor. "Descendants of the blood of sin, your very blood carries guilt. The emperor's sword, the supreme weapon of the human race, is not something you can lay your hands on. Surrender it, and perhaps your bloodline's sins will be lessened. Otherwise, no place on heaven or earth will offer you refuge." One of the middle-aged leaders stepped forward, shouting at the emperor of Qin. "Descendants of sin? Blood that carries guilt? How laughable." The emperor of Qin laughed, his voice growing louder until it shook the air. The leader frowned, and the man in golden armor's expression darkened. They felt mocked. "You want the emperor's sword? Then come take it yourselves." Without another word, the emperor of Qin drew his bronze sword and swung it. The power of the emperor surged forth, and everyone present paled in terror. A bloody battle was about to begin, one that offered no compromise, only life or death. The enmity between both sides had reached its peak, leaving no room for idle talk. The outsiders had meticulously planned everything to force the Qin emperor out to his death, and now that their plan had succeeded, they weren't going to waste any time. No further orders were needed. Apart from the 2 middle-aged leaders and the most prominent noble, the other members all joined the fray. One by one they ascended the steps to the heavens, each one manifesting their power, with the weakest among them standing on the 4th step. The strongest of them, however, had reached the 7th step. 7 steps. This marked the late stage of the Ascension realm. The Ascension realm is divided into stages, with each step representing a new level of mastery. The early, middle, and late stages of the realm each involve a major leap in power. Now, as the strongest among them, with 7 steps of ascension, launched his attack, endless rule-based forces descended in an instant. Boom! The world plunged into darkness. The deafening roar was so loud that it rendered everyone temporarily deaf. The sky turned gray, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. King's seal. To prevent the Qin Emperor from escaping again, this terrifying figure did not hold back. He unleashed his deadliest move from the very beginning. The same technique had been used before, but in the hands of such a fearsome figure, its power was magnified many times over. The difference in strength between them was on a completely different level. As the move was executed, a massive handprint infused with royal authority dominated the heavens, becoming the only thing that existed. The sky collapsed under its weight, crumbling in the wake of its terrifying force. The might of an Ascension realm master with 7 steps had far exceeded what this realm could bear, resembling a god of destruction. Kill. Seeing their leader so ferocious, the other outsiders unleashed their strongest attacks as well, though they paled in comparison to the leaders. Still, their combined force stirred the heavens and earth, causing chaos. The Qing Emperor stood at the center of this storm, bearing immense pressure. Like a small boat in a vast ocean, he seemed on the verge of being swallowed by the rising waves. Yet, instead of being crushed, his eyes glowed with blinding golden light. A divine dragon of fortune roared and coiled around him, and the Emperor's sword in his hand began to hum once more. No theatrics were needed. Facing the onslaught as if the sky itself were falling, the Qin Emperor swung his sword forward in a single motion. The bronze blade of the Emperor's sword gleamed with a blinding crimson light, stained with the blood of ancient and powerful foes. The terrifying howls of those mighty beings echoed once again. With a flash of red, the sky before the Qin Emperor was split in two. The terrifying King's seal, along with the strongest attacks from the outsiders, were sliced through as if they were nothing more than tofu, cut cleanly by the blood-red light. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. All the killing moves were split in half, offering no resistance. Move aside. The anxious voice of one of the middle-aged leaders shouted from behind them. But it was too late. The blood-red light that had cleaved through all their attacks continued its trajectory, flashing past the outsiders who had made their moves. Time seemed to stand still. What felt like an eternity passed in the blink of an eye. The faces of the attackers were filled with sheer terror. A thin line of crimson began to ooze from the center of their foreheads, slowly spreading downwards. Splat. In the next moment, a sickening sound echoed as the outsiders, who had just attacked, were sliced in half, their brains and organs spilling out grotesquely. A blood-curdling scream followed, coming from the strongest Ascension realm figure. He had narrowly avoided the fatal blow at the last second, but still suffered a deep gash in his chest, revealing the faint pulse of his heart within. Just a little more. A fraction more. And he would have been cut down like the others. For a being of such strength in the late stages of the Ascension realm, someone who could hold their own in the outside world, to almost be killed in this small battlefield, was terrifying beyond words. The Emperor's sword. An ancient divine weapon of humanity, its power was as terrifying as the legends claimed. Cough. Cough, what a pity. The Qin Emperor glanced at the strongest figure who had barely avoided death, a trace of regret flashing across his face. That sudden lethal strike had been his best effort, exhausting his essence to power the Emperor's sword. Yet, it had still fallen just short. "Father, are you all right?" Ying Yao asked, concern in her voice. Forcing the Emperor's sword to unleash such a devastating strike couldn't have come without a price. His earlier coughing had made that clear. "I'm fine." The Qin Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Though his complexion had paled, his spirit was at its peak in that moment. The outsiders. They were nothing extraordinary. Far from invincible. Even they would wail and tremble in fear before the Emperor's sword. Kill. Without giving the outsiders time to react, the Qin Emperor launched another deadly strike. His target was clear the Ascension Realm Master with 7 steps, who was still reeling from his injuries and unable to gather his wits. "How dare you!" One of the middle-aged leaders roared in fury upon seeing the descendant of Sin being targeted. With a furious shout, the leader charged forward. Facing the Qin Emperor's terrifying strike empowered by the Emperor's sword, the man didn't retreat. He raised his hand and struck with all his might. Boom! It was as if an ancient war drum had been struck, and the entire world fell into a sudden silence. When the dust settled, the leader stood still, staring at his outstretched hand. A thin line of blood had appeared on his palm, and blood slowly dripped from the wound. "You actually managed to wound me. No wonder it's called the legendary Emperor's Sword. Even with such a weak wielder, it can still unleash unimaginable power. It truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest weapon of the human race." He raised his head, his eyes burning with fervor as he looked at the Qin Emperor. "Such a mighty weapon, in the hands of sinful blood like yours, is a waste." As he spoke, his body shimmered with light, and the wound on his hand closed instantly. Behind him, a series of heavenly steps began to appear, one after another. First one, then two, then three, until finally 9 steps appeared, each one a step towards the heavens. The Ascension Realm. At its peak, it manifests with 9 steps. Once all 9 are condensed, a true ascension is achieved. The leader was revealed to be a terrifying master at the peak of the Ascension Realm. As the 9 steps materialized, an overwhelming ocean of rule-based power descended upon him, elevating his aura to a supreme level that was beyond comprehension. Peak of the Ascension Realm. The Qin Emperor was crushed by the overwhelming pressure, and even the surrounding space began to warp and collapse. But the Emperor's sword in his hand only glowed brighter with blood-red light. The Emperor's sword. It was forged in adversity, a weapon that had cut down countless terrifying enemies to carve out a path for humanity in ancient times. And now, it would do so again. As the terrifying clash unfolded, a sharp gaze from the frontier of the Qin Empire's borderlands suddenly locked onto the battlefield. "It has begun, has it?" A calm voice murmured, as the owner of that gaze vanished in a flash, moving at an unimaginable speed. Their destination, the very battlefield where the storm was raging. Boom! The deafening roar echoed across the entire Qin Empire. This battle left no room for compromise, and both sides were fighting with everything they had, holding nothing back. The Qin Emperor wielded the Emperor's sword, channeling the fortunes of the entire human race in his empire, revealing more and more of the sword's divine power. Unfortunately, the Qin Emperor was still too weak. His mastery of the Emperor's path had barely begun, and he had not yet fully developed his abilities. Though he could borrow the power of his people's fate, he was still unable to fully unleash the sword's true might. At first the battle seemed evenly matched, but soon it became difficult for the Qin Emperor to maintain his advantage. It was like a child wielding a sharp weapon, threatening at first, but as time passed, the strength to wield it began to wane. On the other hand, the middle-aged leader showed no signs of fatigue. In fact, as the battle went on, he only grew stronger. The 9 heavenly steps behind him continuously drew in vast amounts of rule-based power, making him seem like an invincible god. Every strike he delivered carried terrifying, unimaginable force. In this sealed realm, where the rules of the world were chaotic, drawing upon rule-based powers became even easier, and his strength grew without limit. Boom! In yet another direct clash, the terrifying blood-red light unleashed by the Qin Emperor was shattered by the middle-aged leader's strike. This marked the moment when the leader had completely taken control of the battle. The Qin Emperor understood this, but he did not retreat. In his world there was no such thing as retreat. Death was nothing to fear. "Big sister, let's help father," Ying Ying said to her sister. "Yes." Ying Yao nodded in agreement. The two sisters began forming a series of mysterious hand seals. Buzz! As they performed the seals, a surge of power was awakened within them. Bright light began to radiate from their bodies. Ying Yao's light was multicolored, exuding a divine aura. Ying Ying's light, however, was a mix of black and white, intertwining to create a strong yin and yang energy. The air vibrated as the light from the two sisters seemed to resonate with some hidden force. Finally, the two streams of light combined high above them, forming a brilliant pattern in the sky. At the center of this pattern was the swirling black and white of yin and yang, which spun faster and faster, forming the symbol of the yin-yang fish. Surrounding the yin-yang symbol were the 5 elemental colors, representing the power of the 5 elements. Together they formed the legendary 8 trigrams of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. As soon as the diagram appeared, the hidden power that had only been faintly visible was fully activated. The buzzing sound grew louder, even overwhelming the noise of the fierce battle below. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the 8 trigrams in the sky radiated blinding light, like a second sun. Then, a beam of terrifying energy burst from the diagram, pouring into the Qin Emperor's body. In an instant, the Qin Emperor surged with power, as if ignited like a rocket. This was a boost in his state, an incredible enhancement that more than doubled his strength. Clearly, the two sisters weren't just decoration. They had come to support their father, contributing their own strength when he needed it most. One was born with the five elements divine physique, and the other with the yin-yang divine physique. Without undergoing any external transformations, the sisters were born with these divine bodies, making them true daughters of heaven. By combining their unique abilities, they could summon the power of yin, yang, and the five elements, bestowing it upon someone else. That's exactly what they were doing now, using their divine powers to enhance their father's strength. The middle-aged leader, who had been dominating the battle, had not expected this turn of events. He had been moments away from victory, but suddenly, his opponent's power skyrocketed, even glowing from his mouth and nose as his energy surged. This phenomenon was a result of a rapid increase in power, too much for the body to handle. Swish! It was still just a single sword strike, but its power was now on a completely different level. The air didn't shatter this time, only a faint blood-red light flashed, signaling the attack. Yet, the middle-aged leader's expression suddenly changed. Earth King's seal. This time he didn't attack casually. He unleashed his strongest technique, drawing on the immense power of the earth. It seemed as though the entire ground was about to overturn and crush the Qin Emperor. But as the faint blood-red light passed, the earth-shattering attack was split apart in an instant, silently cleaving the ground in two. Damn it! Seeing this terrifying scene, the middle-aged leader's face twisted in fear. He hurriedly pulled out a black tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was covered in intricate, glowing patterns, clearly no ordinary item. Indeed, it wasn't. It was his strongest life-saving tool, having saved him countless times over the years. While it had no offensive power, its defense was nearly invincible. However, in the next moment, a deep crack appeared in the tortoise shell, nearly splitting it in two and rendering it useless. With just a single strike, the Qin Emperor had shattered the earth-destroying technique and almost destroyed the nearly invincible tortoise shell. This overwhelming sharpness made the middle-aged leader's scalp tingle with fear. Lord Feng, help me. He no longer cared about his dignity and frantically called for help from his teammate. The other middle-aged leader, the one he called Lord Feng, finally showed some concern in his eyes. As expected of the one who inherited the last of the Sin bloodline's fortune. You're not so simple, but it's time to put an end to this, he said, stepping calmly into the battlefield. With a single step, he was instantly by his companion's side, standing face to face with the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor's expression remained cold. He didn't care who his opponent was, there was no need for words against an enemy. Once again he swung his sword. That faint blood-red light, which had terrified the first leader, appeared again. Impressive power, but still lacking compared to me. Lord Feng remained unfazed. He simply raised a finger and lightly tapped at the approaching light. As he did, 9 steps appeared behind him, the pinnacle of the Ascension realm. But it didn't stop there. At the top of the 9th step, a nearly transparent platform appeared. The platform was so faint it seemed as though a gust of wind could blow it away, yet its mere appearance summoned an indescribable force that turned Lord Feng's simple finger tap into a terrifying divine will. In an instant, the faint blood-red light was shattered and dispersed into the air. Then, with another tap, the 8 trigrams diagram formed by the two sisters also shattered. The brilliant beam of light dimmed, and the Qin Emperor's soaring power began to fall as the energy drained away. With just 2 taps, the entire situation had been reversed. But Lord Feng wasn't finished. He raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. The space around them was instantly sealed off, with countless barriers forming an impenetrable cage. The Qin Emperor was trapped inside, like a bird in a cage, with no hope of escape. Seeing the situation, the Qin Emperor's heart sank. He knew that this time, there was no way out. However, just as he was preparing to use the last of his strength to unleash the Emperor's sword's power and send his daughters to safety, a figure suddenly appeared in the sealed space without a sound. All the barriers, the sealed space, none of it seemed to have any effect in the presence of this figure. Lin Fan. Ying Ying, who had been despairing, suddenly jumped up in excitement at the sight of the newcomer. Lin Fan. The young girl jumped up and down with excitement, and the mere mention of this name seemed to have a magical effect, drawing everyone's attention. No one expected such a sudden change in the battlefield. This space, which had been sealed off completely, now had a new figure silently appear within it. Lin Fan. The name was called again, this time by Princess Ying Yao. While she didn't jump around like her younger sister, the cold expression on her face softened noticeably upon seeing the figure. Master Lin. Master Lin. Even the Qin Emperor spoke up, greeting Lin Fan with rare respect. Emperor. Lin Fan responded with a slight smile, nodding warmly to the two sisters. While the atmosphere was relaxed on their side, the opposing forces did not share that sense of ease. In particular, Lord Feng, the one who had sealed off the space, now wore a serious expression. As the one who created the sealed space, he knew better than anyone how stable and impenetrable it was. It wasn't just hard for those inside to leave, it should have been equally impossible for anyone outside to enter. For someone to silently step in like this, Lord Feng knew exactly what that meant. Lin Fan, master of the Lin clan. Lord Feng furrowed his brow, looking over at Zhao Gao, who was fawning like a lapdog. Zhao Gao, who had witnessed Lord Feng's terrifying power, had grown to revere him. Upon meeting Lord Feng's gaze, he hurriedly explained, "He's from that clan on the border." A clan from the border. The eyes of the outsiders narrowed upon hearing this. That border clan had been unknown to them before. But after sending 2 teams that never returned, they had learned all about it. They remembered the place vividly. Had their mission to deal with the Sin bloodline not been so crucial, they would have launched a full assault on the clan long ago. Now they hadn't gone looking for trouble, but it had come to them. Naturally, their hearts burned with fury. This was an open provocation. "We haven't even come to settle things with you, yet you dare show up here. Fine, let's deal with it all today so we don't have to make another trip." Though Lord Feng was somewhat wary of Lin Fan's silent entry, he didn't believe anyone in this sealed realm could threaten him. Not even the Qin Emperor, wielding the mighty Emperor's sword, could pose a serious challenge. Lord Feng could suppress him with a flick of his hand. The only thing that made Lord Feng cautious here was the sealed ancient evil gods, but Lin Fan was clearly not one of them. "Lord Feng, leave this arrogant fool to me. You focus on capturing the descendant of the Sin bloodline. We mustn't waste time." The middle-aged leader, who had earlier called for help, stepped forward again, regaining his confidence. He was determined to redeem himself after his earlier embarrassment. Lord Feng, always respectful toward his teammates, agreed after giving Lin Fan another glance. "Have you decided how you want to die?" In an effort to restore his dignity, the middle-aged man spoke with arrogance, his aura growing stronger. Behind him, 9 heavenly steps solidified, reaching their peak. Endless rule-based energy surged, and his power grew so overwhelming that even the heavens could hardly contain it. Lin Fan. Tang. Seeing this, the two sisters couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. They knew Lin Fan's strength was monstrous, even absurd, but these enemies were not of this world. They couldn't be judged by normal standards. Lin Fan had come to save them without hesitation, and while they were touched, they didn't want to see him get hurt because of them. "Don't worry," Lin Fan said, smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. He knew exactly what was going on. "Fool!" The middle-aged leader's face twisted in anger at Lin Fan's nonchalant attitude. He had displayed all his power like a peacock spreading its feathers. Yet Lin Fan remained so calm it was infuriating. It felt like an unforgivable insult. Consumed by rage, the man stopped talking and launched a direct attack. He moved like a phantom, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Lin Fan. Instead of using long-range techniques, he opted for a close-range assault, aiming to crush Lin Fan's head with a single palm strike. Only this kind of direct, brutal kill could satisfy his anger and restore his dignity. It was a well-thought-out plan, but unfortunately, it didn't go as he had hoped. Just as he reached Lin Fan, before he could even make his move, a shadow as dark as ink struck him first. Boom! The impact sounded like a 100-foot-tall wave crashing down. The middle-aged leader was sent flying through the air, blood spraying from his mouth like it cost nothing. He finally came to a halt when he slammed into the space barrier that had been created earlier. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his body plastered against the space barrier, and his once powerful aura plummeted to its lowest point. He had been critically wounded in an instant. Seeing this, Lord Feng, who had been preparing to attack the Qin Emperor again, sucked in a sharp breath. The middle-aged leader wasn't as strong as Lord Feng, but he wasn't far off. They were both on the same level. Yet, without even a chance to react, his companion had been blasted away. It was terrifying. Lord Feng held his breath and looked back at Lin Fan. At some point, 2 more figures had appeared at Lin Fan's side. Once again, they had entered silently, walking through the supposedly impenetrable space barrier as if it were a marketplace. At first, Lord Feng felt anger rising within him at this blatant disregard for the barrier he had created. But when he saw who those figures were, his hair stood on end. Evil gods. His voice trembled. From the beginning of the battle until now, his composure had never been shaken until this moment. The other outsiders also froze at the mention of this name. Even the young noble in golden armor, who had maintained a haughty expression throughout, could no longer keep up his act. Evil gods. These were nightmares passed down from ancient times, feared through generations. The realm they were in had been created because of these evil gods. From the moment the outsiders entered, they had been careful to avoid any contact with these beings. They neither wanted to provoke them nor dared to. But now the evil gods had appeared, and in their first move, they had nearly killed one of the leaders, living up to their terrifying reputation. What was even more frightening came after. The outsiders were left speechless. The horrifying evil gods knelt down on one knee before Lin Fan. "Greetings, my lord." Their words rang out, not filled with flattery, but with genuine reverence. Impossible. The outsiders were utterly dumbfounded. Ancient evil gods, kneeling and paying respects, calling someone lord? How could this be happening? The outsiders were no strangers to the ancient evil gods, and neither were the Qin Emperor and his two daughters, having faced them before. They all knew how bizarre and dangerous these evil gods could be. It wasn't just about their strength, there was something divine and otherworldly about them, with terrifying abilities that were nearly impossible to resist. The saying "a starved camel is still bigger than a horse" held true here. Even weakened, the evil gods were still immensely powerful, and the sight before them was like a giant comet crashing into their hearts. To think he's gained the reverence of gods. Has he grown even more powerful? Ying Yao stood in disbelief. In the past, she had clashed with Lin Fan, and during their first encounter she had even held the upper hand. Had she not underestimated the strength of Lin Fan's mental power, she might have subdued him back then. This was not an exaggeration. But now, the gap between them had become as vast as the heavens and the earth. How much time had passed since then? As she recalled their past encounters, her eyes clouded with a hint of melancholy. Once convinced of her unmatched talent, Ying Yao now felt truly defeated. Her younger sister Yang Ying didn't overthink it. Seeing Lin Fan's overwhelming strength, she only became more excited. "Wow. Lin Fan, you're amazing." Her words were simple, and her excitement showed as she jumped up and down, completely lacking the decorum of a princess. Yet her unfiltered joy, like that of a playful younger sister, made her instantly endearing. Lin Fan had already set aside his smile, preparing for battle, but her reaction made him smile again briefly before turning serious once more, focusing on the outsiders. "It's time to settle this," he said coldly. "Your first task: leave none of these outsiders alive." Yes. The two evil gods, controlled by the reincarnation seal, were none other than the demon god and the lord of the dead. Their minds were bound to Lin Fan's will, and they could only earn their freedom by satisfying their master. Otherwise, their fate was eternal servitude. With no future otherwise, they had no choice but to be highly motivated. Exhausting them completely wouldn't work in the long run. It was all about dangling hope in front of them. Coming from modern society, Lin Fan understood this principle perfectly. And so, without any need for further encouragement, the two gods began unleashing their full power the moment Lin Fan gave the order. Boom! The divine might of the gods exploded, and the rules of the world they controlled overwhelmed the human warriors. Rule suppression. Damn it, they really are the ancient evil gods. Under the weight of this suppression, the outsiders' faces grew darker. They were now certain they were facing genuine evil gods. As they realized this, another terrifying thought crept into their minds. These ancient evil gods had willingly submitted to a master. They could hardly believe it. "Lord Feng, what should we do?" The smaller leader, who had barely recovered from almost being disemboweled by the Qin Emperor's sword, now looked panicked as he witnessed the horrifying scene. He glanced around in a frenzy, feeling the urge to run away. Lord Feng took a deep breath. He too had thoughts of retreat. But they had finally cornered the Qin Emperor. If they let him escape now, it wouldn't be so easy to capture him again. Their mission had already cost their powerful faction an unimaginable amount of resources to send them here. If they failed, the consequences would be dire. The descendant of the Sin bloodline must not escape again. The Emperor's sword, the supreme weapon of the human race, cannot be allowed to remain in obscurity. "I will hold off the two evil gods. You and Elder Xuan Yun deal with the Sin bloodline descendant. I've already gravely injured them, and they won't be difficult to handle." With no path to retreat, Lord Feng gritted his teeth and gave his orders. Cough, cough. The middle-aged leader, who had been thrown across the battlefield earlier, finally managed to stand up, clutching his chest as he coughed. He didn't have the guts to face the evil gods, but he was confident he could handle the wounded Sin bloodline descendants. "Don't worry, we'll make sure the Sin bloodline ends today," he shouted, eager to redeem himself. His companion had taken on the toughest opponents, so he wouldn't let his side down. However, there was one more powerful figure left to deal with, the one whom the evil gods called Master. Young Master Jin, I'm afraid we'll need your help, Lord Feng said respectfully, casting a cautious glance at Lin Fan before turning to the man in golden armor. Leave him to me. Young Master Jin replied calmly, though the excitement in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. I'm curious to see if this person who can command the evil gods is bluffing, or if he really has the strength to back it up. The young noble's demeanor had returned to calm, as if he no longer saw the evil gods as a threat. His gaze on Lin Fan grew fiercer, filled with a sadistic desire. You'd better be the real deal, or I'll make sure you understand what true cruelty looks like in this world, he said with a cold smile. Lin Fan didn't respond, nor did he even look at him. His focus remained on the battlefield, where the fight had already resumed. Lord Feng was holding his own against the two evil gods, showing he wasn't overconfident. The suppression of divine power had weakened his ability to harness the rules of the world, but it hadn't completely sealed him off. Although his power was reduced, he could still fight back. This was all thanks to the blurry stone platform atop his 9 heavenly steps. It was faint and seemed like it could be blown away by the wind, but it helped him resist the full suppression of the gods, allowing him to still draw on rule-based power. Because of this, though he struggled, he was able to withstand the combined assault of the two evil gods. Meanwhile, the QN Emperor, still reeling from the backlash of the counterattack that shattered his previous enhancement, was finding it difficult to fend off the outsider's relentless assault. Even with the help of his 2 daughters, the situation looked grim. Seeing this, Lin Fan prepared to intervene, but before he could, young Master Jin launched his own attack. How dare you ignore me? I'll make you pay for that. Infuriated at being disregarded, young Master Jin charged at Lin Fan with murderous intent, unleashing his most powerful strike. The shadows of 9 heavenly steps appeared behind him. He too had reached the peak of the Ascension realm. As he attacked, his entire body radiated a powerful golden glow, exuding a pressure similar to that of divine rule. His energy was immense, clearly marking him as no ordinary cultivator at the peak of the Ascension realm. It was clear why he was so confident he had the strength to back it up. Yet Lin Fan's expression didn't change. He still didn't even look at young Master Jin. As the golden-armored noble approached, Lin Fan calmly raised his hand and swatted casually, like brushing away an insect. You're courting death, young Master Jin roared, enraged by the blatant disrespect. But what happened next left him utterly stunned. That casual swat, which seemed no more forceful than swatting a fly, instantly obliterated his most powerful technique. He himself felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train, his entire body bending backward in an unnatural arc. Boom! With no resistance, he was sent flying, crashing into the space barrier. The barrier, once thought unbreakable, now cracked under the impact and teetered on the brink of collapse. Wah! The other outsiders, though locked in battle, had been keeping an eye on the fight between Lin Fan and young Master Jin. When they saw what had happened, they were utterly speechless. A wave of cold fear washed over them, chilling them to the core. He had been defeated in a single blow. No, it couldn't even be called a blow. It was as if Lin Fan had brushed away an annoying mosquito. But that mosquito had been one of the most powerful people in their ranks, and now he was gone, just like that. How could they possibly keep fighting after seeing this? What kind of terrifying existence could reside within a small, sealed world like this? In the divided space, with just a casual wave of his hand, Lin Fan became the center of attention. The once proud noble, who had been regarded with high expectations, was swatted away like a mosquito, even weaker than a mosquito, utterly incapable of making any impact. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Even the QN Emperor and his allies stood in stunned disbelief, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The only ones who remained unaffected were the 2 ancient gods. Their respect for Lin Fan wasn't just due to promises he made, but also because they had personally experienced his overwhelming surge in power. The effects of the Dragon God Pill had amplified Lin Fan's physical strength 100-fold, something that couldn't even be described as terrifying anymore. It was like having cheat codes. 100-fold increase in physical power wasn't just a simple matter of multiplying strength. It was as if someone had gained the power of 10 men, far beyond mere addition. To put it simply, someone with that kind of boost could easily take on 10 opponents at once. Lin Fan's body, now strengthened 100-fold, followed the same principle. His power had reached a level that was beyond comprehension. He didn't need any special techniques, his raw physical strength alone could crush anything. A true embodiment of one force breaking all methods. How dare a lowly ant from a backwater place harm me? You're dead. I'll kill you. I won't forgive this. The silence was shattered by a furious scream. The noble, who had been swatted away like an insect, was now dragging himself from the space barrier. His body was covered in blood, and his once golden armor was cracked all over. However, his aura hadn't diminished. Instead, it had become even more ferocious, like a wounded beast. A blinding golden light erupted from his body, igniting into roaring golden flames that evaporated the blood covering him. With one final scream, his body trembled violently, and the damaged golden armor exploded into pieces as his body swelled. This wasn't some technique, it was his bloodline power. He had activated the latent power in his blood, transforming him into a towering golden giant in an instant. Standing 10 zhang, about 30 meters tall, he now truly appeared like a giant. Young Master Jin has activated his golden bloodline, a power of the highest level. His strength is limitless. That's definitely the power of the golden bloodline. But how much of its potential can young Master Jin actually unleash? Seeing the transformed noble, the outsiders grew solemn, regaining some of their confidence. Golden bloodline. Hearing this, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. For the first time, he gave the noble from the outside world a proper look. To be fair, after his transformation, the noble did look significantly more imposing. Regardless of his actual power, the visual effect alone was impressive. You lowly worm. Prepare to face the wrath of the great golden power. With his newfound strength, the noble was brimming with confidence. He clenched his fist and shot toward Lin Fan once more. The golden flames around him surged, and as he leaped through the air, he resembled a massive golden fireball. The space around him collapsed under the sheer force of his power. Now that's something. Lin Fan became a bit more serious this time, at least acknowledging his opponent by focusing on him. Arrogant fool. Despite receiving Lin Fan's attention, the noble only grew more enraged. What he wanted wasn't recognition, he wanted Lin Fan to cower in fear. With a fist the size of a chariot, he swung down at Lin Fan, aiming to smash him into pulp and quench his rage. The space around them continued to collapse under the force of his punch. The barrier Lord Feng had set up could no longer contain the power and shattered under the strain. Lin Fan, standing beneath the giant fist, looked like a mere ant, ready to be crushed. Lin Fan. Ken? Seeing this, the two sisters couldn't hide their worry. Ying Ying, the younger sister, even tried to rush forward to help. Fortunately, Ying Yao, the older sister, was more rational and held her back. Intervening in a battle of this scale would only cause more harm than good. All they could do now was pray, and remember the help Lin Fan had given them today. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden fist crashed down with deafening force. The noble's face twisted into a cruel grin, sure that his punch had landed. But as he prepared to enjoy the sight of Lin Fan crushed beneath his fist, something felt off. Instead of the sensation of smashing flesh and bone, it felt like he had punched something solid. A searing pain shot through his hand. The pain intensified, and the noble let out a scream of agony. He quickly retreated, pulling his hand back, and Lin Fan emerged from beneath the fist, completely unharmed. Lin Fan stood there, smiling, one fist raised toward the sky. Feels like you hit a nail, doesn't it? Lin Fan chuckled, looking at the noble's pained expression with amusement. You. I'll kill you. The noble's eyes turned red with rage. A deep dent had appeared in his golden fist, and golden blood was pouring from the wound. The pain was so intense that he wanted to rip Lin Fan apart. He summoned a massive golden blade from the void, and swung it down toward Lin Fan with earth-shattering force. Foolish. Lin Fan shook his head, losing interest in toying with the enraged outsider. It wasn't fun anymore. The so-called outsiders, the so-called powerful bloodlines, they were all just disappointments. Raising the same hand, Lin Fan casually reached out toward the descending golden blade. Without any drama or fanfare, his much smaller hand easily caught the colossal sword. With just a slight squeeze, the golden blade cracked and shattered into countless pieces, leaving the noble dumbstruck, holding only the sword's handle. This. The noble froze, finally realizing the massive gap between them. But it was too late. With a single step, Lin Fan flickered to the noble's side, raising his hand and pressing it gently against his head. Splat. The noble's massive, transformed head exploded like a watermelon, his mind and spirit obliterated in an instant. A small show of seriousness from Lin Fan was more than the noble could handle. The so-called golden bloodline had amounted to nothing in the end. Once again, the battlefield was engulfed in silence. A wave of terror swept over the remaining outsiders. They had only one thought left: to run, to flee from this nightmare. But could they? Lin Fan raised his hand slightly, and a massive palm appeared, covering the sky. Like an eagle swooping down to catch chickens, The remaining fleeing outsiders were scooped up in his hand like helpless chicks. The enormous hand began to close, ready to crush the outsiders into pulp. Lin Fan never showed mercy to his enemies. But at that moment, an ominous aura erupted from the headless corpse of the young noble. Who dares to kill a direct descendant of the golden bloodline? Unforgivable. A domineering voice echoed through the air as the terrifying aura spread. What happened next stunned everyone. The golden blood flowing from the young noble suddenly reversed, and like gasoline ignited by a spark, it burst into flames. Within the raging fire, the noble's body melted into a pool of golden liquid. The liquid began to swirl and form a humanoid shape. In an instant, a golden figure, forged from liquid gold, appeared in the arena. This golden figure wore a crown, and though its features were indistinct, the overwhelming aura of authority it emitted made it impossible to look directly at. To gaze upon it felt like an act of blasphemy, an unforgivable offense. It's the golden sacred emperor. The captured outsiders cried out in disbelief, as if they had just witnessed the arrival of their savior. The will of the golden sacred emperor has descended. I can't believe young Master Jin was so favored, to have the great golden sacred emperor leave a fragment of his will on him. Even Lord Feng, the strongest among the outsiders, was shocked. The turn of events had caught him completely off guard. Golden sacred emperor. Lin Fan paused his actions, sensing that the golden figure's aura wasn't much stronger than the young noble's had been. Yet the pressure it exerted was on a completely different level. Master Lin, be careful. This is a fragment of will from a sovereign of the Emperor realm. The Kyun Emperor's voice came through, and for the first time his normally calm expression turned serious. Lin Fan even noticed an unprecedented trace of fear in his eyes. It was the first time Lin Fan had ever seen the Kyun Emperor show fear. Even when facing near certain death, the Kyun Emperor had never wavered, let alone displayed fear. Lin Fan didn't need further explanation. He understood that this golden figure had an unimaginable origin. But so what? His mindset remained unfazed. In fact, he was curious, hoping this being could finally give him a real challenge. Ever since marrying a true goddess and triggering a system reward that had skyrocketed his strength, Lin Fan hadn't even used a fraction of his full power. Now, this golden figure, which managed to make the Kyun Emperor show fear, had piqued his interest. With a flick of his hand, Lin Fan sealed the energy within the captured outsiders, then tossed them to the demon god and the Lord of the Dead to guard. You've managed to make the gods turned deities serve you. Impressive. The golden figure said, pausing as its gaze fell on the two gods. But by daring to kill a descendant of the golden bloodline, you, this so-called hero, will soon be nothing but a memory. Lin Fan smiled calmly and replied, I'm looking forward to seeing if your strength matches your arrogance. Haha. The ignorance of the weak. Before a true emperor of martial arts, even a mere fragment of will is far beyond what an ant like you can comprehend. The golden figure chuckled, as if amused by a foolish joke. A fake emperor at best. Came the murmured response from the demon god and the Lord of the Dead. Even though they resented the figure's arrogance, they were forced to hold their tongues, knowing they were no longer at their peak. Still, they knew Lin Fan wasn't one to be underestimated. After all, Lin Fan's power had earned their genuine fear and respect. Lin Fan, taking note of the golden figure's boastful demeanor, decided to make his move. No fancy techniques, just raw strength. In an instant, the space around him shattered as he launched himself at the golden figure. With a 45-degree kick, Lin Fan's foot landed squarely on the golden figure's face. Smack! The thunderous sound echoed as the mighty golden sacred emperor, so full of himself just moments ago, was sent crashing to the ground, pinned under Lin Fan's foot. The entire battlefield was stunned into silence. How is this possible? The outsiders, who knew the true identity of the golden figure, were utterly shocked. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads in disbelief. An emperor of martial arts, even in the vast outer worlds, was a supreme being, a figure beyond comprehension. For people like them who had some level of power, standing before an emperor was like being an insect in front of a giant. Even a mere fragment of the emperor's will should have been enough to dominate this entire space. But now, with just one move, this supposed supreme figure had been kicked to the ground. The Kyun Emperor, who had seen many great powers, was just as shaken. He knew what an emperor of martial arts represented, and couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Even the once arrogant demon god and the Lord of the Dead were left muttering to themselves. Their gaze toward Lin Fan filled with renewed awe. The only person unaffected was Ying Ying, the younger sister. Seeing Lin Fan dominate with a single strike, she jumped around joyfully, showering him with praise. In the midst of the stunned crowd, she was the only one full of excitement. So much for the so-called emperor of martial arts. Doesn't seem like much to me, Lin Fan remarked with a smile, glancing down at the golden figure trapped beneath his foot. He nodded to Ying Ying, acknowledging her compliments, and then bent down to look at his defeated opponent. Boom! With a sudden surge of terrifying power, the golden figure, still under Lin Fan's foot, finally reacted. You will die, came the chilling voice, and a wave of immense power exploded from beneath Lin Fan, launching him into the air. Golden Domain. With a roar that resonated with the heavens, a radiant golden domain spread across the battlefield. Within this glowing field, the golden figure stood as the sovereign ruler of all. Before Lin Fan could react, an overwhelming force struck his back, sending him flying through the sky, tearing through space itself. And before he could regain his footing, the golden figure appeared in front of him once again, unleashing another devastating blow. Just like that, within the golden domain, Lin Fan was tossed around like a ball, unable to find a foothold. The force behind each attack was too powerful to defend against. Boom! This time Lin Fan was slammed deep into the ground, creating a massive crater that stretched for miles. The abyss seemed bottomless, its depths impossible to measure. The golden sacred emperor, still seething with rage, appeared above, ready to continue his assault and turn Lin Fan into a pulp. But as he reached the edge of the crater, something stopped him. His furious expression faltered as he stared down in disbelief. Cough, cough, spit. From deep within the crater, the sound of coughing and spitting could be heard. Then, slowly, Lin Fan emerged. Though his robes were torn, and he looked a bit disheveled, his aura was as strong as ever. He wasn't bleeding, nor was his energy diminished in the slightest. Not bad, Lin Fan said, twisting his neck from side to side. That was quite a massage. I'm satisfied. Next time I'm in town, remind me to ask for you again. While Lin Fan was smiling and making jokes, the golden sacred emperor's expression darkened. The ant he had so easily dismissed had just exceeded his expectations. With such a powerful body, could it be that you're a young divine beast transformed through secret techniques? The golden sacred emperor took a deep breath, genuinely shocked by Lin Fan's physical strength. In this sealed realm, where cultivation was limited, the fact that Lin Fan could possess such a formidable body was beyond his understanding. The only explanation he could think of was that Lin Fan might be a young divine beast, a rare creature from legend. No matter what you are, by killing a descendant of my golden bloodline, you will pay in blood. His eyes quickly turned cold again. Though Lin Fan's strength had surprised him, the golden sacred emperor had no intention of letting this offense go unpunished. The golden domain surrounding the battlefield became even more radiant, and within it, one could feel their blood being turned to gold, making it harder to move and significantly weakening their strength. Even the demon god and the lord of the dead, once mighty deities, could not resist the rules of this domain. The golden sacred emperor controlled the rules of gold, a power that could suppress even divine beings. Golden Sacred Emperor Fist. Within the massive golden domain, the golden sacred emperor launched his next strike, this time unleashing his strongest technique. His golden fist swung through the air, creating massive craters in the sky itself, as though the entire realm would crumble under his might. The pressure on Lin Fan increased dramatically, but instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the challenge head-on. His counterattack was simple, a punch. But instead of using some advanced or mystical technique, Lin Fan utilized a basic move, Tiger Punch, a skill so elementary that it was often taught to beginners. In the martial world, this punch would have been discarded long ago by any warrior of serious standing. Yet, in Lin Fan's hands, this basic technique was elevated to a level of sheer brilliance. As Lin Fan executed his final strike, the overwhelming golden domain twisted and distorted. Behind him, the faint shadow of a fierce white tiger appeared. Boom! Their fists collided, and the explosion was as if a nuclear bomb had gone off, carving out an immeasurably deep crater in the ground. We need to move back. The demon god and the lord of the dead, unwilling to be caught in such destructive force, swiftly retreated with the prisoners Lin Fan had entrusted to them, moving several thousand miles away. The Qin emperor, though proud and wielding the most powerful weapon of the human race, the emperor's sword, knew that this was a battle beyond his reach. He, too, withdrew with his two daughters. Boom! 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 The terrifying battle raged on, and even thousands of miles away, the shockwaves were still palpable. The fight lasted for 3 full days and nights. When everything finally calmed down, those who had retreated cautiously made their way back to the battlefield. What greeted them was a desolate landscape. Everything within a 1,000-mile radius had been utterly flattened, with an enormous crater at its center. At the heart of the battlefield stood two figures, neither of them moving. I didn't expect to encounter a freak like you in this sealed realm, the Golden Sacred Emperor said coldly. Though he still appeared imposing, the fact that he had resorted to talking instead of fighting made the situation clear. Lin Fan, still smiling, replied, "No need to wait for another day. I'll come find you soon enough. If that's your wish, then you've chosen death." The Golden Sacred Emperor snorted, his voice filled with disdain. "I look forward to it." Lin Fan remained unfazed, his grin unshaken by the Emperor's threats. The Golden Sacred Emperor gave Lin Fan one last piercing look, as if trying to burn his image into his memory, then slowly began to dissolve, melting back into a pool of golden liquid. Flames rose again, consuming the liquid until it evaporated completely, returning to the natural essence of the world. Lin Fan watched in silence, his expression unchanged. But the others, particularly the captured outsiders, were anything but calm. Witnessing the once invincible Sacred Emperor dissipate like that left them trembling with fear. Even though it had been just a fragment of the Emperor's will, in their worldview, such an entity was supposed to be undefeatable. To them, it was unimaginable that someone from this sealed realm had managed to shatter that belief. "We're doomed." The realization hit the captives hard. If the Sacred Emperor's will couldn't save them, they knew their fate was sealed. Lin Fan, uninterested in their despair, pulled out a spindle-shaped object with sharp ends and a wide middle, toying with it in his hands. It was the Void Breaker, something he had obtained from the golden armored noble's storage ring after defeating him. Though it was a replica of the ancient Void Shuttle, it was still capable of breaking through the seal of this realm, allowing passage to the outer world. Lin Fan had kept a few of the outsiders alive for a reason: to obtain the coordinates of the weak points in the seal. While he already had one captive at his home base, it was better to have additional confirmation. "Lin Fan, we owe you everything. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead." Yang Yang, the cheerful younger sister, bounced up to Lin Fan with a wide grin, showing no hesitation despite his terrifying power. "No need for thanks. We're friends," Lin Fan replied casually, waving off her gratitude. But Yang Yang wasn't done. After a few more heartfelt words of thanks, she leaned in close and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "You know, with your strength, there's nothing we could offer to repay you. So how about this? According to ancient tradition, we could have my sister marry you as a way of saying thanks. What do you think of that idea?" "What?" Lin Fan was left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. But before he could respond, Ying Ying's ear was grabbed by her older sister. "Ying Ying. You troublemaker. All you ever think about is selling me off. Why don't you offer yourself instead?" Ying Yao angrily pulled her sister aside, clearly frustrated with her antics. But Ying Ying, never one to back down, simply nodded and muttered, "Sure. We can both marry him. I think one offer of gratitude wasn't enough anyway." "Yang Yang. Yang?" Ying Yao was furious. She could feel Lin Fan's gaze on them, and her cheeks turned bright red. Her sister really had no shame proposing that the two of them marry the same man. After all, when in history had two sisters ever married the same husband? "We're all friends here. It's only natural to help each other, so no need to be overly polite," Lin Fan said with a smile, without any unnecessary thoughts or hidden motives. At this moment his main focus was on how to leave this sealed realm and explore the larger world beyond. Knowing that an even bigger world existed outside had shifted his perspective. He now yearned to see what awaited him out there. Just friends. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Ying Yao seemed lost in thought. Though his response should have been favorable for her, she didn't feel the joy she expected. Instead, her heart felt unexpectedly heavy. She couldn't explain why, but the words left her feeling unsettled. "Just friends." Ying Ying, the younger sister, chimed in, her voice as loud and lively as ever. "You're going to regret missing out on this chance. Don't come crying to us later," she teased, her carefree attitude on full display. Lin Fan, seeing her lightheartedness, regarded her as he would a younger sibling. He had no other thoughts toward her. "All right, if I ever end up crying, I'll come find you too," Lin Fan replied with a chuckle, treating it like a joke among friends. "Deal." Ying Ying responded with a bright smile, clearly satisfied. The Qian Emperor, their father, could only sigh softly. He knew the state of his two children's hearts, and if it had been any other man, there would have been some indication of interest. But Lin Fan was unique, so different that the Emperor didn't know what to say. He could only let things unfold naturally. "Well, I should be off. I've got things to take care of. Let's meet again when the opportunity arises," Lin Fan said, without dragging things out any longer. His thoughts were already focused on breaking through the sealed realm and exploring the world beyond. "Goodbye." Yang Ying waved energetically, her thoughts as simple as ever. Lin Fan gave one last glance at the cheerful Ying Ying, then looked at Ying Yao, the poised holy maiden, before finally nodding to the Qin Emperor. With that, he left, taking the two subdued ancient gods and the remaining captured outsiders with him. Goodbye. Ying Yao softly murmured as Lin Fan's figure disappeared into the distance, gently waving in his direction. Her younger sister, still laughing and waving, hadn't noticed. But the Qin Emperor sighed again. He understood his daughter's feelings well, but with someone like Lin Fan, even as her father, there was little he could do. Everything else would have to depend on fate. On the other side, Lin Fan returned to his estate with the captives. Wasting no time, he immediately began interrogating them. It wasn't just physical questioning, he also employed spiritual interrogation methods to ensure he got accurate information. This level of scrutiny wasn't because Lin Fan had nothing better to do. It was necessary because the task ahead was too important. Escaping the sealed realm required not only a special tool to break the seal, but also knowledge of the correct exit point. If they chose the wrong point, even with the proper tools to breach the seal, they could end up lost in the void forever. Lin Fan was well aware of this, which is why he handled everything with extreme caution. It took nearly 6 months of interrogation and preparation before he was confident he had the right information. However, one unexpected issue arose. The Void Shuttle, the imitation artifact they'd acquired, was bound to the golden armored young noble. When the noble's life force was extinguished, the artifact became damaged as well. It can still break through the seal, but due to the damage, there's a high risk of becoming lost in the void during transit, confessed one of the outsiders, who was unwilling to share this critical detail earlier, fearing for his life. You knew about this flaw from the start, and yet you didn't say anything. Su Erhu, the captain of the guards, fumed, giving the outsider a stern beating. The outsider had known the danger all along but chose not to speak up, which could have led to a disaster. The captive had no defense. He had kept quiet out of fear, never imagining that Lin Fan would wipe out their entire group. It's pointless to dwell on it now. The problem must be solved if we want to successfully cross through the void beyond the seal, said Wang Erxiao, who had been with Lin Fan since the beginning. His level-headedness calmed the others, though they still worried about finding a solution. They all looked toward Lin Fan. This is definitely a tricky issue, but don't worry. It's nothing I can't handle. Lin Fan reassured them with a smile. Then he summoned an item from within himself, a powerful ancient artifact that had fused with him during the battle against the evil gods. It was the Void Dragon Ship, an ancient divine weapon specifically designed for traversing the void. When everyone realized the artifact's true nature, excitement spread through the group. Not just Lin Fan's family but his wives, children, and even the various members of his extended forces all longed to see the world outside the sealed realm. Lin Fan shared their eagerness. Taking out the Void Dragon Ship, he began to prepare. Can you take me with you? The goddess of destruction approached him, also wishing to leave the sealed realm. Of course. Lin Fan replied without hesitation. She paused, then asked, Aren't you afraid that once we're outside, I might bring calamity upon you? My true form exists out there. Haha, Lin Fan laughed. I don't know the meaning of fear. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. He wrapped his arms around her as if to prove his point. You won't be alone. We're all here with you. Lin Fan's other wives said with smiles, reassuring the goddess of destruction. She looked around, then fell silent, saying nothing more. With everything in place, Lin Fan led his family and companions to the weakened point in the seal, where the Void Shuttle was used to break open a passage into the void. However, the chaotic forces within the rift were dangerous. Without powerful protection, anyone trying to cross would be torn apart by the turbulent void energy. After testing it briefly, Lin Fan confirmed the danger and, without hesitation, summoned the Void Dragon Ship. This ancient artifact, designed specifically for navigating the void, was perfect for the task at hand. Lin Fan was the first to board, followed by his family and the allied forces who wished to accompany him. Everyone, stay calm. We're about to traverse the void, Lin Fan said as he stood at the helm of the ship, steering it into the rift. The chaotic energy swirled around them, but as it neared the Void Dragon Ship, it was repelled, leaving them safe inside. And so, aboard the ancient ship, Lin Fan and his companions sailed through the turbulent void. No one knew how long they traveled. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness, and with a sudden jolt, the Void Dragon Ship emerged from the chaotic void. As they crossed into this new world, they were immediately struck by the difference. The laws of nature were palpable, and immense energy flowed freely. Many of those aboard felt their cultivation barriers loosen instantly, with some even breaking through on the spot. This was a new world, a world without seals, where the natural laws were whole and the energy abundant. This is a new journey. The future is going to be even more exciting. Lin Fan said with a contented smile, sensing the vastness of the world around them. At the same time, unknown to them, several other groups had also sensed the opening in the seal and slipped through into the new world.
Dear friends, thank you for your support and for being with me throughout this entire story. I truly appreciate it. I understand it's a little sad that the story has come to an end, but we must keep moving forward. There are new stories ahead, with fresh plots, and there is much more to come. There will be even more content soon, and I hope you'll continue to follow along with me. Thank you again for your support and for being here.